Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we start the story, I want to let you know that this video has no ads, so just sit back and enjoy. I hope you give this story a chance because I truly believe you won't find stories like this anywhere else. And before you get too comfortable, leaving a like or subscribing would mean a lot to me, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Feel free to leave a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It really helps us feel like the global community we are. Now, let's begin our night together. The phone buzzed against the kitchen counter at 4:17 p.m. on a Tuesday, and Wade Ellison didn't pick it up. He was grading papers, 32 essays on the causes of the Dust Bowl, most of them paraphrased from the same Wikipedia article, and the phone had been buzzing all afternoon. Amber alerts first, then local news notifications he'd muted months ago, suddenly overriding his settings, then texts from colleagues he barely spoke to. He'd glanced at the first few, something about a recall, something about hospitals. He'd set the phone face down and gone back to circling thesis statements with a red pen that was running out of ink. The essay on top of the pile belonged to Bree Langston, back row, third seat from the window. She'd written 4 paragraphs when he'd assigned 5, and the last paragraph ended mid-sentence, as if she'd simply stopped caring. He gave her a C- and moved on. The phone buzzed again. He reached for it this time, not because the buzzing had become urgent, but because the pen had finally died, and he needed an excuse to stop pretending he was being productive. 3 texts from Danielle. The first 2 were the kind he'd learned to skim, logistics about Lily's dentist appointment, a passive-aggressive reminder that he'd forgotten to mail the insurance form. The third was different. Wade, we're going to the school. Lily's school. Come get her. I can't do this. Please. He stared at the message, read it again. The timestamp said 4:17 p.m. It was now 4:43 p.m. He typed what's going on and hit send. The message hung, unsent, the little spinning wheel turning and turning. Outside his apartment window, a car alarm was going off. He'd been hearing it for how long? He didn't know. It had blended into the background noise of Kingston Pike, the 4-lane road that ran past his building, always busy, always loud. But now he walked to the window and looked down, and the road wasn't busy. It was wrong. Cars were stopped in the middle of the lanes, not parked, stopped, as if everyone had hit the brakes at the same moment. Doors hung open. A white SUV had jumped the curb and driven into the front window of a dry cleaner, and steam rose from its crumpled hood. People were running, not jogging, not hurrying, running, and they were all going in different directions, which didn't make sense, because if something was chasing you, everyone would run the same way. Then he saw the woman on the sidewalk below his building. She was walking, not running, walking with a loose mechanical stride, her right arm hanging at an angle that arms don't hang at, her blouse torn open and dark, with something that looked black in the fading October light. A man ran past her, and she turned toward him with a speed that didn't match her shambling gait. She lunged. They went down together on the concrete, and the sound that came up through Wade's closed window was muffled but unmistakable, a scream that went high and thin and then stopped. Wade stepped back from the glass. His hands were shaking. He looked at them as if they belonged to someone else. The phone was still in his right hand, still showing the spinning wheel, still failing to send. He put his shoes on. He couldn't find his keys for 45 seconds that felt like 45 minutes. And then they were in his jacket pocket where they always were. He grabbed his phone, his wallet, and he stopped in the doorway. What else? What do you take? He didn't know. He'd never had to know. He took nothing else. He locked the door behind him out of habit and went down the stairs because the elevator felt wrong. Everything about this felt wrong. And the stairwell was empty and smelled like concrete and old cigarettes. In the lobby, the building manager's desk was abandoned, a coffee cup still steaming. The front door was propped open with a rubber wedge. His car was in the lot behind the building. A 2019 Civic with a dent in the rear bumper. He'd never gotten fixed. He got in, started it, pulled out. Kingston Pike was a nightmare in both directions. The stopped cars, the open doors, and between them, figures moving with that same wrong gait. That loose-limbed stumble that wasn't walking and wasn't running, but was something his brain refused to categorize. He turned south. away from the worst of it, taking back roads he knew from years of avoiding rush hour traffic. Chapman Highway, Sevierville Pike, roads that wound through suburban neighborhoods and strip malls and gas stations. Some of them were normal, lights on, people visible through windows, no sign that anything was different. Some of them were not. He passed a house where a man stood on his front porch with a shotgun, watching the street with the concentrated stillness of someone who has decided to shoot. He passed a Kroger parking lot, where a crowd had formed around a woman lying on the asphalt. And then the crowd wasn't a crowd anymore. It was a knot of bodies pressing inward, and the wet sounds carried through his closed car windows. He drove to Maryville, 23 miles. It took an hour and 40 minutes because he had to detour twice. Once for a jackknifed tractor-trailer blocking the highway. Once for a roadblock of police cruisers with no officers in sight, blue lights still spinning in the dusk. The Maryville Senior Care Center sat on a hill at the end of a quiet residential street lined with sugar maples that had gone orange and red. In October, it was the kind of street that looked like a postcard. Now at 6:20 p.m., the streetlights were on, but most of the houses were dark, and two of them had front doors standing open in the cooling evening air. Wade pulled into the facility's parking lot. There were cars here, staff cars, he assumed, a dozen of them scattered across the lot. Two had their headlights on, engines running, as if people had started to leave and then hadn't. The facility itself was a long, two-story building with beige siding and a covered entrance. The front doors were glass, and one of them was shattered. Cubes of safety glass glittered across the welcome mat. He sat in his car for a full minute. He could hear his own breathing. It was too fast, shallow, catching at the top of each inhale like his lungs had forgotten how to work. The taste in his mouth was metallic, tinny, like biting aluminum foil. His mother was in room 214. Second floor, East Wing. Margaret Ann Ellison, age 71, diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's at 63, admitted to Maryville Senior Care at 66 when Wade's father could no longer manage her care alone. His father had died 3 years ago, massive coronary, dead before the paramedics arrived. And since then, Wade had visited his mother every Sunday. She hadn't recognized him in over 2 years. She called him David, which was his father's name, or she called him nothing at all. Just looked at him with an expression that was polite and empty, the way you'd look at a stranger who sat down next to you on a bus. He got out of the car. The air was cold, mid-40s, that late October Tennessee chill that smelled like dead leaves and wood smoke. Normally. Tonight it smelled like something else underneath the leaves. Something organic and wrong, like meat left in a sink. The front entrance was impassable, not because of the broken glass, but because of what was on the floor beyond it. A body. He could see it from 10 feet away, lying face down in the reception area, wearing a nurse's uniform, not moving. He didn't look long enough to determine more. He went around the side of the building. There was a service entrance near the kitchen. He knew this because he'd used it once when the front door's automatic opener was broken and his mother's wheelchair wouldn't fit through the manual door. The service entrance was a heavy metal door, and it was closed. He pulled the handle. Locked. He knocked. The sound was absurdly loud in the quiet, and he immediately wished he hadn't done it. He waited. Nothing. He went around to the back. The rear of the building faced a small courtyard where residents were sometimes wheeled out for sunshine, a concrete patio with molded plastic chairs and a bird feeder. The back door to the courtyard was a set of double doors with crash bars, and one of them was ajar. 6 inches of gap, darkness beyond. Wade pushed it open. The smell hit him. Dense, layered, not just the meat smell from outside, but something sharper underneath it. Antiseptic. Urine. And blood, which he knew because he'd cut his hand badly on a kitchen knife 2 years ago and had sat in the ER holding a towel against the wound. And the blood had smelled exactly like this. Copper and salt and warmth. The hallway was lit by emergency lighting, dim red strips along the baseboards, casting everything in a color that made the walls look like they were bleeding. The floor was linoleum, institutional beige, and there were marks on it. Drag marks, wet marks. He didn't look at them closely. He moved through the first floor. The common room was destroyed, furniture overturned, the big television on the wall showing static, a wheelchair on its side with one wheel still spinning slowly. There were sounds from somewhere above him, shuffling, thumping, a low, gurgling moan that rose and fell like breathing but wasn't breathing. The elevator was at the end of the hall. He pushed the button. Nothing happened. The power was on emergency circuits. Elevators would be offline. He found the stairwell. The door was heavy, fire-rated steel, and when it closed behind him, the sound echoed up and down the concrete shaft. Second floor. He came out of the stairwell into a hallway identical to the one below. Same dim red lighting, same linoleum floor, same drag marks. But here, the doors to the residents' rooms were open, all of them. Both sides of the hallway, doors standing wide, and from several of them came sounds. That wet shuffling, that rhythmic thumping, that moan. Room 214 was halfway down the east wing. He walked toward it. He passed room 202, and inside he saw a figure standing beside the bed, swaying. It was an old man in a hospital gown, and half of his face was gone. Not bitten, not torn, but caved in, as if he'd fallen face first onto something hard. The remaining eye tracked Wade as he passed the doorway. The figure took a step toward him, and the motion was that same wrong motion, loose and mechanical, like a puppet with half its strings cut. Wade walked faster. He didn't run. He should have run. Later, he would think about this. How he'd walked through that hallway as if walking could maintain the pretense that this was normal, that he was visiting his mother on a Sunday afternoon, that the world hadn't changed. Room 214. The door was open. The room was small. A single bed, a nightstand, a dresser, a window looking out onto the parking lot. His mother's things were here. The framed photo of his father on the nightstand. The quilted blanket his grandmother had made. The vase of artificial sunflowers that had been on every surface in every home Margaret Ellison had ever lived in. She was in her wheelchair. It was positioned by the window, angled slightly as if she'd been watching the parking lot. She was wearing her blue cardigan, the one Wade had bought her 3 Christmases ago. The one she wore every day because the staff knew she liked it even if she couldn't say so. Her hands were in her lap. Her head was tilted to one side. The bite was on her left forearm, just below the elbow. The cardigan sleeve was pushed up and the wound was ragged and deep, a half-moon of torn skin and exposed tissue that had gone dark, almost black, with something that wasn't just blood. The skin around the bite was marbled with thin, dark lines, like ink veins spreading beneath the surface. She was looking at him. Her eyes were open, fixed on his face, and for one terrible moment he thought she was lucid. He thought the disease had retreated, and she was seeing him, really seeing him, for the first time in years. But her expression was the same expression she always wore. Polite, empty. She didn't know him. She hadn't known him for a long time. "Mom," he said. His voice came out as a whisper. "Mom, it's Wade." She blinked. Her mouth moved, but no sound came out. Her right hand twitched in her lap, fingers curling and uncurling. He knelt beside the wheelchair. He should take her out of here. He should find another wheelchair. This one might not fit through the stairwell door. He should carry her. He was strong enough. She weighed barely 100 pounds now. She'd been shrinking for years. The disease eating her from the inside, and he should. Her body stiffened. It happened all at once, like a seizure. Her back arched, her hands clawed at the armrests, her jaw clenched and then opened wide, wider than a jaw should open, the tendons in her neck standing out like cables. A sound came out of her throat, not a moan, not a scream. A rattle, dry and sustained, like a death rattle played in reverse. Then she relaxed. Her body settled back into the chair. Her hands went still. Her eyes, which had been fixed on nothing, slowly tracked to his face. They were different, not in color, not in shape, but in something behind them. An absence that was more total than the Alzheimer's absence. The Alzheimer's had taken her memory, her recognition, herself. This took whatever was left. The eyes that looked at him now were not his mother's eyes. They were not anyone's eyes. She reached for him. Her bitten arm came up. the dark wound weeping, her fingers spread and grasping. Her mouth opened again, and this time there was sound. A low, liquid moan, the same moan he'd heard from the rooms he'd passed, the same moan that had been drifting through the building like a current. Wade didn't move. He was kneeling beside her wheelchair, close enough that her fingers brushed the collar of his jacket, and he didn't move. His body had stopped taking orders. His mind was empty. Not frozen, not panicked, but empty. A white blank space where thoughts should have been. He watched her hand close on his jacket collar. He watched her lean forward, her mouth still open, and he could smell her breath. And it didn't smell like his mother's breath. It smelled like the hallway, like copper and salt and something deeper, something rotten and ancient. The fire extinguisher hit her from the right side. The impact was enormous. A heavy red cylinder swung at full arm's length, connecting with her temple. The sound was wet and hard and final. His mother's hand released his collar. Her body slumped in the wheelchair, tilted left, and was still. The side of her head was caved in, and Wade could see inside it. And what was inside was wrong. The tissue was dark, veined with black threads. Nothing like what should be inside a human skull. He looked up. A young woman stood in the doorway holding the fire extinguisher with both hands, her arms shaking, her face shining with sweat and tears. She was wearing scrubs, dark blue, with a lanyard around her neck that read, Tess Becker, CNA. She was short and stocky with skin a shade lighter than brown, and hair buzzed close to her scalp. And she was breathing so hard he could hear each exhale like a small explosion. She looked at his mother. She looked at Wade. She said, "I'm sorry." Wade looked at his mother's body, the blue cardigan, the artificial sunflowers on the dresser, the quilted blanket, the framed photo of his father, smiling in a fishing hat, holding a bass by the lip. "I couldn't," he started. He didn't finish. He didn't know what he couldn't. Everything. He couldn't everything. Tess set the fire extinguisher down. It clanged against the linoleum. "We need to leave," she said. Her voice was flat, emptied of everything except the words themselves. "Right now? Can you walk?" He could walk. He stood up. His knees ached. He didn't look at his mother again. He followed Tess out of the room and down the hallway, past the open doors with their shuffling sounds, past the stairwell and down the concrete steps, past the common room with its overturned furniture, and out through the courtyard doors into the cold October night. The bird feeder in the courtyard had been knocked over. Seeds were scattered across the concrete, dark shapes in the dim light. Wade stared at them and thought, I should have picked up the phone at 4:17. They sat in his car for 11 minutes without moving. Wade in the driver's seat, hands on the wheel, engine running. Tess in the passenger seat, the fire extinguisher between her feet, because she hadn't let go of it and didn't seem ready to. The heater hummed. The dashboard clock read 7:04 p.m. "How long were you in there?" Wade asked. His voice sounded far away, as if he were speaking from the bottom of a well. "Since this morning." Tess was staring through the windshield at the building. "I was doing a double shift. Mrs. Patterson in 108 started seizing around 10. We called 911, and nobody came. Then Mr. Doyle started. Then Mrs. Nakamura. By noon, the nurses who hadn't left were..." She stopped, swallowed. "I locked myself in the supply closet on the first floor. The one by the kitchen. I was in there for 7 hours. 7 hours. I could hear them. Through the door. All afternoon." She turned to look at him. "Who was she?" "The woman in the wheelchair." "My mother." Tess's jaw tightened. She looked back through the windshield. "I'm sorry," she said again, and this time the word had a different weight. Not sympathy, but confession. She'd killed his mother. They both knew it. The fact would sit between them from this moment forward. A third presence in every conversation, a shape they'd learned to navigate around without touching. "We need to go somewhere," Wade said. "I need to..." He pulled out his phone. No signal, no bars. The spinning wheel had been replaced by a flat no service indicator. Danielle's text still showed on the screen, a ghost message from a world that was already gone. "Wade, we're going to the school. Lily's school. Come get her. I can't do this. Please." "Nashville," he said. Tess looked at him. "That's 3 hours. My daughter's in Nashville. The highways are..." "Then we'll take back roads." Tess was quiet for a moment. "I don't have anywhere to go," she said. It wasn't a request. It was a fact, stated plainly. The way you'd state the weather. Wade put the car in gear. He pulled out of the parking lot and turned west, toward Knoxville, toward I-40, toward Nashville, toward Lilly. The Maryville Senior Care Center shrank in his rearview mirror. A light was on in a second-floor window, room 214. He'd left it on. He'd always left it on when he visited. His mother liked the light, or he'd told himself she did. It didn't matter now. Nothing about that room mattered now. But as they reached the end of the residential street, he looked in the mirror one more time, and the light was still on, and he thought, I didn't even close the door. They didn't make it to Nashville that night. They didn't make it out of Knoxville. The interstate was what Tess had tried to tell him it would be. They reached I-40 at the Paper Mill Road interchange and looked west and saw a river of metal stretching to the horizon. Cars, trucks, SUVs, minivans, all of them stopped, most of them dark, some with headlights still burning, their beams cutting into the night at useless angles. And between the vehicles, in the lanes and on the shoulders and in the median, figures moved. Dozens, hundreds, walking the same direction, west, as if the last impulse of the living people they'd been was still carrying them toward wherever they'd been fleeing. Wade sat at the top of the on-ramp, engine idling, and watched a shape that had once been a man in a business suit walk face first into the side of a minivan, bounce off, and walk into it again. And again. And again. A broken loop. A body executing a program that had corrupted and couldn't recover. We can't get through that, Tess said. I know. So what do we do? Wade didn't answer. He put the car in reverse, backed off the on-ramp, and turned east. Back toward the city. Back toward the only place he could think of that might have walls and doors and people who were still people. Bearden High School was a sprawling campus of brick buildings and portable classrooms off Sutherland Avenue, a mile from where Wade had lived and worked for 6 years. He'd driven to it 5 days a week for so long that his car could have found it without him. The main building had a gymnasium, a cafeteria, classrooms that locked from the inside, and a backup generator for the computer lab. It was not designed to be a fortress, but it had walls, and walls were what mattered now. The parking lot was half full, cars he recognized, teachers' cars, a few student vehicles, the custodian's van. The main entrance was open, and light spilled out from inside. Real light, fluorescent and bright. The generator humming somewhere in the building's guts. People were moving inside. He could see them through the glass doors, carrying things, talking, doing the things that living people do. He parked. He and Tess walked to the entrance, and a man Wade didn't recognize, middle-aged, heavy-set, holding a baseball bat, stepped in front of the doors. You bit? The man asked. No, Wade said. Her? No, Tess said. The man looked at them for a long moment, then stepped aside. Gym's the main area. Food's in the cafeteria if there's any left. Generator's running, but we're rationing fuel. You have weapons? No, Wade said. The man grunted. Figures. The gymnasium had been transformed in the way that gymnasiums are transformed during every American disaster. Folding tables, sleeping bags, plastic chairs, coolers. A sense of desperate organization imposed on chaos. Maybe 60 people were inside. Families mostly. Parents with children, huddled in clusters on the basketball court. A few older individuals sat alone against the bleachers, staring at nothing. 2 women in nurses' scrubs were attending to a man lying on a cot near the free throw line, his leg wrapped in bloody gauze. Wade scanned the room. He was looking for faces he knew. Colleagues, students, anyone who might ground him in the reality of this building, this job, this life that had been normal 14 hours ago. He found one. Bree Langston sat on the bottom bleacher, near the corner where the scoreboard controls were. She was wearing an oversized hoodie, the same one she wore in class, a dark gray thing 3 sizes too big that she pulled over her hands and sometimes over her head when she didn't want to be seen. She was alone. She was staring at the floor between her feet, and she was very still. Bree, Wade said. She looked up. Recognition moved across her face. Not warmth, not relief, just acknowledgement. Her teacher was here. A fact, filed and accepted. Mr. Ellison, she said, are you... He didn't know how to finish the question. Are you okay was absurd. Are you hurt was clinical. Are you alone was the thing he meant. Is anyone here with you? No. Your family? Bree's expression didn't change. No, she said again, and the word was a closed door, and Wade had been a teacher long enough to know when a student was telling you not to ask. He sat down on the bleacher beside her. Not close. 2 feet of space. Tess had drifted toward the nurses, drawn by the wounded man, her training pulling her toward the things she knew how to do. Wade sat with his student in a gymnasium that smelled like sweat and fear and floor polish, and he listened to the sounds of 60 people trying to survive the first night of the end of the world. The man with the baseball bat was named Terry, and he'd been a parent volunteer at the school's fall fundraiser 3 days ago. He'd been dropping off his daughter when the outbreak hit the neighborhood, and he'd decided the school was as good a place as any to make a stand. He was wrong, but he was there, and that counted for something. Over the next hour, Wade learned what had happened while he'd been grading papers and ignoring his phone. The outbreak had erupted simultaneously across the city, across the country, from what people had heard on the radio before stations went dead. Hospitals had been overwhelmed within hours. The police had mobilized and then vanished into the chaos. The National Guard had been called, and some units had deployed and some had not. And those that had were swallowed by the scale of it. By nightfall, Knoxville was a city without authority, without infrastructure, without the invisible architecture of systems that made it a city at all. At Bearden High School, the afternoon had begun normally, 5th period. Wade's colleague, Sarah Chen, had been teaching calculus when a student walked into her classroom from the hallway and bit the girl in the front row. Not a student Sarah recognized, a stranger, an adult, who had wandered through the school's unlocked front doors. The school went into lockdown, but lockdown protocols assumed a shooter. Doors locked, lights off, silence. They didn't account for what happened when the bitten girl began seizing in the middle of the classroom, and then stopped seizing, and then stood up and attacked Sarah Chen. By the time the school was evacuated, 4 people were dead, and 6 were bitten. The survivors, students, staff, a few parents, had barricaded the gymnasium and held it. That had been 8 hours ago. Generators got maybe 2 days of fuel, Terry told Wade. They were standing by the gym doors, looking out into the dark hallway. After that, no lights, no heat. And every night, more of those things show up outside. They hear the generator. They hear us. They press up against the windows. He gripped the baseball bat. We can't stay here. Where would we go? Terry shook his head. Nowhere. Everywhere. I don't know. He looked at Wade. You're a teacher here. You know this building. Is there anything we can use? Anything that helps? Wade thought about the building he'd walked through 1,000 times without really seeing. The shop classroom had tools, saws, hammers, wrenches. The chemistry lab had chemicals. The cafeteria had food, probably enough for 60 people for 3 or 4 days if rationed. The athletic department had bats, golf clubs, javelins. The custodian's office had the generator's fuel supply and whatever else Joe Martinez kept in his closet of wonders. Yeah, Wade said, there's stuff we can use. The next morning, Wade went looking for the shop classroom and found Miguel Herrera instead. Miguel was in the weight room adjacent to the gymnasium, doing pull-ups on a squat rack at 6 in the morning as if the world hadn't ended. He was a big man, broad-shouldered, shaved head, thick mustache, and he was wearing a coaching polo from West High School, Bearden's crosstown rival. A knee brace was strapped over his right leg. Wade recognized him. They'd met at a district teachers conference 2 years ago. Miguel coached football at West. They'd shaken hands. Wade remembered thinking the man's handshake was unnecessarily firm. Ellison, Miguel said, dropping from the rack. He wasn't even breathing hard. History, right? Bearden? Yeah. Herrera. West High. Football. He said it like a rank and unit number. I brought 6 of my players here last night. The school was the first solid building I could find. Hope that's all right. It's not my school. It's more yours than mine. Miguel grabbed a towel from the rack and wiped his face. Your man Terry's running things out there, but he's not a leader. He's a guy with a bat. Wade said nothing. Miguel looked at him. You got a plan? Anywhere to be? Nashville, my daughter. Nashville's 3 hours on a good day. This isn't a good day. I know. The interstate's blocked. Every road west is going to be the same. Everybody had the same idea. Get out, go west, go south. The roads are parking lots. I know. So, what's your play? Wade didn't have a play. He hadn't had a play since 4:17 p.m. yesterday. He'd been moving on instinct, on the raw animal drive to go toward his child, and instinct had brought him here, and now instinct was out of ideas. I need to figure out the roads, he said. I can help with that. A new voice. They both turned. The man standing in the weight room doorway was big. Not Miguel's kind of big, not muscular, but physically large, in the way of men who'd spent decades sitting in truck cabs. 6'2", beer gut, white hair pulled back in a ponytail, skin the color and texture of a catcher's mitt. He was wearing a Peterbilt cap and a flannel shirt, and he was holding a Rand McNally road atlas. Donnie Pratt, he said. He held up the atlas. I've driven every road in this state for 30 years. If there's a way through, I know it. How'd you end up here? Miguel asked. I was deadheading back from a drop in Sevierville. Hit the mess on I-40. Couldn't get through. Saw the lights on in the school and figured lights meant people. People meant not being alone. He looked at Wade. Nashville, you said? My daughter. Donnie opened the atlas on the weight bench. The pages were worn soft, corners dog-eared, some pages marked with pencil notes in a cramped hand. He flipped to Tennessee and traced a line with his finger. I-40 West is done. Forget it. Every on-ramp from here to Cookeville is going to be packed. But here's the thing. Everybody's trying to go west because Nashville is west and Memphis is west. And people think west means away. His finger moved east. Nobody's going east. The Smokies are east, and there's nothing in the Smokies but mountains and bears. So we go east to go west, Wade said. Through the mountains to Asheville, then south on 26 to Johnson City, or better yet, down 19 to 74, cut west through the back country. It's longer by 100 miles, but the roads will be clear. Mountain roads, 2 lanes, nothing on them but deer and churches. Miguel leaned over the map. That's a 2-day drive minimum. And we don't know what Asheville looks like. We don't know what anything looks like, Chief. But I know what I-40 looks like. And it looks like a graveyard. Wade stared at the atlas. East. Away from Lily. Every mile east was a mile he'd have to cover twice. The thought made his chest tight. A physical pressure behind his sternum, as if something were sitting on him. But the interstate was dead. The western roads were dead. And sitting in this gymnasium, waiting for the generator to run dry and the horde outside to grow, that was its own kind of death. How much fuel do you have? He asked Donnie. Full tank in my rig, and she carries 100 gallons. But the rig's not coming through the mountains. Too wide for some of those switchbacks. We'd need something smaller. I have a Civic, Wade said, half a tank. I've got a Tahoe, Miguel said, 3/4. My players are in it. That's a start, Donnie said. He folded the atlas and tucked it under his arm. We leave today, we can be through the gap by nightfall. I don't want to be on those mountain roads after dark. They didn't leave that day. They couldn't. The school was surrounded. Sometime during the night, the horde outside had grown. What had been a few dozen figures pressing against the chain-link fence around the parking lot was now a crowd. 200, maybe more, packed against the fence on 3 sides, drawn by the generator's hum and the light leaking through the gym windows. They stood in the cold morning air, swaying, their faces pressed against the chain link, mouths working. Some were intact enough to look almost normal from a distance. Some were not. Wade stood at a second-floor window and looked down at them and tried to understand what he was seeing. These were people. Had been people. The woman in the red jacket had been someone's mother, daughter, wife. The teenager in the UT hoodie had been someone's student. The man in the FedEx uniform had delivered packages to houses on streets with names like Maple and Oak and Pleasant View. They had eaten breakfast yesterday morning. They had checked their phones. They had been alive. And now they were this. And there was no word for this that didn't sound insane. Beside him, Tess said, "The fence won't hold." She was right. The chain link was bowing inward under the collective pressure. Not intelligence. The ones in the back pushed forward, pressing the ones in the front into the fence, which pressed the fence inward. Physics, mass and pressure. The fence would bow, and then it would give, and they would pour into the parking lot and press against the building's doors and windows, and those would give too. "How long?" Wade asked. "A day. Maybe less if more show up." They told Terry. Terry told the gym. The gym erupted, not into panic, but into the desperate, chaotic energy of people given a deadline. Supplies were gathered, weapons were distributed, bats, golf clubs, a fire axe from the hallway case. 3 people had guns. Terry had a revolver with 6 rounds, a woman named Linda had a hunting rifle with a box of shells, and a man who'd come in overnight had a 9mm Glock and wouldn't say how many rounds he had. Donnie found a school bus in the maintenance lot behind the building. The keys were in the custodian's office. The engine turned over on the 3rd try. "We take the bus and whatever cars have fuel," Donnie said, spreading his atlas on the cafeteria table. "We go east, Chapman Highway to 441, then through the park, Newfound Gap Road, over the mountains." "In a school bus," Miguel said. "You got a better idea, Chief?" "Stop calling me Chief." "Then stop acting like the ranking officer." Wade stepped between them. "We take everything. Bus, cars, whatever runs. We go at midday when those things out front might be sluggish. It's supposed to be 40 degrees. "They won't be sluggish enough," Tess said. "Not at 40. Then we make noise somewhere else. Draw them away from the gate." This was when Ellis Poole spoke for the first time. He'd been sitting at the cafeteria table throughout the entire discussion, eating a granola bar with meticulous precision, peeling the wrapper in sections, and chewing each bite exactly 12 times. He was an unremarkable man. Average height, soft in the middle, receding hairline, wire-rimmed glasses. He looked like he should be reviewing spreadsheets, not sitting in a high school cafeteria during the apocalypse. "I can do that," he said. Everyone looked at him. "Draw them away." "I was doing pest control in the basement when all this started. The custodian supplies have ammonium nitrate fertilizer for the grounds, pool chlorine from the maintenance shed, and acetone from the chemistry lab. I can make something loud." "How loud?" Wade asked. "Car alarm loud. From 100 yards away. Set it on a timer. Give us 10 minutes to get to the vehicles, then boom. Every one of those things goes toward the sound, and we go the other direction." "You know how to do that?" Miguel's voice was skeptical. "I spent 20 years killing things for a living." Ellis took another bite of his granola bar. "Termites, rats, roaches. This is just a different pest." Something about the way he said it made Wade's skin prickle. Not the words, the tone. Calm, clinical. The same detachment you'd bring to discussing a bid on a job. "Do it," Wade said. They had one more day and one more night in the school, and during that time, the group that would leave together took shape. Wade and Tess were together by default. They'd arrived together, and the nursing home was a gravity between them that kept pulling them into the same orbit. Bree attached herself to Wade without discussion. She simply appeared near him, always in his peripheral vision, never speaking unless spoken to, but always there. He was her teacher. In a world where everything else was gone, that relationship, however threadbare, was something to hold. Miguel brought his authority and his physicality and his 6 football players, 4 of whom had parents somewhere in the city and wanted to go find them. Miguel told them the truth. He didn't know if their parents were alive, and he couldn't help them look. 2 of them stayed. 4 left in the night, heading into the dark city. Miguel didn't sleep after that. Donnie was the driver, the navigator, the man who knew the roads. He also told stories. That first night, while the group sat in the cafeteria eating canned soup heated on the gas stove, Donnie told a story about hauling a load of live chickens through a thunderstorm outside of Chattanooga and losing 17 birds when the trailer door blew open, and how he'd spent 2 hours catching chickens on the side of I-24 in the rain while truckers honked and flashed their lights. It was a stupid story. It was exactly the right story. People laughed, and the sound of laughter in that cafeteria, surrounded by the dead, waiting for dawn, clutching makeshift weapons, was the most human sound Wade had heard since yesterday. Ellis worked in the basement with the chemicals, alone, and when someone checked on him, he was humming. There were others who would leave with them, Terry and his daughter, Linda with her rifle, a few families. 60 people in the gym, and maybe 30 were willing to risk the run. The rest would stay, hoping the fence held, hoping for rescue, hoping. Wade didn't try to convince them. He'd been a teacher long enough to know that you can't make people learn what they're not ready to learn. The second night, Wade couldn't sleep. He lay on a wrestling mat in the corner of the gym, staring at the ceiling, listening to the breathing of 60 people and the constant low moan from outside the walls. The generator hummed. Somewhere, a child was crying softly, and a parent was whispering reassurances that weren't true. He pulled out his phone, still no signal. He opened Danielle's text and read it again. Wade, we're going to the school. Lily's school. Come get her. I can't do this. Please. Come get her. 3 words. The simplest instruction he'd ever been given. And he was lying on a wrestling mat 200 miles away from following it. He thought about Lily, 9 years old. She liked mac and cheese with hot dogs cut into it. And she refused to eat the hot dogs unless they were cut into circles, not lengthwise, because lengthwise hot dogs were, in her words, wrong. She had a stuffed rabbit named Professor Carrots that she'd had since she was 2. She was afraid of thunderstorms, but wouldn't admit it. She'd come into his room during storms and say she was checking on him, not the other way around. She was missing her front teeth. She'd lost the second one the week before Danielle moved to Nashville, and she'd asked Wade to put it under her pillow, even though he suspected she'd stopped believing in the tooth fairy and was just performing the ritual because she knew it mattered to him. He thought about the last time he'd seen her, 3 weeks ago. He'd driven to Nashville for his custody weekend. The new arrangement, every other weekend, 8 hours of driving for 48 hours with his daughter. He'd taken her to the zoo. She'd wanted to see the penguins. He'd wanted to sit on a bench and read his phone. They'd compromised. Penguins first, then the bench, then penguins again. Because she wanted to see if the same one was still standing in the same spot. And it was, and she'd said, "He's like you, Dad. He just stands there." She'd meant it innocently. A 9-year-old observing that her father and a penguin had similar levels of enthusiasm. But it had landed somewhere in Wade's chest and stayed there, a small, sharp thing he couldn't dislodge. He just stands there. He stood up. He walked through the sleeping gym, past the families and the loners, and the man with the bandaged leg who'd gone quiet and still in the last few hours. Too still, and Tess had been watching him. They all knew what was coming, and no one was saying it. And he went to the hallway and sat on the floor with his back against the lockers. The lockers were cold through his shirt. The emergency lights cast everything in red. He could hear the dead outside, that constant low sound, like wind through a broken window, like the ocean if the ocean were made of throats. Footsteps. Bree. She sat down across the hallway from him, her back against the opposite wall, her knees pulled up inside the oversized hoodie. She didn't say anything. She chewed the nail of her left thumb and watched the emergency lights flicker. "You should be sleeping," Wade said. "So should you." "Can't." "Yeah." They sat in their red-lit hallway and didn't talk. The silence between them was comfortable, in the way that silence between people who have no expectations of each other can be. He wasn't her friend. He wasn't her father. He was her teacher, and that was a specific kind of relationship. Distant enough to be safe, close enough to be real. After 10 minutes, Bree said, "Mr. Ellison?" "Yeah." "When we leave." "Where are we going, really?" "East, through the mountains, then west on back roads, to Nashville." "What's in Nashville?" "My daughter." Bree was quiet for a moment. "How old?" "9. Another silence, then, "I hope she's okay." "Me too." Bree pulled the hoodie tighter around herself. She was 16 years old, and somewhere in the city were the remains of her family, and she hadn't said a word about them, and she wasn't going to, and Wade was not going to ask. They had an understanding. It was the most honest relationship he'd had in years. Mr. Ellison? Yeah, I'm good at being quiet, in case that matters. It matters. She nodded once and went back to chewing her thumbnail. Wade leaned his head against the locker and closed his eyes, and he didn't sleep, but he rested. And in the red-lit hallway of his own school, with the dead moaning outside and a student across the hall, he felt something that wasn't hope and wasn't peace, but was adjacent to both. A sense that he was, for the first time in a long time, exactly where he was supposed to be. Day 3. The fence broke at 9:47 in the morning. The sound was distinctive, a metallic shrieking like a car being torn apart, and it came from the east side of the building, where the parking lot met the athletic fields. Wade was in the cafeteria helping sort canned goods into backpacks, and the sound stopped him mid-motion. A can of green beans hung in his hand, suspended between the table and the bag. Go time, Donnie said. He was already moving, the atlas tucked under his arm like a football. Ellis appeared from the basement. His hands were stained with something yellowish, and he smelled like bleach. Devices set. 7 minutes. Where? Miguel demanded. South end of the football field. I put it by the concession stand. 7 minutes, a big bang, lots of smoke. They'll go toward it. 7 minutes, Wade repeated. Everyone in the bus in 5. The gym became a machine. Whatever organization had been absent for 2 days materialized instantly, because nothing motivates like the sound of a fence coming down. Families grabbed bags, weapons, children. Terry led them through the back hallway toward the maintenance lot where the bus was parked. Donnie ran ahead to start the engine. Wade grabbed Bree's arm. She was standing in the bleachers, frozen, staring at the gym doors as they rattled in their frames. Something was pushing on them from the outside. The glass in the narrow windows was fogging with something that might have been breath. Bree, now! She unfroze. She followed him. They ran through the back hallway, past the shop classroom, past the chemistry lab, past rooms where he'd taught 5 days a week for 6 years, and out through the maintenance exit into the cold, gray morning. The bus was running. Donnie was behind the wheel. People were climbing in through the rear emergency exit because the front door faced the wrong direction, toward the breached fence. And already the first of the dead were rounding the building's corner. 5, 10, 20 of them. Moving with that wrong gait, some fast and some slow, all converging. Miguel was at the rear of the bus, lifting people in. His football players, and the 2 who'd stayed, were beside him. Young men with baseball bats, their faces tight with terror. They were converting into action because that was what their coach had taught them to do. Wade pushed Bree toward the bus. She climbed in. He turned and saw the man with the bandaged leg being carried by 2 people. And the man was gray, his eyes rolling, his mouth working soundlessly. Tess was beside him, and she caught Wade's eyes and shook her head just slightly, just enough. The man was turning. He might already be turned. Leave him, Wade said, and the words came out of his mouth before he decided to say them. And the 2 people carrying the man stopped and looked at Wade, and their faces showed him what he'd just done. What it looked like when a man who avoided decisions for his entire life made one that mattered. He's turning, Tess said louder for everyone. Leave him. Get on the bus. They left him. They put him down on the asphalt of the maintenance lot, and he lay there making sounds that were less and less human. And they got on the bus, and Donnie hit the gas. The bus lurched forward. It was a 40-foot Bluebird, built for transporting children on paved roads, not for off-road evasion, and the maintenance lot opened onto a narrow access road that led to the school's rear gate. The gate was closed. Donnie didn't slow down. The bus hit the gate at 20 miles an hour and tore through it, chain link peeling away from the frame and dragging under the chassis with a sound like screaming metal. Behind them, the device went off. Not an explosion exactly. More of a concussive whump followed by a sharp crack and then a rising plume of gray-white smoke that billowed out from the concession stand and spread across the football field like fog. It was loud. It was very loud, and it worked. Through the bus's rear window, Wade watched the dead turn. All of them, a collective pivot. Hundreds of bodies redirecting toward the sound and the smoke, shambling away from the bus. Eastbound, Donnie said, and he turned the wheel, and the bus swung onto Sutherland Avenue, and the school fell away behind them. Wade's car was in the lot. He'd left it. There hadn't been time to get it, and the lot was overrun, and the Civic with its half-tank and its red pen on the passenger seat was gone. Miguel's Tahoe was somewhere in the crowd, too. They had the bus, and the bus alone. A yellow school bus full of survivors, heading east through a city that was eating itself. "How much fuel in this thing?" Miguel called from the back. Donnie checked the gauge. 3/4. These things get about 7 miles to the gallon. That gives us maybe, math, 150 miles. Is that enough? To get through the Smokies? Maybe. To get to Asheville? Not a chance. We'll need to find fuel. The bus rumbled east on Kingston Pike, and the city scrolled past like a film Wade had seen before but couldn't place. Familiar streets made alien by absence and destruction. A church on fire, no one fighting it. A grocery store with every window shattered. The parking lot a mess of carts and bags and bodies. A school, not his school, an elementary, with a banner that read, "Fall Festival Oct 29th," and a row of jack-o'-lanterns on the front steps, grinning their carved grins at a world that no longer cared about Halloween. They passed a man standing on a roof, waving a bedsheet. They didn't stop. They passed a woman running down the middle of the road, barefoot, screaming something they couldn't hear through the bus windows. They didn't stop. A child's bicycle lay in the road, and Donnie drove over it, and the crunch was a sound that made everyone on the bus flinch. Wade sat in the front seat behind Donnie and watched the road. Tess sat across the aisle. Bree was 3 rows back, knees up, hoodie over her head. Miguel was in the rear with his players, watching the back window. Ellis sat alone in the middle of the bus, cleaning his glasses with his shirt tail. 20 people on a school bus, heading east through the end of the world. The engine hummed. The heater rattled. Donnie drove. "Radio," Wade said. "Is there a radio in this thing?" Donnie pointed to the dash. "An AM/FM unit, the kind installed in every school bus in America." Wade turned it on and scanned the dial. Static. 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 A burst of Spanish. Someone praying, he thought. Then static. Then, on AM 640, a voice. Clear, calm, automated. "This is the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test. All citizens are advised to shelter in place. Do not travel on major roadways. Emergency services are not available in most areas. Repeat, shelter in place. Military assistance is being coordinated. Updates will follow." The message looped. Wade listened to it 3 times before turning it off. Shelter in place. As if sheltering were still an option. As if place still meant what it used to mean. "Well," Donnie said, "the government says stay put. So we know that's wrong." Nobody laughed. But the corner of Miguel's mouth twitched, and Tess exhaled through her nose, and something in the bus shifted. Not hope, not humor, but the faintest recognition that they were still capable of recognizing absurdity, and as long as that was true, they were still human. They reached the edge of Knoxville by late morning. The bus moved slowly. Donnie was navigating by memory and atlas, avoiding main roads where possible, threading through residential neighborhoods where the dead were sparser. Some streets were completely empty, some were not. They learned quickly that speed mattered less than quiet. The bus's diesel engine was loud, a rattling announcement of their presence, and every block they drove, more of the dead turned toward the sound and began following. By the time they hit Chapman Highway heading south towards Sevierville, they had a tail. 30, 40 infected, trailing the bus at a shambling walk, unable to keep up but never stopping. Some were fresh, fast, lurching, almost running. Those were the dangerous ones. The fresh ones had muscle. They had momentum. They could, for short bursts, match the bus's speed on city streets. Donnie kept the speed at a steady 25. Fast enough to stay ahead. Slow enough to navigate debris. The highway was cluttered but not gridlocked. Most of the traffic had gone west, toward Nashville and the phantom promise of safety. And the eastbound lanes were open enough to drive with care. Abandoned cars dotted the road like stones in a river. Some had people inside them, living people, some of them, who watched the bus pass with hollow eyes and didn't wave, didn't shout, just watched. "We're not stopping," Donnie said before anyone asked. Nobody asked. Sevierville was a ghost town with a Dollywood sign. They refueled at a pilot truck stop where the pumps still worked. The station was connected to an underground tank, and Donnie knew how to operate the manual pump. It took 20 minutes. Miguel and his two players stood guard with baseball bats while Wade and Tess watched the road. The truck stop's convenience store had been looted, but not thoroughly. They found water bottles, beef jerky, chips, a first aid kit, and a case of canned Vienna sausages that nobody wanted but everyone would eat. Bree found a hunting knife in the cashier's drawer and tucked it into her hoodie pocket without showing anyone. Wade saw her do it and said nothing. Ellis disappeared into the store's back room and emerged with a plastic bag full of cleaning supplies: bleach, ammonia, drain cleaner, lighter fluid. He loaded them onto the bus with the same meticulous care he'd brought to eating a granola bar. "What are those for?" Miguel asked. "Insurance," Ellis said. In Sevierville, they also found the first sign of organized survival, a handwritten sign on a church door. "Survivors inside. Knock twice." Wade knocked. A face appeared at a window, a young man with wide eyes. He looked at the bus, at the group, at the road. "How many?" the man asked. 20. "We can't take 20. We've got 40 in here already. Food for maybe a week." "We're not staying," Wade said. "We're heading through the mountains. Anything you can tell us about the road?" The man hesitated. Then, "Newfound Gap is clear as of yesterday. A guy came through on a motorcycle. Said Asheville's bad. Real bad. Like Knoxville, but worse. Because the tourists were all downtown when it hit. Thousands of them. He turned around and came back." "We don't have that option," Wade said. "Then God help you," the man said, and closed the window. Back on the bus, Donnie mapped the route. Newfound Gap Road, Route 441, wound through the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, climbing to over 5,000 feet at the Gap before descending into North Carolina. It was a 2-lane mountain road with switchbacks, steep grades, and no shoulders. In October, it would have been crowded with leaf peepers. Now it would be, what? Empty? Full of abandoned cars? Full of dead hikers stumbling through the fog? "We go now," Donnie said. "Get over the Gap before dark. Whatever Asheville is, we deal with it in the morning." They went. The bus groaned up the mountain road, engine laboring, diesel exhaust clouding the air behind them. The elevation climbed and the temperature dropped. 40 degrees at the base, 35 at 3,000 feet, 28 at the Gap. The trees were past peak color, leaves dropping, branches going bare against a slate-gray sky. Fog rolled through the valleys below them like poured milk. The road was not empty. Cars were stopped at irregular intervals, some pulled to the side, some in the middle of the lane. Some teetered on the edge of the shoulder, where the mountain fell away into mist. The bus had to navigate around them, sometimes squeezing between a parked car and the rock face with inches to spare. Donnie cursing softly and working the wheel with hands that were steady and sure. They saw infected, a handful, walking the road, their figures emerging from the fog and then disappearing behind the bus. At this altitude, in this cold, they moved slowly, stiff-limbed, mechanical, their skin gray-blue and frosted. One was a woman in hiking gear, a day pack still strapped to her back, trekking poles still in her hands. She turned toward the bus as it passed, and her mouth opened, and the sound that came out was thin and reedy in the cold air, like a whistle made of bone. At the Gap, Donnie stopped the bus. The overlook parking lot was empty except for 2 cars and a park ranger's truck with its door hanging open. The view was, Wade had to stop and look, because even now, even in this, the view was staggering. The Smoky Mountains rolled away in every direction, ridgeline after ridgeline, blue and gray, and touched with the last gold of late October. The fog lay in the valleys like water, and above it the peaks rose clean and cold and utterly indifferent. "Pretty," Donnie said. "We should get going." The descent into North Carolina was steeper than the climb. The bus's brakes groaned and smelled like burning metal. Donnie downshifted, let the engine do the work, kept the speed to 10 miles an hour on the switchbacks. The fog thickened as they dropped in elevation, closing around the bus until visibility was 100 feet, 50, 30. In that fog, on a blind curve at 3,000 feet, they found the roadblock. 3 vehicles, a pickup truck, a sedan, and a fallen tree that might or might not have fallen naturally, blocked both lanes. Beyond them in the fog, figures stood. Not infected. People. Living people. Holding weapons. Donnie stopped the bus. The engine idled. Everyone on the bus went very quiet. A man stepped forward from the roadblock. He was thick, sunburned, wearing a camouflage jacket and carrying a shotgun broken open over his forearm. Behind him, 4 others, 3 men and a woman, all armed, all watching the bus with the hard, flat expression of people who had decided something before the bus arrived. "Here we go," Donnie muttered. He opened the bus door. The man with the shotgun walked up to the door and looked inside. He looked at the seats, at the people, at the supplies. His eyes were small and blue and calculating. "Where are you headed?" he asked. "Through," Donnie said. "Asheville and beyond. Ain't nobody going through without paying the toll." The man snapped the shotgun closed. The sound was small and enormous. Fuel, food, or firearms. Pick 2. This was the moment. Wade felt it. The hinge. The pivot point. Everything that happened next would follow from what happened in the next 30 seconds. He looked at the man with the shotgun. He looked at the people behind him. He thought about the 32 essays on the Dust Bowl and the Okies who'd been stopped at the California border by men with guns who told them the same thing: pay or turn around. History doesn't repeat, his favorite professor had said. It rhymes. "Donnie," Wade said quietly, "do you know this man?" Donnie squinted through the windshield. He looked at the man for a long time. Then he laughed. A short, sharp bark. "Gate Inman," he said. "Well, I'll be damned." The man with the shotgun frowned. "Who's asking?" "Donnie Pratt, C-Shift Dispatch out of Knoxville, 2014 to 2018. You ran the I-40 resurface crew. I hauled your asphalt." Gate Inman stared at Donnie. Something moved behind his eyes. Not warmth, not trust, but recognition. In the world that had been, they'd been men who worked the same roads, part of the same invisible infrastructure that moved goods and built surfaces and kept the country's arteries flowing. That was gone now. But the memory of it was currency. "Donnie Pratt," Gates said. He didn't lower the shotgun, but he didn't raise it either. "You still driving that Kenworth?" "She's back in Knoxville, taking the bus today." "I can see that." Gate looked at the passengers again. 20 people. That's a lot of mouths. "We're not staying. We're passing through." "Everyone passes through. Nobody pays for the road anymore. That's the problem." "What do you want, Gate?" "Fuel and food. Half of what you're carrying." "We'll give you fuel," Wade said, stepping forward to stand behind Donnie. 30 gallons. And whatever canned food we can spare, 10, 15 cans. But we keep our weapons. Gate looked at Wade. "Who are you?" "Nobody. I'm a teacher." "A teacher?" Gate almost smiled. "Teaching what exactly?" "History. And history says people who take everything from travelers end up with empty roads." Gate stared at him. The shotgun hung in the crook of his arm, easy and familiar. Behind him, his people shifted. The fog curled around all of them, living and armed, the bus idling, the mountains silent. 30 gallons, Gates said, and 20 cans, and that first aid kit I can see in the aisle. 15 cans, the first aid kit stays. You're negotiating with me." Gates shook his head. "The world ended and people are still haggling." He paused. Then, 15 cans and the fuel. Keep your kit. "But I'll give you something for free." He pointed south into the fog. "Don't go to Asheville. Not through downtown. The city's packed. I mean packed, wall to wall. You go in, you don't come out." "We need to cross the French Broad River," Donnie said. "Then find another bridge. The downtown ones are death traps. There's a smaller crossing at Woodfin, north of the city. Last I heard, it was clear." They paid the toll. Donnie siphoned fuel from the bus's tank into Gates' containers. Wade counted out canned goods. The exchange was quick and wordless, and when it was done, Gates' people dragged the tree aside and the bus passed through. As they pulled away, Gate called after them, "The mountains are better than the roads, Pratt. Remember that. Donnie raised a hand, not a wave, more of an acknowledgement, and drove into the fog. They descended out of the Smokies as the light failed. The fog thinned at lower elevations, and the landscape opened up. Rolling hills, farmland, the outskirts of small towns with names like Maggie Valley and Canton. Some of them were dark. Some had lights, generators, candles, the glow of survival. None of them invited approach. Donnie found a church parking lot off a rural road outside of Canton and pulled the bus in. The church was small, white-clapboard, a steeple with a cross that caught the last light. The parking lot was empty. The church door was locked. "We sleep here," Donnie said. "Doors shut, windows up, no light, no noise. We move at first light." The bus was not comfortable. 20 people in a vehicle, designed for transporting students on 30-minute routes. The seats were hard, the legroom was a joke, and the temperature inside dropped steadily as the engine cooled. By midnight, their breath was visible. Bree curled into a ball in her seat, hoodie over her head, and trembled. Wade took off his jacket and draped it over her. She didn't thank him. She pulled it tight and stopped trembling. Wade sat in the driver's seat. Donnie had moved to the back to sleep and watched the dark. The church parking lot was lit only by starlight, and the stars in the mountains were thick and bright, unpolluted by the city glow that no longer existed. He could see the Milky Way. He hadn't seen the Milky Way since he was a kid, camping with his father in the Cherokee National Forest. His father had pointed up and said, "All those stars are already dead, Wade. We're just seeing the light they left behind." He thought about that now. Light left behind. Evidence of something that no longer existed, arriving too late to matter. He thought about Lily, about the text he hadn't answered at 4:17 p.m., about the phone that no longer worked, the roads that no longer functioned, the 200 miles between here and there. He thought about his mother in her wheelchair, the bite on her arm, the way her eyes had changed. He thought about the sound the fire extinguisher had made. He didn't cry. He'd never been a crier. Danielle had hated that about him, had screamed at him once during the worst fight of their marriage, that he was a man made of walls, and none of them had doors. She'd been right. But walls were useful now. Walls were the only thing between you and the dark. He sat in the driver's seat and watched the stars, and somewhere in the mountains behind him, a howler screamed, that piercing, sustained shriek he hadn't heard before but would learn to dread, and the sound carried through the cold air and echoed off the ridgelines and faded into nothing, and the night went on. Morning came gray and cold, 31 degrees on the bus's exterior thermometer, frost on the windows, frost on the parking lot, frost on the grass around the church, turning it white and brittle. They ate cold canned goods for breakfast, Vienna sausages, fruit cocktail, a can of SpaghettiOs that Donnie heated on the bus's engine block for 20 minutes. It was not warm, it was less cold. They passed a water bottle around and drank sparingly. "Woodfin Bridge," Donnie said, studying the atlas on his knee. 8 miles from here. We take 1923 north, hit the bridge, cross the river, then loop back south and west on rural roads. "And if the bridge isn't there?" Miguel asked. He was stretching beside the bus, working his bad knee, grimacing with each bend. "Then we find another way across. Rivers are rivers. They've got bridges. Unless someone blew them." Donnie looked up from the atlas. "Why would someone blow a bridge?" "To keep people out. Or to keep things out." Miguel straightened up. "You build a wall, you break a bridge. Basic defensive thinking. Since when are you a tactical genius? Football is tactics, old man. Football is..." Donnie stopped. He was looking past Miguel, past the bus, past the church. He was looking at the road. 2 figures stood at the edge of the parking lot. Living figures. A tall woman in a dark jacket, carrying a duffel bag, and behind her, a thin man in wire-rimmed glasses, a collar visible above his jacket. They were standing very still, watching the bus. Miguel reached for the bat propped against the bus's tire. Wade stepped forward, hands open, showing empty palms. "We're not a threat," he said. The woman walked closer. She was tall, almost 6 feet, with dark skin and braided hair pulled back tight. Athletic build, a port wine birthmark on the left side of her neck, the color of old wine spreading from her jaw to her collar. She moved with the contained precision of someone who was not afraid, but was ready to be. "I'm Kim," she said. "Kim Okafor. I'm a veterinarian. I was trapped in my clinic in Sevierville for 6 days. I drove here 2 days ago, and my car ran out of gas." She looked at the bus. "Is there room?" "Room for what?" Miguel asked. "For me. For us." She gestured behind her. The thin man stepped forward. He was older, late 50s, dark-skinned with a close-cropped gray beard and wire-rimmed glasses. He wore a clerical collar under his jacket, and he held a leather Bible in one hand. The Bible was worn, the edges soft, the spine cracked. He held it the way you'd hold something you weren't sure you wanted anymore but couldn't put down. "Reverend Amos Tuttle," he said. His voice was low, measured, the cadence of a man used to speaking to crowds. But underneath the cadence was something hollow, like an instrument with a cracked resonance chamber. "I was ministering in Canton. My church is—" He stopped, swallowed. There was no congregation left to minister to. Wade looked at them, Kim with her direct gaze and her medical bag, Amos with his Bible and his hollow voice. 2 more people, 2 more mouths, 2 more variables in an equation that was already unsolvable. "There's room," he said. Donnie groaned from the bus. "Of course there's room. There's always room. By the time we get where we're going, we'll have the whole damn state on this bus." Kim climbed aboard without ceremony. She found a seat, stowed her bag under it, and immediately began examining the first aid kit with professional curiosity. Amos sat in the seat behind Wade and placed the Bible on his knee. He didn't open it. "Where are you headed?" Amos asked. "Nashville," Wade said, "eventually." "That's a hard road." "Every road's a hard road." Amos nodded slowly. He looked out the window at the mountains, at the fog, at the frost. "I used to think roads led somewhere," he said. "I'm not sure they do anymore." It wasn't a statement that invited response. Wade didn't offer one. He took the driver's seat. Donnie had moved to the back to spread the atlas on a wider seat and turned the key, and the engine coughed and caught, and the bus rolled out of the church parking lot and onto the road. 8 miles to the Woodfin Bridge. 8 miles through the outskirts of a dead city. They could see Asheville before they reached it. Or rather, they could see what Asheville had become. A column of smoke, black and thick, rising from the city center and leaning east in the wind. The smell reached them before the sight. Burning buildings, burning fuel, and underneath it, the sweetish, dense smell of burning flesh. Kim identified it immediately. "Mass cremation," she said without inflection. Someone tried to burn the bodies, or the bodies were in buildings that caught fire. The bus took 1923 north, skirting the city's edge. To their left, the suburban sprawl of Asheville. Strip malls, apartment complexes, fast food restaurants, scrolled past in various states of destruction. Some buildings were intact. Some had burned. Some had been broken open from the inside, doors and windows shattered outward, as if the occupants had exploded from within. And everywhere, the dead. Not dozens, not hundreds. Thousands. They filled the streets and parking lots and sidewalks, a population that had merely changed its operating parameters. They stood, they shuffled, they walked into walls and cars and each other. From the elevated highway looking down into the city streets, Wade could see them packed so densely that individual bodies were hard to distinguish. A carpet of gray and brown and red, moving in slow, random currents like the surface of a polluted river. "Jesus Christ," Miguel said softly. Amos said nothing. He was looking at the Bible on his knee, and his hand was on its cover, and his fingers were pressing into the leather, turning white at the knuckles. Donnie called from the back, "Woodfin Bridge in 2 miles. Look alive." The bridge was there, a 2-lane span over the French Broad River, unremarkable, the kind of bridge you'd drive over 1,000 times without noticing. It was also not empty. A cluster of vehicles was parked at the near end, 3 pickups and a van, and people were visible moving between the vehicles. Living people. "Another toll?" Tess asked. "Maybe," Wade said. "Or maybe just people." He slowed the bus. As they approached, one of the figures by the trucks turned and saw them and raised a hand, not in greeting, but in warning. Stop. The figure walked toward the bus. It was a woman, mid-30s, wiry, sun-damaged skin, auburn hair in a ponytail. She had a rifle slung over her shoulder and a chipped front tooth that was visible because she was grimacing. "Don't take the bridge," she said, before the bus door was fully open. "There's a horde on the other side. 1,000 at least. They're backed up against the south end, pushing. The bridge is gonna give." "Where are you going?" Wade asked. "Anywhere else?" She looked at the bus. "You got room?" "We've got room," Donnie said from the back, with the tone of a man resigned to his fate. The woman's name was Jolene Whitaker. Jo. She'd been the manager of an auto parts store in Weaverville, north of Asheville. She'd survived the first week by locking herself in the store's stockroom and eating energy bars. When she emerged, the world was different, and she'd been moving ever since. "I've got supplies," she said, gesturing to one of the pickups. "Canned food, water, ammunition, and a toolbox. I'll share." "Ammunition for what?" Miguel asked. Jo unslung the rifle. A Remington 700 bolt-action, scoped. She handled it with the casual competence of someone who'd grown up with it. "This, 22 rounds. Hunting rifle," Miguel said. "Kills deer at 300 yards. Works on other things, too." She loaded her supplies onto the bus. Wade noticed she kept a small pack close to her body, separate from the supplies she shared, tucked under her seat, zippered tight. He noticed, and he said nothing. The bridge at Woodfin was unusable. They could see the horde on the far side, a mass of bodies pressing against the bridge's south railing, some tumbling over the edge into the river, where they were carried downstream in the brown water. The bridge itself was groaning, the asphalt cracking under the weight. It would not last the day. "Next bridge south is Brevard Road," Jo said. 4 miles. "But that takes us closer to downtown." "What about north?" Donnie asked. "North is Marshall, 15 miles. And the road goes through a valley that might be full of them." "South," Wade decided. "Close to downtown is better than Valley Ambush." Nobody argued. Nobody had a better idea. The bus turned south, following the river road, and Asheville burned on their left, and the deadline the riverbank on their right, some of them standing in the shallows, water up to their knees going nowhere. The Brevard Road bridge was clear. They crossed the French Broad River at noon, the bus rumbling over the span, while Wade held his breath and 22 people sat in silence. The river was brown and fast below them, swollen with autumn rain, and in the water, dark shapes tumbled and turned, bodies, carried from upstream, bobbing like logs. On the far side, they were in West Asheville, and the road south opened up. Less density, fewer dead. The suburban sprawl thinned into rural highway, and within 20 minutes, the smoke of Asheville was behind them, and the mountains were ahead, and the bus was climbing again, heading south on Route 280 toward Brevard and beyond. Wade's hands were shaking on the wheel. He gripped harder to stop them. His jaw ached from clenching. He had been awake for, he counted, 34 hours, minus the fitful doze in the church parking lot. His glasses were smudged. His eyes burned. The world beyond the windshield was slightly blurred, edges soft, and he didn't know if it was the glasses or the exhaustion or the last 3 days catching up with him. "Let me drive," Donnie said, appearing at his shoulder. "You're going to put us off a cliff. I'm fine. You're shaking like a wet dog." "Move." Wade moved. He sat in the first seat behind the driver's position and let his head fall back against the headrest. The vinyl was cool against his neck. He closed his eyes. The bus swayed and rumbled. Around him, the sounds of 22 people breathing, shifting, living. A hand touched his arm. Small. Light. He opened his eyes. Bree was standing in the aisle holding a water bottle. "Drink," she said. He drank. The water was cold and tasted like plastic, and it was the best thing he'd ever tasted. "Thank you," he said. Bree nodded and went back to her seat, 3 rows back, knees up. Hoodie pulled tight, but she'd come forward. She'd brought water. She'd said one word, and it had been the right word. Wade closed his eyes again and slept for the first time in 2 days, and the bus carried him south through the mountains, away from Asheville, away from Knoxville, away from the nursing home where his mother's body sat in a wheelchair in room 214 with the lights still on, and toward Nashville, toward Lily, toward whatever was left. He dreamed about penguins. He dreamed about Lily at the zoo, pointing at the penguin that stood in the same spot, saying, "He's like you, Dad." In the dream, the penguin turned and looked at Wade, and its eyes were wrong, empty and fixed, the same emptiness he'd seen in room 214. And Lily laughed, and the laugh echoed through the zoo like a howler's scream. And Wade woke up with his heart slamming against his ribs, and his mouth so dry his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. The bus was stopped. It was dark outside. He'd slept for hours. Donnie was standing outside the bus door, smoking a cigarette he'd found somewhere, looking at the sky. The stars were out again, thick and cold. The air smelled like pine and wood smoke, and the faintest trace of decay, distant enough to be almost ignorable. "Where are we?" Wade asked, stepping off the bus. "Middle of nowhere, somewhere south of Brevard, heading west." I pulled off when the fuel light came on. Donnie took a drag. "We've got maybe 20 miles left in the tank. Need to find a station tomorrow." "How far to Nashville?" "As the crow flies, 200 miles. By these roads?" He shrugged. 250, maybe more. 250 miles. In a bus with 20 miles of fuel on mountain roads in late October with the dead walking the earth. Wade did the math, and the math told him it was impossible, and he said, "Okay." "Okay," Donnie repeated. He looked at Wade. "You always this calm?" "I'm not calm." "Could have fooled me, Professor." "Don't call me Professor." "I'll call you whatever I want. I'm the one driving." Donnie dropped the cigarette and ground it out. "Get some sleep. We move at dawn." Wade didn't sleep. He sat on the bus steps and stared at the dark, and somewhere in the mountains, a long way off, a howler screamed again, that thin, high sound cutting through the night like a wire, and nearer, much nearer. Something shuffled through the underbrush beside the road. A single set of footsteps, a rhythmic and heavy, passing within 50 feet of the bus and continuing into the dark. He held his breath until the footsteps faded. Then he breathed again, and the air was cold and sharp and tasted like being alive. And he sat in the dark and waited for dawn, because that was what you did now. You waited. You endured. You put one foot in front of the other and you moved toward the thing you loved, even when the distance was impossible and the road was full of the dead and the math said you'd never get there. He thought about what Donnie had said. "You always this calm, not brave, not anything with a name, just moving, just still here." His mother was dead, and his city was dead, and his phone was dead, and his daughter was 250 miles away, and he was sitting on the steps of a school bus in the dark, and he was moving. That would have to be enough. The dawn came reluctantly, as if the sun itself was unsure about what it would illuminate. Gray lights seeped through the bus windows, turning everything the color of old newspaper. Frost had formed on the inside of the glass. 22 people breathing all night, moisture condensing and freezing. And Wade scraped a porthole with his thumbnail and looked out at a world made of fog and bare trees and silence. They were parked on a gravel pull-off beside a 2-lane road that wound through a valley somewhere in the mountains south of Brevard. The terrain was steep on both sides, hardwood forest going skeletal as October stripped the last leaves, understory thick with rhododendron and mountain laurel. A creek ran alongside the road, and he could hear it through the bus's thin walls, a constant murmur that was almost comforting, until he remembered that running water masked other sounds. Donnie was already awake, sitting in the driver's seat with the atlas spread across the wheel, tracing lines with the stub of a pencil he'd found in the bus's glove compartment. His left hand, the one missing the ring finger, held a cold can of Vienna sausages, and he ate them one at a time, chewing slowly, staring at the map. "Morning, Professor," he said without looking up. "Morning. Where are we?" "Best guess, somewhere on 281, heading toward Tuckasegee. If we can find fuel in the next 10 miles, we cut west on 74 and start making real progress toward Nashville. And if we can't find fuel in 10 miles? Donnie ate another sausage. Then we walk. The bus woke in stages. Miguel first, doing push-ups in the aisle with quiet intensity, his knee brace creaking with each repetition. Then Tess, who checked the first aid kit and counted supplies with the focused efficiency of someone who needed tasks to keep the darkness at bay. Then the others, the families, the loners, Terry and his daughter, the people whose names Wade was still learning. Bree was already awake. She might not have slept. She was sitting in her seat with the hunting knife she'd taken from the pilot station, turning it over in her hands, testing the edge against her thumbnail. Her hoodie was pulled back for once, and in the gray light, Wade could see how young she looked. 16, with dark circles under her eyes and cheekbones too sharp for her age. She'd lost weight in 3 days. They all had. Kim was the last to stir. She'd slept sitting upright, her braids pressed flat against the seatback, and she woke with a grimace and a series of cracks from her neck and spine that sounded like someone stepping on bubble wrap. Spinal alignment is a luxury now, she muttered to no one. She dug into her duffel and produced a protein bar she'd been hoarding. She ate half, rewrapped the other half, and tucked it away. Then she looked at Wade. How far? 250 to Nashville. In a bus with no gas. We'll find gas. And if we don't, then we find something else. Kim studied him with the appraising look she probably gave animals before surgery, measuring, calculating, deciding whether the patient was worth the effort. You're not a planner, are you, Wade? I teach history. History is what happens when plans fail. The corner of her mouth twitched. Not a smile. An acknowledgement. Fair enough. They found fuel 7 miles down the road, at a place that barely qualified as a town, a crossroads with a gas station, a dollar store, and a Baptist church, all arranged around an intersection with a flashing yellow light that was still flashing, powered by some unseen source. The gas station was a 2-pump operation with a hand-painted sign that read, "Last gas for 30 miles," which had probably been true before the world ended, and was certainly true now. The pumps were dead, no power to the electronic systems. But Donnie knew the trick. He pried open the access panel on the underground tank, dropped in a hand pump he'd assembled from parts in Joe's toolbox, and began cranking. Fuel rose through the hose in dark, sluggish pulses. It smelled like salvation. While Donnie pumped, Wade and Miguel cleared the dollar store. The front door was unlocked, the interior dim and ransacked but not empty. Shelves had been swept clean of anything obviously useful. Canned food, batteries, water, but plenty remained. Dog food, cat litter, decorative candles. A rack of reading glasses that Wade stood in front of for 30 seconds, trying different pairs, until he found one close enough to his prescription to sharpen the world's edges. His own glasses were scratched, and the left earpiece was bent. He put the new pair in his jacket pocket. Backup. Insurance against a world that would only get blurrier. Miguel found a display of cheap flashlights near the register and swept all 12 into a plastic bag. He found duct tape, zip ties, a box of contractor trash bags. He moved through the store with the systematic efficiency of a man used to organizing equipment rooms. "You're good at this," Wade said. "Inventory management. I do it every season. Helmets, pads, cleats. This is just different inventory." Miguel paused by a shelf of off-brand painkillers. He grabbed 4 bottles of ibuprofen and 2 bottles of acetaminophen. "My knee's been screaming since yesterday. The cold makes it worse." "How bad?" "Bad enough that I won't be running any sprints, but I can move." He looked at Wade. "I'm not going to be the one who slows us down. If it comes to that, tell me." "It won't come to that." "You don't know that." Miguel's voice was even, factual. "We're going to lose people, Ellison. That's not pessimism. That's math. 22 people, 250 miles, limited supplies, unlimited threats. Not everyone makes it." Wade didn't answer. He knew Miguel was right. He also knew that acknowledging it out loud would make it real, and he wasn't ready for real. Not yet. They loaded the supplies onto the bus. Donnie had pumped 40 gallons, enough for another 150 miles, give or take. Not enough to reach Nashville, enough to keep moving. "We'll find more," Donnie said, reading Wade's expression. "There's fuel everywhere, in cars and stations and people's garages. The trick is finding it before someone else does, or before the things that used to be someone else find you." The road west was a revelation. Route 74 cut through the mountains in long, sweeping curves, following river valleys and skirting small towns. And Donnie had been right. Almost no one had come this way. The eastbound lanes were empty. The westbound lanes had scattered vehicles. A car here, a truck there, most of them pulled to the shoulder as if the drivers had simply given up and walked away, but nothing like the gridlock on I-40. The bus moved at 40 miles an hour for the first time since Knoxville, and the sense of forward motion, of actually covering ground, eating miles, getting closer, was intoxicating. They passed through towns, Silva, Dillsboro, Cherokee. Each one told a different story. Silva had been burned, not by accident, but by intention. A firebreak carved through the downtown by someone who decided that destroying buildings was preferable to defending them. The ashes were cold, the streets empty, the dead wandering through the ruins like tourists in a bombed city. Dillsboro was untouched and silent. Every door closed, every window intact, no signs of violence or struggle. Just empty. As if the population had been raptured, lifted out of their homes and businesses and deposited elsewhere, leaving behind a town that was perfect and dead. Cherokee was the worst. The reservation town, built around tourism and casinos, had been caught mid-season. The Harrah's Casino parking lot was full. Hundreds of cars, the weekend crowd frozen in place, and the dead wandered between the vehicles in an endless, purposeless loop. Inside the casino, visible through the plate glass windows, the slot machines still flickered and chimed, their lights pulsing in the dimness, beckoning no one. "Don't slow down," Kim said from her seat. She was looking at the casino with professional detachment, but her voice was tight. "Don't even look." They didn't slow down. They drove through Cherokee at 45 miles an hour, and the dead turned toward the bus and reached for it, and their hands scraped along the yellow paint as it passed, leaving marks that looked like claw tracks. And then they were through, and the road climbed into the mountains again, and the casino lights faded in the mirrors. At midday, the bus's engine began making a sound it hadn't made before. A rhythmic knocking from somewhere deep in the block, audible over the diesel rumble. Donnie's face changed when he heard it. Not alarm. Something worse. Resignation. "What is that?" Wade asked. "Rod knock. Connecting rod bearings going." Donnie listened for another few seconds, his head tilted, the way a doctor listens to a chest. "She'll run. For a while, but she's dying." "How long?" "Could be 50 miles, could be 500. Could seize up in the next 10 minutes. Engines are like people, Professor. They don't tell you when they're going to quit." The knocking continued, a steady percussion beneath the engine's hum. Everyone on the bus could hear it. Nobody mentioned it. It became the soundtrack of their afternoon. Knock, knock, knock. A mechanical heartbeat, counting down to failure. They needed another vehicle, or vehicles. The bus had been useful. It held everyone. It was tall enough to see over obstacles. Its mass could push through minor blockages. But it was also slow, loud, thirsty, and now dying. What they needed was what everyone needed. Reliable transportation that didn't announce itself to every dead thing in a half-mile radius. Joe was the one who spotted it. They were passing through a stretch of mountain highway near the Tennessee border, winding through a gap between two ridges, when she stood up in her seat and pointed. "There, pull over." A car dealership. Small, rural. The kind of place that sold used trucks and SUVs to people who needed four-wheel drive for mountain living. The lot held maybe 30 vehicles. The showroom windows were intact. The gate was closed. Donnie pulled the bus into the lot. The engine knocked louder as it idled, protesting the stop. Wade, Miguel, Joe, and Ellis went in. Joe took the lead, moving through the lot, with the practiced eye of someone who'd spent her career around vehicles. She checked tires, peered through windows, tried door handles. "Keys will be inside," she said. "Dealership office. They keep them in a lockbox or on a pegboard." The showroom door was locked. Ellis produced a screwdriver from somewhere and had the lock defeated in 30 seconds. The ease with which he did it was unsettling. Inside, the showroom smelled like new carpet and coffee. The coffee maker in the sales office still had a pot in it, full, cold, growing a skin of mold. The key pegboard was behind the sales manager's desk. 40 sets of keys, each tagged with a make, model, and lot number. Four-wheel drive, Joe said, scanning the tags. Good fuel economy, nothing flashy. She pulled 2 sets. Subaru Outback 2022 and a Ford F-150 extended cab. I'll take the truck, Miguel said. Of course you will. They found the vehicles on the lot. The Outback started on the first try. Half tank of gas. The F-150 needed a jump, which Donnie provided from the bus's battery. It roared to life with 3/4 of a tank. We transfer everyone off the bus, Wade said. Outback and the truck. It's tighter, but it's faster and quieter. What about the bus? Donnie asked. He was standing beside the driver's door, one hand on the yellow paint, and his expression was, Wade searched for the word, fond. The man had driven trucks for 30 years. Vehicles were not objects to Donnie, they were partners. We leave it. Donnie patted the bus's flank. She did good. She did good. They transferred. 22 people into 2 vehicles was impossible by any civilized standard. But civilization was not the standard anymore. The Outback took 8, Wade driving, Tess in front, Bree and Kim in the back seat, and 4 others crammed into the cargo area with the supplies. The truck took 14, Miguel driving, Donnie shotgun, Joe in the back seat with her rifle, and 11 people in the truck bed, sitting on duffel bags and coolers, wrapped in blankets scavenged from the dollar store. Amos was in the truck bed. He sat with his back against the cab, the Bible on his knee, and he looked at the sky and his lips moved, but no sound came out, praying or trying to. Wade couldn't tell the difference. Maybe there wasn't one. They left the bus in the dealership lot. Its engine was still running. Donnie hadn't turned it off, a final courtesy to a machine that had carried them this far. As they pulled away, the knocking was audible even at a distance, a steady knock, knock, knock that faded as the lot shrank in the mirrors, and then they were on the road again. 2 vehicles instead of 1, faster, quieter, and heading west. The Tennessee border was unmarked except for a faded sign that read, Welcome to Tennessee, the volunteer state. Someone had spray painted over it in red, God help us. Someone else had crossed that out and written, God left. They were back in Tennessee, the same state Wade had left 2 days ago, but approached from the wrong direction, the long way, the mountain way. The road descended from the highlands into rolling farmland, and the landscape opened up. And for the first time in days, Wade could see more than 100 yards in any direction. The effect was simultaneously liberating and terrifying. In the mountains, the close terrain had been claustrophobic, but also concealing. You couldn't see far, but neither could anything else. Here, in the open, the world was visible, and what was visible was emptiness. Fields, brown and fallow, unharvested, corn still standing in rows, dry and rattling in the wind. Soybean stubble, cattle pastures with no cattle, or with cattle lying in the grass, motionless. And Wade didn't look closely enough to determine why. Farmhouses set back from the road, some with lights, most without. Barns, silos, equipment sheds, the infrastructure of a rural economy that had been running on autopilot for decades and had simply stopped. And roads, side roads, farm roads, county roads, all of them branching off the highway like capillaries from an artery. All of them empty, all of them leading somewhere that used to matter and didn't anymore. Donnie directed from the truck via the CB radio Joe had produced from her supply stash. Wade held the handset in the Outback and listened to Donnie's voice, crackly and distorted, calling out turns and landmarks. Left on County 19, half a mile. Look for a white church on the right. That's your turn. Copy. And Professor? Yeah. When we stop tonight, remind me to tell you about the time I hit a bear on this exact road. 2006. Bear walked right out in front of me, big as a... Donnie, focus. I'm focused. I can focus and tell stories at the same time. That's the gift. Tess in the passenger seat rolled her eyes, but she was almost smiling. Almost. They drove until the light began to fail. around 5:30 p.m., early sunset in late October. Donnie found them a spot, a farm property set a quarter-mile off the main road, accessed by a gravel drive lined with bare oaks. The farmhouse was a two-story white clapboard, and it was empty. Not ransacked, not destroyed, just empty. The owners had left in an orderly fashion. Dishes washed and put away. Beds made. A note on the kitchen table in careful handwriting. Gone to Deborah's in Chattanooga. Feed the chickens. Back Sunday. They hadn't come back. The chickens were in the coop behind the house. 4 hens, alive and agitated, unfed for days. Bree went to them immediately, as if drawn by instinct. She found feed in the barn and filled their trough. And the chickens ate with frantic pecking. And Bree watched them with the closest thing to peace Wade had seen on her face. "Eggs in the morning," she said when she came back inside. 4 hens, probably 2 or 3 eggs. "You know chickens?" Joe asked. "My grandpa had them. I used to—" Bree stopped. The sentence had taken her somewhere she didn't want to go. "Yeah, I know chickens." The farmhouse had a well with a hand pump, a wood-burning stove in the kitchen, and a pantry stocked with canned goods, dried beans, rice, and a shelf of home-canned vegetables. Green beans, tomatoes, corn, pickled okra. It was a bounty. People stood in the pantry doorway and stared at the jars as if they were made of gold. "We take what we can carry and leave the rest," Wade said. "Someone else might need this place." "Or we stay," said a man named Gerald, one of the families from the school. He was 40-something, heavy-set, with a wife named Carol and 2 sons under 10. "This place has water, food, shelter. It's defensible." One wrote in, clear sightlines. "Why are we leaving?" "Because Nashville is where my daughter is." "Your daughter, not mine." Gerald's voice wasn't hostile, but it wasn't friendly. "I've been following your lead because you seem to know where you were going, but this makes sense. Fields, water, a house. We could stay the winter." The room went quiet. 22 people in a farmhouse kitchen, and the question hung in the air like smoke. Why are we following this man toward a city that's probably destroyed when we could stay here and live? Wade looked at Gerald. He looked at Carol, at the 2 boys pressing close to their mother. He looked at the others, the faces, the exhaustion, the hope that had become a kind of hunger. "Anyone who wants to stay, stays," Wade said. "I won't tell you where to go, but I'm going to Nashville. Anyone who wants to come with me can." It was the first real leadership decision he'd made. Not logistics, not routing, not negotiation, but the declaration of a direction and the willingness to go alone. He felt it in his stomach, a tightening that was half fear and half something he didn't have a name for. Purpose, maybe, or just stubbornness. Gerald stayed. Carol and the boys stayed with him. 3 other families stayed. 8 people total, including Gerald's group, choosing the farmhouse over the road. They took their share of supplies and one of the flashlights and the gratitude of people they'd known for 3 days and would never see again. The group that left in the morning was 14. Wade, Tess, Bree, Donnie, Miguel, Kim, Joe, Ellis, Amos, and 5 others. Terry and his daughter, a young couple named Marcus and Shonda, and a quiet older woman named Helen, who hadn't spoken 10 words since Knoxville, but who carried a .38 revolver in her purse and had used it once at the school with accuracy that suggested she'd been to a range more than casually. 14 people, 2 vehicles, the Outback and the truck, 180 miles to Nashville. The next 3 days were a blur of road and tension and the slow erosion of normalcy. They drove during daylight. At night they found shelter, a church, a barn, an abandoned motel where the door still locked and the bed still had sheets. They ate sparingly. They spoke less. The road was mostly clear, but mostly was relative. Every few miles they encountered obstacles. Abandoned vehicles, fallen trees, stretches of road where the asphalt had buckled from a truck fire, or where someone had dug a trench across both lanes as a crude barricade. And the dead. Always the dead. In 1s and 2s on rural stretches. in groups of 10 or 20 near towns. They learned the rhythms. The infected were less active in the morning cold, more active as afternoon warmth built. They were drawn to sound, engines, voices, the clatter of supplies being loaded. They were drawn to movement, the flash of headlights, a figure crossing open ground. They were repelled by nothing. Wade drove the Outback and watched the world through his windshield and tried to understand what he was seeing. The infection had no pattern that he could discern. Some areas were devastated, every house broken, every field full of wandering dead. Others were untouched, as if the outbreak had skipped over them like a stone over water. In one town, they found a functioning community, barricades across the main street, armed sentries on rooftops, a hand-painted sign that read "Quarantine Zone, No Entry." The sentries waved them through without stopping them. They didn't want strangers. Nobody wanted strangers. In another town, they found nothing but dead. Every building open, every street filled, and in the town square a pile of bodies that had been burned, deliberately, methodically, someone's attempt at containment that had come too late. The smell was a physical thing, a wall you drove into, and on the bus, people gagged and covered their faces, and Tess held a rag over her nose and said, "Accelerant. Gasoline, probably." Someone poured it and lit it. "Why?" Marcus asked. He was 23, thin, terrified, holding Shonda's hand like a lifeline. "Because burning is better than letting them walk," Tess said. "At least it's final." Kim was studying the pile through binoculars as they passed. "Some of those weren't reanimated," she said quietly. "The body positions. Some of them were curled up. Defensive postures. Living people assume those. The dead don't." "You're saying someone burned living people?" Miguel's voice was flat. "I'm saying some of those people were alive when the fire started. Whether they were bitten, infected, turning, or just suspected of being infected, I can't tell from here." Kim lowered the binoculars. "Panic doesn't distinguish." Amos in the truck bed had been listening through the open rear window. He didn't speak, but his hands tightened on the Bible, and Wade saw something pass across his face that was older than grief, older than horror. It was recognition. He'd seen this before, not literally, but in the texts he'd studied, the histories he'd preached, the burning of the suspected, the purging of the unclean. Humanity's oldest reflex, dressed in new clothes. "Drive," Amos said. It was the first word he'd spoken in hours. They drove. On the third day out from the farmhouse, somewhere in the hills east of Cookville, they lost the 5. It happened at a gas station. They'd stopped to try the pumps, dead as expected. And Donnie was under the truck, checking a noise in the suspension, when Terry came to Wade and said, "We're not going to Nashville." Wade looked at him. Terry was holding his baseball bat in one hand, and his daughter's hand in the other. His daughter was 11, brown-haired, silent. She hadn't spoken since Knoxville. She clutched a stuffed dog that was missing an ear. "There's a sign back there," Terry said, "at that church we passed. It said, 'Survivors Welcome, Cookville Community Center.' That's 5 miles back. It's a real place. Real walls. Real people." "It might be," Wade said. "It also might not be. It's 5 miles. Nashville is 150. My girl can't do 150. He looked down at his daughter. "I've been pretending I can keep her safe on the road. I can't. I need walls." Helen and Marcus and Shonda stood behind Terry. They'd already decided. Their bags were packed. Their faces were set. "Take food," Wade said. "Take water. Take 2 flashlights and the extra blankets." "Wade? And the .38. He looked at Helen. "You're a good shot. You might need it." Helen nodded. She opened her purse, checked the revolver's cylinder, snapped it shut. 6 rounds. She'd used one at the school. 5 left. They divided supplies. It took 10 minutes. There were no speeches, no emotional farewells. Terry shook Wade's hand. Helen nodded again. Marcus and Shonda waved from the road as they walked east. 5 figures growing smaller in the morning light, heading toward a sign on a church that might mean safety and might mean nothing. 9 people now. Wade, Tess, Bree, Donnie, Miguel, Kim, Joe, Ellis, Amos. 2 vehicles with more room and fewer mouths. The math was better. The math had always been better with fewer people, and Wade hated himself for thinking it. "Let's go," he said. That afternoon, they picked up the CB signal. Joe had been scanning channels, a habit she'd developed on the second day, running through the frequencies with the volume low, listening for anything that wasn't static. Most of it was dead air on dead channels, the electromagnetic silence of a civilization that had stopped broadcasting. Occasionally, a fragment, a voice panicked, asking if anyone was there, a repeating tone, the emergency broadcast loop, still cycling on AM, still telling people to shelter in place while there was no shelter and no place. But at 3:47 p.m. on Channel 14, Joe sat up straight and turned the volume up. Settlement on Kentucky Lake. Repeat, this is the Kentucky Lake Community broadcasting on CB Channel 14. If you can hear this, we are a survivor settlement on Leatherwood Island in Kentucky Lake, near the land between the lakes. We have food, water, shelter, and security. We welcome all survivors. Approach from the west via Highway 79. Signal with 3 horn blasts at the bridge. Repeat, the message looped. A man's voice calm, measured, reading from a script. The signal was weak but clear enough. Joe looked at Wade through the truck's rear window. "You hear that?" "I heard it. Kentucky Lake. That's, 100 miles past Nashville, northwest?" Donnie was already checking the atlas. 120 from Nashville, but it's on our way, roughly. We'd pass through the area anyway if we loop through Fort Campbell. "Fort Campbell?" Miguel glanced over from the driver's seat. "Military base, Kentucky border. If the military's anywhere, it's there." Wade thought about the message. We have food, water, shelter, and security. We welcome all survivors. The words were a lure, and he knew it. And he also knew that lures existed because the thing they promised was real somewhere. Fish are caught on hooks, but the worm is still a worm. "Nashville first," he said. "Lily first, then we figure out the rest." Nobody argued, but the signal played on, looping and looping, and the promise of an island in a lake, water on all sides, a natural moat, a place where the dead couldn't walk, settled into the bus like a seed. It would grow. On the 4th night, Amos spoke. They were camped in a barn outside of Monterey, Tennessee, a hay barn, warm from the insulation of baled hay stacked to the rafters, the smells sweet and dusty and old. The doors were chained shut from the inside. A kerosene lantern burned low on an overturned bucket, casting long shadows that danced on the barn walls. Outside, the temperature had dropped to 26 degrees, and the world was frozen and still. They'd eaten beans heated over a camp stove, another of Joe's contributions, a backpacker's butane stove that she'd produced from her personal pack. 9 people eating beans in a barn, the lantern flickering, breath visible in the cold air. Amos had been silent for most of the day. He'd ridden in the truck bed, Bible on his knee, watching the landscape scroll past with an expression that Wade couldn't read. Not vacant, not focused, something in between. The look of a man running internal calculations whose answers kept coming back wrong. After dinner, when the others were settling into sleeping bags and hay nests, Amos sat with his back against a hay bale and spoke. Not to anyone. To the barn, to the dark, to whatever he thought might be listening. "I had a church," he said. His voice was low, the preacher's cadence still present but quieter, more conversational. Mountain View Baptist, Sevier County, 112 members. I knew every one of them by name. I knew their children's names. I knew who was feuding with who, and who was sleeping with who, and who was drinking again, and who'd been saved for the 3rd time. He paused. The lantern flickered. No one spoke. Sunday morning, October 27th. I was in the sanctuary, preparing for the 11 o'clock service. The pews were full. Mrs. Henderson was playing the organ. She always played the organ, been playing it since Nixon was president. I was standing at the pulpit with my sermon notes, and the sermon was about, he laughed. A short, dry sound. The sermon was about God's plan, about trusting in divine purpose, about believing that everything happens for a reason. Another pause, longer. Tommy Weathers started seizing in the third pew. He was 64, diabetic. I thought it was blood sugar, but it wasn't. It was, you know what it was. And it was fast, faster than anything I'd heard about on the news. He seized and he stopped, and he was still for maybe 30 seconds. And then he sat up and he bit his wife on the neck. Right there. Third pew. During the sermon about God's plan. Kim shifted in her hay nest, but didn't speak. Tess watched Amos with the unblinking attention of someone used to watching patients. 3 more went down in the next 5 minutes. People who'd eaten at the church potluck the night before. We'd had a cookout, hamburgers, hot dogs, caraway beef. His mouth twisted around the brand name. By the time I got to the back door, half the congregation was turning or running. I stood at that door and I watched. He stopped. His hands were in his lap, palms up, empty. The Bible was beside him on the hay bale, closed, untouched. I watched Mrs. Henderson. She was still at the organ. She was 78 years old, and she'd been playing hymns in that church since before I was born. She was playing, I don't remember what she was playing. Something. And one of them came up behind her. And she didn't stop playing. She just... His voice broke, not dramatically. A small fracture, a hairline crack. She kept playing until she couldn't. Silence. The lantern hissed softly. Outside, wind moved through the bare trees. A skeletal whisper. I ran, Amos said. I left my congregation. I left my pulpit and my Bible. This one's from the church in Canton, not mine. And I ran out the back door and I got in my car and I drove. God's plan. He picked up the Bible, held it at arm's length, as if it were something he'd found on the ground and was trying to identify. I've been trying to read this every day since. I open it and the words are there, but they don't. They don't land anymore. They slide off, like water off a waxed car. Maybe they'll land again, Wade said. He didn't believe it, but he said it because the silence needed filling and because Amos's face was a landscape of pain that Wade recognized. Not the same pain, but the same landscape. Loss, abandonment. The realization that the person you were before was not the person you were going to be. Maybe, Amos said. He put the Bible down. Or maybe this is what faithlessness feels like. I always preached about it, warned people against it, told them it was the great danger, the enemy of the soul. I didn't know it would feel like this. I thought it would feel like rebellion, like anger. He shook his head. It feels like being tired. Bree, in her hay nest, spoke without lifting her head. Everyone's tired. Yes, Amos said, everyone's tired. He didn't say anything else. He lay back in the hay and closed his eyes, and the Bible stayed where he'd put it, on the bale. And in the morning it was in the same place. And Amos picked it up and put it on his knee and held it the way he always held it. Not like a believer, but like a man who couldn't let go of the habit of belief. Nashville announced itself 2 days before they arrived. They were on I-40 again. They'd had to risk it because the back roads had become impassable, washed out by autumn rains or blocked by fallen trees or occupied by people who fired warning shots when vehicles approached. The interstate, ironically, was now the safer option in this stretch. The initial Exodus traffic had been westbound toward Memphis, and the eastbound lanes were open enough to navigate. But as they approached Nashville from the east, the signs of what they were heading into became impossible to ignore. First, the cars. The gridlock that had been a nuisance near Knoxville was a catastrophe here. Every lane, every shoulder, every median, cars, trucks, buses, vans, all of them stopped, all of them dead, stretching in an unbroken wall that began 40 miles outside the city and never ended. Donnie weaved the truck through the eastbound lanes, while Wade followed in the outback, and the passage between abandoned vehicles was sometimes so narrow that the mirrors scraped. Second, the dead. The density increased as they approached the city, a gradient of infection that went from scattered figures on the roadside to clusters of 10 and 20 to groups of 50 and 100, all of them walking the interstate in that aimless, mechanical shuffle, all of them turning toward the sound of engines. The cold helped. It was early November now, and the overnight temperatures were in the 20s, and the infected moved slowly, stiffly, their exposed skin mottled blue-gray. But slowly was not stopped. Stiffly was not immobile. They turned and they followed, and the convoy's tail of pursuers grew with every mile. Third, the smoke. Nashville was burning. Not the whole city, but enough of it that a haze of smoke hung over the skyline, visible from 20 miles out. A brown-gray smear across the eastern horizon. The famous skyline, the AT&T building, the skyscrapers of downtown, the Bridgestone Arena, was visible as a row of dark shapes against the smoke. Monolithic and silent, a city of the dead. Wade pulled the Outback to a stop on an overpass and got out. The wind was cold and smelled like burned rubber and decay. From the overpass, he could see for miles in every direction. The interstate below was a river of metal. The city ahead was a wall of smoke. And between here and there, on every road and in every field and wandering through every parking lot, the dead moved in their slow, eternal procession. Kim stood beside him. She'd gotten out of the Outback without being asked, as if she'd known he needed someone to stand with while he looked at this. Danielle's text said Lily's School, Wade said. Laughlin Design Center, East Nashville. Where's that, relative to where we are? Other side of the river. Other side of downtown. Kim was quiet for a moment. Through that. She nodded at the city. Through that. Wade. She turned to face him. Her expression was direct, clinical, the same look she'd given him in the Outback when she'd asked if he was a planner. We can't drive through Nashville, not in vehicles. The roads will be impassable within a mile of downtown. It's going to be on foot. I know. On foot through a city of, I don't know how many. 1 million people lived in Nashville proper. Even if half of them evacuated, that's 500,000 infected. In a dense, urban environment. On foot. I know. So, what's the plan? Wade looked at the city, the smoke, the skyline, the dead. He thought about Lily's school, about the text, about the 4 months between now and then, about a 9-year-old girl who was afraid of thunderstorms and liked her hot dogs cut into circles. I don't have a plan, he said. I just have a direction. Kim looked at him for a long time. Then she nodded. Not agreement, something else. Understanding, maybe. Or the recognition that some things are done not because they're possible, but because they're necessary. Then let's go in that direction, she said. They didn't go into Nashville. Not yet. Not directly. Donnie found them a staging area, a truck stop 3 miles east of the city's outer suburbs, set back from the highway behind a Cracker Barrel that had been looted but not burned. The truck stop had a defensible perimeter, a chain-link fence around the fuel islands, a building with solid walls and few windows, and a sight line in every direction. They parked the vehicles inside the fence and set watches and took stock. Supplies, enough food for 3 days if rationed. Water for 2. Ammunition was scarce. Joe's rifle had 17 rounds left. Helen's revolver was gone with Helen, and nobody else had firearms. They had melee weapons, bats, knives, the fire axe from the school, a crowbar Miguel had picked up at the dealership. They had the first aid kit, which Tess had been guarding like a mother hawk. They had flashlights, duct tape, rope, and Ellis's mysterious bag of chemicals. We need to be smart about this, Miguel said. They were gathered in the truck stop's dining area, sitting in booths, the windows boarded from the inside. The only light was a camping lantern on the counter. We can't take 9 people through Nashville. It's too many. Too much noise, too slow, too many things to go wrong. So we split up, Wade said. We split up. A small team goes into the city. Fast, quiet, in and out. The rest stays here, holds the position, keeps the vehicles ready. Who goes in? Miguel looked around the room. You, obviously. It's your daughter. Me, because I'm the strongest, and you'll need someone who can fight. Joe, because she's got the rifle and she's a better shot than anyone here. And, he paused. And one more. Someone small, quiet, who can move through tight spaces. Bree was already looking at Wade. She'd been listening from her booth, knees drawn up, chewing her thumbnail. She didn't volunteer. She didn't need to. The look said it. "No," Wade said. "She's the best choice," Miguel said. "She's quiet, she's fast. She fits places we don't. She's 16, and I'm 41 with a bad knee. None of us are ideal candidates, Ellison. We go with what we have." Wade looked at Bree. She looked back. Her expression was the same expression she wore in his classroom, neutral, watchful, containing multitudes. "Mr. Ellison," she said, "I want to go." "Why?" She didn't answer for a moment. Then, "Because sitting here waiting is worse." He understood that. Understood it in his bones, in the marrow, in the place where the thing that drove him toward Lily lived. Sitting was worse. Waiting was worse. The road was terrifying, but at least the road was movement. "Okay," he said. Kim stood up. "I'm coming too. Kim, if we find Lily, they might need medical attention. Tess can hold down the med supplies here. I go with you." There was no argument that could counter that logic, so Wade didn't try. 5 people. Into Nashville. On foot. Through a city of the dead. "When?" he asked. "Tomorrow," Miguel said. "Before dawn. We go in dark, move through the worst of it while they're slow from the cold. Get to the school by midday, find what we find, and get out before nightfall. And if we're not back by nightfall..." Miguel looked at Donnie, who was leaning against the counter, atlas in hand, listening. "Sundown," Donnie said. "If you're not back by sundown, we give you 1 more day. After that, we leave. Head for the Kentucky Lake signal." "Donnie, don't Donnie me, Professor. I'm not going to sit here with 4 people in 2 vehicles and wait for the horde to find us. 1 day grace. That's what I can give." Wade wanted to argue. Wanted to say that if it were Donnie's child, he'd wait forever. But he looked at the old trucker's face and saw something he recognized. Not callousness, but the terrible arithmetic of survival. Wait too long, and everyone dies. Leave too soon, and the people you left might have made it. There was no right answer. There was only the answer you could live with. "Sundown plus 1 day," Wade said. "Sundown plus 1 day." That night, Wade sat alone in the truck stop's bathroom. It was the most private space available. A single-stall restroom with a lock on the door, the kind of privacy that had become a luxury. He sat on the closed toilet lid and put his face in his hands and breathed. He was going into Nashville tomorrow. He was going to walk through a dead city to find a school where his daughter might have been 4 months ago. Might have been. Danielle's text had said they were going to the school. Had they made it? Had they stayed? Had someone come for them? Had anyone come for anyone? He pulled out his phone. Dead. The battery had died on day 3, and there was nowhere to charge it. The screen was blank, a black mirror that showed him his own face. Gaunt, unshaved, eyes bruised with exhaustion. He looked at the phone and thought about the text he'd never answered, about the 26 minutes between 4:17 and 4:43, when he could have called, could have texted back, could have said, "I'm coming, hold on, I'm coming." 26 minutes, 32 essays on the Dust Bowl, a red pen that was out of ink. He set the phone on the edge of the sink and left it there. It was useless now. No signal, no charge, no purpose. But he couldn't throw it away. It held the last words Danielle had sent him. It held photos of Lily. It held the ghost of a life that had ended on a Tuesday afternoon while he was grading papers. He washed his face with cold water from the tap. The water was still running, miraculously. Gravity fed from a tank on the roof. The water was cold and tasted like rust. He looked at himself in the mirror. The spare glasses from the dollar store sat slightly crooked on his nose. His beard was patchy and uneven, the same beard that had never grown in right, that Danielle had begged him to either commit to or shave off, and he'd done neither, because committing and shaving were both decisions, and decisions were what he didn't do. "You're going to have to decide," he told his reflection. "You're going to have to decide every minute of every hour tomorrow. What to do, where to go, who to save, when to run, when to fight. No more standing there." His reflection didn't respond. It looked as unconvinced as he felt. He left the bathroom and nearly walked into Tess, who was standing in the hallway with a bottle of water and an expression that suggested she'd been about to knock. "Drink," she said. "You're dehydrated." "How do you know?" "Your lips are cracked and your eyes are sunken. I'm a CNA. I notice these things." She held out the bottle. "Drink." He drank. She watched him drink with the same professional attention she brought to everything, efficient, direct, calibrated. When he'd finished half the bottle, she took it back. "You're going in tomorrow," she said. "Yeah. Bree's too young." "I know, she wants to go." Wanting to go and being ready to go are different things. Are any of us ready? Tessa's jaw tightened. She looked at the floor, at the wall, at anything that wasn't Wade's face. "I've been thinking about your mother." Wade's chest constricted. The thing between them, the fire extinguisher, the sound, the room, surfaced like a body from deep water. "Every night," Tess said, "I lie there and I think about her. I think about how she looked at you. I think about whether she knew, whether somewhere in there, past the disease, she knew you were her son. And I think about what I did. You saved my life. Maybe. Or maybe you would have snapped out of it. Maybe you would have done it yourself. I wouldn't have." Wade said it without hesitation, without softening. "I was frozen. I would have let her bite me." Tess looked at him then. Her eyes were bright, glassy, and Wade realized she was on the verge of tears. Tess, who hadn't cried once since the nursing home, who had stitched wounds and counted pills, and eaten cold canned food with the same flat competence she brought to everything. The tears didn't fall. She blinked them back with visible effort. "I hated that job," she said. "Before. I hated the residents. I hated the smell, the monotony, the way they looked at me, or didn't look at me. I was going to quit. Did I tell you that? The week this all started, I had my resignation letter written. I was done. You didn't tell me. Because it's awful. I hated taking care of people. And then the world ended and taking care of people is the only thing I'm good at, the only thing that matters. And I can't even..." She pressed the heel of her hand against her eye. "I'm sorry. This isn't your problem." "Tess, what?" "Thank you. For what you did. In room 214. She stared at him. The tears were there again, brimming, refusing to fall. "Don't thank me for that. I'm thanking you. I hit your mother with a fire extinguisher. You stopped her from hurting me, and you stopped her from being that. Whatever that was, it wasn't her. You ended it." Tess pressed both hands over her face. She stood there for a long moment, breathing into her palms, her shoulders rigid. Then she dropped her hands and her face was dry and composed, and the wall was back up. "Drink more water," she said, "and take these." She held out 2 ibuprofen. "For tomorrow. Your back's been bothering you. I can see it in how you walk." He took the pills. She turned and walked back toward the dining area. At the doorway, she stopped. "Bring Bree back," she said. "Whatever you find in Nashville, bring her back." "I will." She nodded once and was gone. Wade stood in the hallway of the truck stop and swallowed the ibuprofen dry and felt the pills scrape down his throat and thought, "That's the second time someone has told me to bring someone back." Danielle said, "Come get Lily." Tess says, "Bring Bree back." Everyone asked me to save the people they care about, and I just stand there, like the penguin, like the man I've always been. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow he moves. They left at 4:30 a.m. The cold was vicious. 19 degrees, frost thick on every surface, the air sharp enough to burn the lungs. They wore everything they had. Layers of scavenged clothing, scarves, gloves, hats pulled low. Wade's glasses fogged every time he exhaled, and he kept wiping them on his sleeve, the smears getting worse each time. 5 of them. Wade in front, Miguel behind him, fire axe in hand, the weight of it pulling his right shoulder down. Joe third, the rifle slung across her back, a crowbar in her hands for quiet work. Kim fourth, carrying the medical bag and a hatchet she'd taken from the farmhouse. Bree at the rear, the hunting knife in her right hand, her left hand free, moving through the dark like a shadow in an oversized hoodie. They walked. The suburbs of Nashville at 4:30 a.m. in early November were a moonscape. Empty streets, dark houses. The occasional distant sound that might have been wind or might have been something else. The cold kept the infected sluggish, and the ones they saw, standing in driveways, sitting on curbs, leaning against lampposts, barely registered their passage. Eyes tracked them. Heads turned slowly. But the cold, stiffened bodies couldn't muster the coordination to pursue. They moved in silence. Footsteps on frozen asphalt. Breath in white plumes. The creak of Miguel's knee brace. No talking. No unnecessary movement. Joe had briefed them before they left. Don't touch anything you don't have to. Don't make any sound you don't have to. If you see one, go around it. If you can't go around it, I handle it. Quiet. The route took them along secondary roads. Donnie had traced it on the atlas. A path that avoided the worst of downtown, skirting south through residential neighborhoods, before crossing the Cumberland River on the Shelby Avenue Bridge and entering East Nashville. 12 miles, give or take. On clear roads, that was 4 hours of walking. On these roads, through the city in this dark, it could be 8, or 10, or never. The first mile was the easiest. Suburban streets, wide, with sightlines. The infected were sparse and slow. The biggest challenge was the footing. Ice on the pavement, black and treacherous, invisible until you were already sliding. Kim went down once, catching herself on a mailbox, and the clang of metal was enormous in the silence. They froze, listened. Nothing moved toward them. They went on. The second mile brought them into denser development. Strip malls, apartment complexes, a gas station where someone had barricaded the entrance with shopping carts, and then apparently abandoned the barricade. The infected density increased. One every block, then one every few hundred feet, then clusters of 3 and 4, standing together in parking lots, swaying in unison, like dancers hearing music no one else could hear. Miguel dispatched them when necessary. The fire axe was brutally effective. A single overhead swing to the skull, delivered with the force of a man who'd spent his life building strength. The sound was the problem. Even with the softest possible impact, the crack of bone carried in the cold air. Each kill bought them minutes of clear passage, but potentially drew attention from farther away. Only when we have to, Wade whispered. Go around when we can. They went around. Through alleys, across yards, over fences. Bree was astonishing. She moved through the terrain like water through rock, finding gaps and passages that the adults missed. She scaled a 6-foot chain-link fence without a sound, her small body rolling over the top like a gymnast, and landed on the other side in a crouch. She found a hole in a hedge that led to a shortcut through a church parking lot. She spotted a group of infected blocking their path, and wordlessly redirected the group through a basement window into an office building and out the back entrance. She never spoke. She communicated with gestures, a raised hand for stop, a pointed finger for direction, a shake of the head for danger. In the dark, in the cold, she was the most effective member of the team, and Wade watched her and thought, she's been surviving longer than any of us. Whatever happened to her family, whatever she saw on day one, she's been in survival mode since before we found her. By dawn, they'd covered 6 miles. They were in Donelson, a neighborhood of older homes and tree-lined streets, and the growing light revealed what the dark had hidden. The scope of the devastation, the sheer number of the dead. Every street was occupied. Not packed like downtown, not the wall-to-wall density Kim had described, but populated. The infected wandered through neighborhoods they'd once lived in, walking routes they might have walked in life. A woman in a bathrobe, shuffling along a sidewalk, dragging one slippered foot. A man in a business suit standing at a bus stop, waiting for a bus that would never come. A child, small, couldn't be more than 6, sitting on a swing in a yard, the swing motionless, the child's head tilted at an angle that meant its neck was broken. Wade looked at the child on the swing and his vision blurred, and he kept walking because stopping would kill him. You okay? Kim murmured close behind him. No. Good. If you were okay, I'd worry. They reached the Shelby Avenue Bridge at 9 a.m. The bridge spanned the Cumberland River, a long, arching structure that connected the south side of Nashville to East Nashville. From the bridge's approach, they could see across the river to the neighborhood they needed, the Shelby Hills area, where the streets climbed up from the riverbank toward Lockland. The bridge was not empty, but it wasn't packed either. 30, maybe 40 infected on the span, distributed unevenly. Clusters near the middle, individuals at the edges. The roadway was littered with abandoned vehicles providing cover. The wind on the bridge was brutal, straight off the river, biting through every layer they wore. Single file, Miguel said. Use the cars as cover, slow and steady. If one of them comes at us, we handle it. No running. Running attracts. They went, single file, threading between vehicles, staying low. The bridge swayed slightly in the wind, or Wade imagined it did, his exhaustion making the world unstable. The river below was gray and fast and cold, carrying debris and darker things that he didn't look at. Halfway across, they passed a school bus, yellow, stopped in the middle of the bridge, its emergency exit open. Inside, the seats were empty, but the seats were stained, dark, dried, unmistakable. And there were small backpacks scattered on the floor, and a lunchbox with a unicorn on it, and Wade's knees buckled. Kim caught his arm. Don't look. Keep moving. The school bus. I know, keep moving. He kept moving. Past the school bus, past the stains, past the backpacks and the lunchbox and the story they told. He kept moving because stopping would kill him, and because Lily was on the other side of this bridge, or had been, or might have been, and the only way to know was to keep moving. They reached the far side. East Nashville opened before them, a neighborhood of older houses, small businesses, restaurants that had been hip and thriving 2 months ago. The streets were lined with dead leaves and abandoned cars, and the inevitable shuffling figures. But the density was lower here than in Donelson. Residential neighborhoods spread out, with yards and alleys and spaces between. Lockland Design Center Elementary was 6 blocks from the bridge. 6 blocks. Wade could count them. He could see the school's roof from the bridge approach, a flat-topped building with a flagpole, the flag still up, tattered by wind. 6 blocks. Half a mile. Nothing. It took 40 minutes. The school was a single-story brick building set behind a chain-link fence, with a parking lot on one side and a playground on the other. The playground equipment, swings, a slide, monkey bars, stood empty and frosted. Playground mulch, frozen into a solid mass. The flagpole flag was indeed still flying, though reduced to ribbons by weeks of wind. The front entrance was closed but unlocked. The glass doors swung inward at Wade's push, and the smell hit him. Stale air, paper, disinfectant, and underneath all of it, the faint sweet odor of decay that had become the baseline of the world. The lobby was intact, a reception desk with a computer that was dark and dead, a bulletin board with announcements, Fall Harvest Festival, November 2nd, Picture Day, November 8th, a banner that read Lockland Leopards. We're wild about reading. Children's artwork on the walls, crayon drawings of houses and families and pets, each one a portal to a life that no longer existed. Wade stood in the lobby and said, Lily? His voice echoed down the empty hallway. Dropped tiles. Fluorescent lights, dead. Classroom doors, some open, some closed. No sound. Lily! Nothing. Kim put a hand on his arm. Wade, if she's here, she'd be hiding. She wouldn't answer a shout. She'd be afraid it wasn't you. He knew that. He knew it, and he'd shout it anyway because the alternative, silence, methodical searching, the growing certainty of absence, was worse. They searched. Room by room, door by door, the 5 of them moving through the school in a practiced sweep that had become second nature over weeks of entering buildings. Check the door, listen, open, clear, move. The classrooms were empty. Some had been occupied. Sleeping bags on the floor, bottled water, food wrappers, the signs of people sheltering. Some had dark stains on the carpet that no one mentioned. Some had been barricaded from the inside, with desks pushed against the doors. And behind those barricades, sometimes there was nothing, and sometimes there was a body, and none of the bodies were the right size to be Lily. The cafeteria showed signs of organized habitation, tables arranged in sleeping areas, a cooking station set up near the kitchen, trash bags full of empty cans. Someone had lived here, not for a day or two, but for weeks. The organization was too thorough, too systematic, for a panicked overnight stay. People had settled in, had made this place a home, and then they'd left. The cafeteria was empty now, stripped of anything useful, the sleeping areas dismantled. Whoever had been here had departed in an orderly fashion, taking their supplies. Wade found the bulletin board in the main hallway. This one had been repurposed. The school announcements had been torn down and replaced with handwritten notes, dozens of them, overlapping, pinned and taped and stuck with chewing gum. Search Party 2, East to Main. States report back by 4 p.m. Water purification station, cafeteria kitchen. Boil only all children report to Mrs. Delacroix. Room 14, bus evacuation, OCT 31, Fort Campbell. All children must be on the bus by 8 a.m. Wade's hand trembled. He read it again. Bus evacuation, OCT 31, Fort Campbell. All children must be on the bus by 8 a.m., October 31st. 4 days after the outbreak. Someone had organized a bus evacuation to Fort Campbell, the military base on the Kentucky border. He scanned the other notes, found another. Buses depart, 8 a.m. sharp. Do not be late. Children only. Parents report to staging area. Children only. Kim, he said. His voice was not steady. She came, read the notes, read them again. Looked at Wade. Fort Campbell, she said. Lily could have been on those buses. Could have been. She was here. Danielle brought her here. The text said they were going to the school, and the school evacuated children to Fort Campbell. She was on a bus. Maybe. She was on a bus, Kim. Kim didn't argue. She didn't confirm. She stood beside him and let him hold the piece of paper he'd torn from the bulletin board and believe what he needed to believe. And the truth of it, whether Lily was on the bus or wasn't, whether she'd made it or hadn't, was a question that Fort Campbell could answer. Fort Campbell, Wade said. That's where we go next. They searched the rest of the school and found one more piece of evidence. In room 14, the room the bulletin board had designated for children, they found a wall of drawings, children's drawings, made during the days the school had been a shelter. Crayon and marker on construction paper, taped to the wall in overlapping rows. Most were what you'd expect. Houses, families, sunshine and flowers, and the fierce, determined optimism of children who don't yet know that some things can't be drawn away. But some were different. Some showed what the children had seen. Dark figures with red mouths, people running, buildings on fire. One showed a school bus with figures in the windows, and outside the bus, a woman standing alone, arms at her sides. Wade looked at that drawing. The bus had a yellow body and black wheels. The figures in the windows were round heads with stick bodies. One figure had brown hair drawn in careful zigzag lines. Outside the bus, the woman was taller, with the same brown hair, and she was standing very still, and around her, dark shapes approached from both sides. There was no name on the drawing. No way to know who drew it. It could have been any child, depicting any scene, any fear. But the figure in the bus window had blue eyes, 2 careful circles of blue crayon, the only color in the window faces. And the woman outside had her arms not at her sides, but slightly raised, palms out, as if she were saying stop or goodbye. Wade took the drawing. He folded it carefully and put it in his jacket pocket next to the dead phone. And he didn't show it to anyone, and he didn't talk about it. And when they left the school 20 minutes later, he walked in silence, and the others led him. They made it back to the truck stop by 3 p.m. The return trip was faster. Daylight, familiar route. The infected more active, but also more visible. Joe used the rifle twice, dropping a howler at 200 yards before it could scream, and then taking down a fast one, freshly turned, still running, that came at them from a gas station lot with a speed that made Wade's heart stop. The shot hit it in the forehead, and it crumpled mid-stride and slid 3 feet on the frozen pavement. "Nice shot," Miguel said. "That's 13 rounds left," Joe said. "Stop complimenting and start counting." At the truck stop, Donnie had the vehicles packed and ready. He'd been monitoring the CB, and the Kentucky Lake signal was still broadcasting. He'd also picked up other traffic, scattered, fragmented, voices in the electronic dark. One of them had mentioned Fort Campbell. "Military's there," Donnie said, or was. Signal was old, a recorded loop, like the Kentucky Lake one. Fort Campbell Emergency Shelter. All military and civilian personnel report. It was on a military frequency. Joe's CB barely picked it up. "Fort Campbell," Wade said. "That's where we're going." He told them about the school, the bulletin board, the bus evacuation, the drawing. He told them about the note that said "children only," and about the wall of crayon drawings and about the figure with blue eyes in the bus window. He told them everything except the woman standing outside the bus, because that part was his, and he wasn't ready to share it. Donnie spread the atlas. Fort Campbell was northwest of Nashville, on the Kentucky border, roughly 60 miles from their current position. The route went through Clarksville, a mid-sized city that might be navigable or might be another Nashville. Alternatively, they could swing north on back roads, add 50 miles, but avoid the urban area entirely. "Back roads," Miguel said immediately. "We've had enough cities." "Agreed," Joe said. "It'll take 2 days," Donnie said, "maybe 3. We're burning daylight." "Then we leave now," Wade said. They left. 2 vehicles, 9 people, heading northwest. The Nashville skyline shrank in the mirrors, the AT&T building, the smoke, the dead city, and then it was gone, swallowed by distance and terrain, and ahead of them were back roads and farmland and 60 miles of Tennessee winter. The first night after Nashville, they camped in a farmhouse outside of Springfield. The house was occupied, not by the living or the dead, but by evidence of both. The living had been here: sleeping bags, food wrappers, a camp stove, a child's coloring book with half the pages filled in. The dead had been here too: a dark stain on the living room carpet, a trail of dried blood leading to the back door, drag marks in the yard. No bodies. Whatever had happened, the aftermath had been cleaned up or had walked away. They set up in the kitchen: camp stove for heat, canned food for dinner, watches set at the windows. The house smelled like dust and cold and the faintest trace of cinnamon from a scented candle on the mantelpiece that someone had burned during their stay. Joe sat apart from the group, as she often did. She was in the living room, by the front window, her rifle across her knees, watching the road. Her personal pack was at her feet, the one she kept close, the one with the zipper. Wade watched her check it twice during the evening, opening it just enough to see inside, then closing it quickly. He sat down across from her. Not close. Conversational distance. "What's in the bag, Joe?" Her eyes flickered, the briefest flash of, what, guilt? Defiance? Both. "Supplies. We all have supplies. Yours are in the truck with everyone else's. That bag is separate. It's personal." "What kind of personal?" Joe looked at him. Her chipped tooth caught the lantern light. "The kind that's none of your business, Wade." He should have let it go. The old Wade would have let it go, would have shrugged and walked away and avoided the confrontation. But the old Wade was somewhere on Kingston Pike, grading papers with a dead pen, and this Wade was in a farmhouse in Springfield with a woman who was keeping secrets from a group whose survival depended on trust. "We share supplies," he said. "That's the rule." "Your rule?" "The group's rule." "I didn't vote on it." Joe's jaw tightened. "Look, I've been straight with everyone. I share food, water, ammo. I've used my own rifle to protect people I've known for a week. I'm not holding back on anything that matters." "Then what's in the bag?" Silence. Joe looked at the window, at the dark, at the road where nothing moved. Then she unzipped the pack and tilted it toward him. Inside, canned goods, protein bars, water purification tablets, a fire starter, a compact first aid kit, a folding knife. Enough to keep one person alive for 2 weeks. "A go bag," Wade said. A survival bag, in case everything falls apart, in case the group falls apart, in case the vehicles break down, in case... She stopped. In case I need to be alone. You think we're going to fall apart? I think every group falls apart eventually. I've seen it. Before this, in regular life, work teams, friendships, marriages, people stay together until staying together is harder than being alone, and then they leave. I'm not going to be caught without a plan when that happens. Wade looked at the bag. He looked at Joe. Her face was hard, set. The face of a woman who had learned to prepare for abandonment because she'd experienced it enough to know it was coming. Keep the bag, he said. She blinked. What? Keep the bag. But if the group needs what's in it, if we're starving and you've got food, if someone's dying and you've got the med kit, you share. And if I don't, then you're alone, which is what you're preparing for anyway. Joe stared at him for a long time. Her hands were on the bag, fingers tight on the zipper. Something moved behind her eyes. A calculation, a weighing of options. The same inventory management she'd brought from the auto parts store. Fine, she said. She zipped the bag and set it at her feet. But I'm counting on you to not need it. That makes two of us. The next day brought them close to Fort Campbell, and it also brought the first sign of New Canaan. They were on a rural road west of Springfield, passing through farmland that was vast and empty and stunningly beautiful in the late autumn light. The kind of landscape that postcards were made from. Rolling hills and white fences and bare trees, against a sky so blue it hurt to look at. The disconnect between the beauty and the reality was a physical thing, a cognitive dissonance that made Wade's head ache. The sign was at a crossroads, handmade, professional-looking, mounted on a wooden post. New Canaan Community Safety. Food. Shelter all survivors welcome 15 miles south. Murfreesboro. What's that? Miguel asked over the CB. Recruitment poster? Joe said. Someone's organized. They passed 3 more signs over the next 10 miles. Each one was slightly different, but the message was the same. Come to New Canaan, come to Murfreesboro. Safety and food and shelter. The signs were well made, painted on plywood, the lettering clean and even. Someone had put time and resources into this. Could be legitimate, Kim said from the back seat. Could be a trap, Joe said from the truck. Could be both, Donnie added, which was the most accurate assessment, and therefore the most unsettling. They didn't go to Murfreesboro. Their route took them northwest, toward Fort Campbell, away from New Canaan's territory. But the signs stayed with them. Evidence that someone somewhere had built something larger than a farmhouse or a truck stop. Something that called itself a community and wanted people to join. Wade filed it away. The signs were information, and information was currency. And he'd learned in the past 2 weeks that the most valuable currency wasn't food or ammunition. It was knowledge of what lay ahead. Fort Campbell announced itself from a distance, not with signs or signals, but with evidence of military presence. Razor wire strung across intersections, sandbag emplacements at key positions, the rusted hulk of a Humvee at a roadblock, its turret gun silent and empty. The military had been here, had tried to hold. The approach to the base was a gauntlet. The roads leading to the main gate were lined with vehicles, military and civilian, abandoned in neat rows at first, then increasingly disordered, as if organization had collapsed and panic had taken its place. Infected wandered between the vehicles, military and civilian alike, some still wearing ACU fatigues, some in civilian clothes, all of them exhibiting the same slow, purposeless movement. Donnie stopped the truck half a mile from the gate. Wade pulled the Outback alongside. They looked at Fort Campbell through binoculars and tried to understand what they were seeing. The base was enormous, over 100,000 acres, one of the largest military installations in the country. The main gate was standing open, its barrier raised, the guard booth empty. Beyond the gate, the base's roads and buildings were visible. Barracks, administrative buildings, motor pools, the broad expanse of the airfield, and all of it was occupied, infected in military gear, wandering in formation-like clusters, infected in civilian clothes, former family members of the deployed soldiers, and, occasionally, the sound of gunfire, distant, sporadic, the sound of someone still alive and still fighting inside the perimeter. "There's people in there," Miguel said. "There's also 1,000 of those things," Joe said. "More," Kim said, adjusting the binoculars. "Many more. The main post looks overrun, but—" She pointed. "There, east side, near the motor pool. See the fence?" Wade looked. A section of the base's eastern perimeter had been reinforced. New fencing, razor wire, sandbags, and what appeared to be a manned guard tower. Lights were on inside the compound. Vehicles were parked in neat rows. It was organized. It was alive. "Someone's holding a section," Miguel said. "Military remnant," Donnie said. "Happens in every collapse. The chain of command breaks. Some units go rogue, some go home, and some dig in. That," he pointed at the fortified section, "is someone who dug in. Can we get to them?" "Not through the front gate. The main post is swarming. We'd have to go around, approach from the east, through the back roads." "We need to get in there," Wade said. "The evacuation buses went to Fort Campbell. If Lily's anywhere, she's in there." "Or she was in there and left," Joe said quietly. "Or she was in there and—" "She's in there," Wade said. His voice was flat, final, the voice of a man who would not entertain alternatives because entertaining alternatives meant accepting a reality he could not accept. Nobody pressed the point. They circled the base. It took most of the day. Fort Campbell was vast, and the surrounding roads were uneven in their passability. Some were clear, some were blocked. Some had been deliberately destroyed, cratered by explosions that might have been military demolition or might have been something else. By late afternoon, they'd reached the eastern side. The fortified section was visible through the trees, a compound within the compound, maybe a quarter-mile square, bounded by reinforced fencing topped with concertina wire. Guard towers at each corner, the sound of generators humming, the faint smell of diesel exhaust and cooking food. They parked the vehicles in a tree line 500 yards from the perimeter and watched. Through binoculars, they could see movement inside, soldiers in uniform, civilians in work clothes, children. Children playing in a fenced area near what looked like a barracks building. Wade's breath caught. Children. "I see kid," he said. "A dozen, maybe more. In a fenced area near the big building on the left." Kim took the binoculars, looked. Ages range from about 5 to 15. They're playing. Supervised. There's an adult with them. Older woman. "Can you see—" Wade couldn't finish the question. His throat had closed. Kim looked for a long time. "I can't make out individual faces at this distance. I'm sorry. We need to get closer." "We need to think first," Miguel said. He was standing with his arms crossed, his fire axe leaning against the truck. "That's a military compound. We can't walk up and knock. If they're organized enough to fortify, they're organized enough to shoot strangers on sight. So what do? We announce ourselves, CB radio, find their frequency, tell them who we are and what we want." Joe was already scanning channels. She ran through the military bands, most static, some carrying automated messages. Then, on a frequency near the top of the range, a voice. Live, human, crisp and commanding. "Unidentified vehicles east of Perimeter 7, you are observed. State your identity and purpose, or you will be engaged. You have 60 seconds. They were watching. Camera, drone, lookout. Whatever method, they'd been spotted. Wade grabbed the handset. "This is Wade Ellison, civilian. I have a group of 9 survivors. We're looking for children who were evacuated from Nashville schools on October 31st. One of them is my daughter." A pause, then, "Stand by." The 60 seconds became 5 minutes, then 10. They stood in the tree line watching the compound, and the compound watched them back. The guard towers were manned. Wade could see the silhouettes of soldiers behind the sandbag walls, and the barrels of weapons trained in their direction. At 15 minutes, the voice returned. "Ellison Group, approach on foot, weapons visible and empty. 3 personnel only. You will be met at the east gate." 3, Wade said to the group. Me, Miguel, and Kim. Not Bree? Joe asked. Not yet. Not until we know what we're walking into. They approached, 3 abreast, hands visible, weapons holstered and emptied. The east gate was a heavy steel affair, mounted in the reinforced fence, flanked by concrete barriers. As they neared it, the gate opened, and 3 soldiers emerged. Full combat gear, body armor, helmets, rifles with optics. They moved with practiced efficiency, spreading into a triangle that covered all angles. Behind them, a 4th figure, not a soldier. A woman in civilian clothes, khaki pants, a field jacket, her gray hair cut short and practical. She was thin, sharp-featured, and she looked at them with an expression that was not welcoming and was not hostile. It was assessing, the expression of someone who evaluated everything in terms of utility. I'm Colonel Vivian Gage, she said. I command this facility. You said you're looking for a child. My daughter, Lily Ellison, 9 years old. She was evacuated from Laughlin Design Center Elementary in Nashville on October 31st. Gage's expression didn't change. We received several buses from Nashville schools. Many of the children are still here. Wade's heart slammed. She's here? I said many children are here. I don't have a manifest in front of me. We'll process your arrival and check our records. She looked at the 3 of them, then past them, to the tree line where the vehicles were barely visible. How many in your group? 9. We can accommodate 9. You'll surrender your weapons at the gate. They'll be secured and returned if and when you leave. If and when, Miguel said. Gage looked at him. The world outside this fence is hostile. The world inside it is not. That's not an accident. It requires structure, rules. Everyone who enters contributes. Everyone who contributes is protected. The details can be discussed after you're inside and fed. It was reasonable. It was sensible. It was also, Wade noticed, not a request. It was a set of terms, presented with the calm authority of someone who didn't expect negotiation. We'll bring our group in, Wade said. But I want to see the children first. After processing. Before. Gage's eyes narrowed. The assessment deepened. She was measuring him. Not physically, but something else. His will, his breaking point. How much he would give up for what he wanted. After your group is inside and accounted for, she said. That's the protocol. If you don't like the protocol, you're free to leave. Wade looked at the compound. At the walls, the guards. The sound of children playing somewhere inside. At the distance between where he stood and where Lily might be. Okay, he said, we'll come in. The processing was efficient and thorough and deeply unsettling. Each member of the group was examined by a medic. Stripped to underclothes, checked for bite wounds, body temperature recorded, blood pressure taken. Their possessions were cataloged. Their weapons were confiscated. They were photographed with a digital camera powered by the compound's generators. They were given bunks in a barracks building that had been converted into a civilian dormitory. The bunks were military issue. Metal frames, thin mattresses, wool blankets. After weeks of sleeping in cars and barns and farmhouse floors, the beds felt luxurious. They were given a meal, MREs, military rations, the kind of food that tasted like cardboard and science but contained enough calories to make the body sing. Wade ate mechanically, barely tasting. Tess sat beside him, eating with the same absence. Bree was 3 bunks down, eating with her hood up, watching the room with her careful, cataloging eyes. The compound was organized beyond anything they'd seen since the outbreak. There were schedules posted on bulletin boards. Duty rosters, meal times, medical appointments, recreational hours. There were rules posted alongside them. Curfew at 9 p.m., no alcohol, no weapons outside the armory, all disputes to be reported to the duty officer. There were people, hundreds of them, military and civilian, moving through the compound with purpose and direction. It looked like civilization. It felt like something else. This is military, Joe muttered, lying on her bunk. Not civilian. Military. We're in a military compound under military rules. That's not necessarily bad, Donnie said. It's not necessarily good either. Notice they took our weapons, all of them. We're unarmed in a compound full of soldiers. Joe, I'm not saying anything. I'm noticing things. That's what I do. She was right to notice. Wade noticed too. The compound was orderly, but the order had a quality to it that made his skin prickle. The same quality he'd felt with Ellis, that clinical detachment, that absence of warmth. The soldiers were professional but not friendly. The civilians were compliant but not comfortable. And everywhere, the sense that this place ran on Gage's terms, by Gage's rules, for Gage's purposes. But the children were here. Somewhere behind these walls, in a fenced area, near a barracks building, children played. And one of them might be Lily. Gage made him wait until the next day. The protocol, she explained through a subordinate, a young lieutenant with a clipboard and the practiced blankness of a bureaucrat, required all new arrivals to complete a 24-hour observation period. Medical precaution, incubation periods, standard procedure. Standard procedure for what? Wade asked. We've been checked. We're not bitten. We're not infected. Standard procedure for the safety of the community, the lieutenant said. Colonel Gage's orders. I need to see the children. Tomorrow, after observation. Wade looked at the lieutenant. He was young, mid-20s, clean-shaven, uniform pressed despite the circumstances. He held the clipboard like a shield. What's your names? Wade asked. Lieutenant Driscoll. Lieutenant Driscoll. I've walked 250 miles through a dead country to find my daughter. I've crossed mountains and rivers and cities full of the dead. I've eaten cold canned food and slept on concrete and lost people. I'm not waiting 24 hours. I'm going to see the children now. Driscoll's expression didn't change. Tomorrow, after observation. Colonel Gage's orders. He paused. Sir, I understand your urgency, but the protocol exists for a reason. The children are safe. They've been safe since they arrived. One more day won't change that. Wade's hands were fists at his sides. He could feel his jaw clenching, the tendons in his neck pulling tight. The old Wade would have backed down, would have said okay and waited and hated himself for waiting. Miguel appeared at his shoulder. Easy, Ellison. One more day. His voice was low, for Wade only. We're inside. We're unarmed. We don't make enemies yet. Wade unclenched his hands. He looked at Driscoll. He looked at the compound, at the walls, at the guard towers with their watchful soldiers. He was inside a fortress that might be a prison, and his daughter was somewhere behind these walls, and he was being told to wait. Tomorrow, he said. Tomorrow, Driscoll confirmed, and walked away with his clipboard. That night, Wade couldn't sleep. Again. The bunk was the most comfortable surface he'd slept on in weeks, and he lay on it rigid, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the compound. Boots on pavement, generators humming, distant radio chatter, the measured rhythm of a military operation that ran 24 hours a day. He got up. The dormitory was dark, the other bunks occupied by sleeping forms. He walked to the window, barred, he noticed, though the bars might have been pre-existing, standard military construction, and looked out at the compound. Floodlights illuminated the perimeter. The guard towers were lit and manned. Inside the compound, most buildings were dark, but a few had lights. The command building, the medical wing, and one other, farther away, near the east side, the children's barracks. He could see it from here. A low building, single story, with a fenced yard. A light burned in one window. Someone was awake in there. A child who couldn't sleep, or an adult keeping watch, or just a light left on because darkness was something to be afraid of now. He pressed his hand against the window glass. Cold. The glass was cold, and his hand was warm, and the condensation formed a halo around his fingers. Lily, he whispered. I'm here. I'm right here. The light in the distant window didn't flicker. The compound hummed. The night went on. Tomorrow came. Driscoll appeared at 8 a.m. with his clipboard, and led Wade, only Wade, no one else, across the compound to the children's barracks. The walk was 200 yards, past the motor pool and the medical wing, and a building that might have been an armory, its doors guarded by 2 soldiers with holstered sidearms. The children's barracks was surrounded by a chain-link fence, 6 feet high, topped with a single strand of razor wire. Inside the fence, a yard of packed dirt and patchy grass. Playground equipment, not installed, just placed there. A set of swings and a slide that looked like they'd been salvaged from somewhere and deposited as an afterthought. Driscoll stopped at the gate. You can observe from here. The children have outdoor time at 08:30. Observe? Observe. The protocol, the protocol says I can't go in. The protocol says new arrivals don't interact with minors until background verification is complete. Colonel Gage's orders. Background verification. You're doing background checks in the apocalypse? Driscoll's expression was, for the first time, uncomfortable. I don't make the rules, sir. I enforce them. Wade looked at the fence, at the razor wire, at the locked gate. He was being kept from his daughter by a chain-link fence, and a lieutenant with a clipboard, and the orders of a woman who had turned Fort Campbell into her private kingdom. The door of the barracks opened. Children emerged, one by one, two by two, filing out in a loose line supervised by an older woman, with white hair and a kind face that didn't match the circumstances. The children ranged from about 5 to 15. They moved into the yard and dispersed, some to the swings, some to a patch of dirt where someone had drawn a hopscotch grid, some to the fence where they stood and looked out at the compound with eyes that were too old for their faces. Wade gripped the fence. His fingers curled through the chain link. He scanned the children, face by face, a process that took seconds and felt like years. There, third from the left. Sitting on the bottom step of the slide, knees drawn up, arms wrapped around them. Small for her age. She'd always been small. Dark brown hair, tangled and longer than he'd seen it, hanging past her shoulders. She was wearing clothes that weren't hers. A gray sweatshirt too big, military issue, and pants rolled at the cuffs. On her back, a teal backpack with an iron-on patch that was half peeled but still identifiable. A cat astronaut. Wade's vision blurred. The fence, the compound, the sky, all of it dissolved into water. His hands on the chain link were the only solid things in the world, and he gripped them so hard the metal cut into his palms. "Lily," he said. She didn't hear him. She was 30 feet away, sitting on the slide, staring at the ground. She didn't look up. She didn't look around. She sat with the perfect stillness of a child who had learned that stillness was safety. "Lily!" Louder. She looked up. Her face, the face he'd memorized, the face that had been his phone wallpaper, the face that had smiled at him across a zoo railing while pointing at penguins. Her face turned toward him, and he saw her eyes, blue, his eyes. And he saw recognition, and then something else. Something that wasn't joy or relief or love, but was more complicated, more frightening. And she didn't move. She sat on the slide and looked at him through the fence, and she didn't move. "Lily, it's Dad. I'm here. I came to find you." She stood up, slowly. She took a step toward the fence, then stopped. Her arms hung at her sides. Her face was... Wade searched for the word and couldn't find it. Guarded. That was close. Her face was guarded the way an animal's face is guarded when it's been hurt by humans and doesn't know yet if this particular human is different. "Dad?" she said. Her voice was small and hoarse, as if it hadn't been used in a long time. "I'm here. I'm right here." She took another step. 2 more. She was at the fence now on her side, and he was on his side, and the chain link was between them, and he reached through and she reached through, and their fingers touched. Her fingers were cold and thin, and they wrapped around his fingers and held on. She didn't cry. He did. He stood at the fence and held his daughter's fingers through the chain link and cried in a way he hadn't cried since. Ever. Not at his father's funeral, not during the divorce, not at the nursing home. The tears came from somewhere below his chest, below his stomach, from a place he didn't know existed, and they burned and they wouldn't stop, and he didn't try to stop them. Lily held his fingers. She watched him cry with that guarded expression, that too old face, and she said, "You came." "Of course I came." "Mom didn't." The words hit him like a physical blow. He had to grip the fence with his free hand to stay upright. "Mom didn't come," Lily said again. Not an accusation. A statement of fact, offered with the terrible clarity of a child who has processed something that no child should have to process. "Your mom," Wade started. He didn't know how to finish. He didn't know what had happened to Danielle. He only knew the text, the school, the bulletin board, the drawing of the bus. "Your mom got you to the school. She got you on the bus. She made sure you were safe. She stayed outside. She was standing outside when the bus left. She waved." Lily's voice was flat, recounting facts. She was bleeding on her arm, bitten. Danielle was bitten. Had gotten Lily to the school, had put her on the bus, and had stayed behind because she knew what the bite meant. Had stood outside the bus and waved while the infection spread through her body. She found you a seat on that bus, Wade said. His voice was wrecked, torn apart, barely recognizable. That was her finding you. That was her making sure you'd be okay. Lily looked at him through the fence. Her blue eyes, his blue eyes, were dry and steady and infinitely old. I drew a picture, she said, of the bus. Mrs. Delacroix put it on the wall. The drawing, the bus, the figure in the window, the woman standing alone. Lily's drawing. Wade pressed his forehead against the chain link and closed his eyes and held his daughter's fingers and breathed. Gage summoned him that afternoon. The command building was the most intact structure in the compound, a brick administration building that had been the base's headquarters before the outbreak. Inside, it was Spartan but functional. Desks, computers, dead, filing cabinets, maps on the walls. Gage's office was on the second floor, behind a door guarded by a soldier who checked Wade's name on a list before admitting him. Gage sat behind a desk that was clear except for a lamp, a radio, and a legal pad covered in precise handwriting. She was reading something, a file, Wade thought, though he couldn't see the contents. She didn't look up for 30 seconds. He stood in front of the desk and waited. The old Wade might have cleared his throat, shifted his weight, done something to announce his discomfort. This Wade waited. When she looked up, her expression was the same as it had been at the gate, assessing, always assessing. Your daughter is Lily Ellison, age 9, arrived on the Nashville school evacuation bus on November 1st. She's been in our care since then. Medical reports indicate she's physically healthy, but has not spoken since approximately November 15th. She spoke to me, at the fence, the faintest crack in Gage's composure. Surprise quickly controlled. That's good. She hasn't spoken to anyone in weeks. Not to Mrs. Delacroix, not to the other children, not to our medical staff. She said you came, and she said her mother didn't. We have records of a Danielle Ellison who accompanied the child to Laughlin Design Center. Miss Ellison was bitten during the bus loading and chose to remain behind. The bus driver's report is in the file. Wade's throat tightened. He'd known. Since the drawing, since Lily's words at the fence, he'd known. But hearing it confirmed, the flat, factual language of a military report, made it real in a way that knowing hadn't. I want my daughter, he said, and you'll have her, once we've established a framework for your stay here. We're not staying. Gage set down the file. She folded her hands on the desk. Mr. Ellison, you've traveled a great distance to find your child. That's admirable. But the world you traveled through is not going to improve. It's going to get worse. Winter is coming. The infected population is growing. The supply chain is non-existent. Every day outside these walls is a day closer to dying. I have a destination. There's a settlement on Kentucky Lake. I'm aware of the Kentucky Lake broadcast. It's a group of approximately 300 civilians on an island with no military support, no medical infrastructure, and no long-term sustainability plan. They'll last a year, maybe 2. And this place? This place has soldiers, weapons, vehicles, a medical wing, supplies for 6 months at current consumption, and a radio array that's been communicating with 3 other surviving military installations. We are the best chance of organized survival in this region. Then why is my daughter behind a chain-link fence? The question landed. Gage's expression shifted. Not much. A tightening around the eyes, a slight adjustment of the hands on the desk. The children are protected. The fence is for their safety. It looks like containment. It looks like whatever you want it to look like, Mr. Ellison. The reality is that those children are alive because of the structure I've built here. They're fed, sheltered, educated. Mrs. Delacroix teaches them daily. They're safer than any children outside these walls. I want to take my daughter and leave. You're free to leave, but consider what you're taking her to. Open road, limited supplies, hostile territory, no guarantee of reaching the lake. Is that better for a 9-year-old than what she has here? The question was a blade. and it cut precisely where Gage intended it to cut, at the junction between Wade's desire and his responsibility, between what he wanted and what was best for his child. Because she wasn't wrong. The road was death. The compound was safety. The math was clear. Here's what I'm offering, Gage continued. Stay. Your group has skills, a veterinary surgeon, an engineer, a medic. Those are high-value contributions. In return, you'll be housed, fed, and given access to your daughter during supervised hours. You can teach, Mr. Ellison. The children need a teacher. You can be useful here. Supervised hours. Until trust is established. Protocol. And if I want unsupervised access to my own daughter, that comes with full commitment to the remnant, my people, my rules, my authority. She paused. It's not slavery, Mr. Ellison. It's civilization. The only kind that works right now. Wade stood in front of Gage's desk and felt the walls closing in. Not the physical walls of the office, but the conceptual walls of the choice she was presenting. Stay and be safe but controlled. Leave and be free but endangered. It was the oldest choice in human history, and history. His subject, his supposedly useless expertise, had a clear opinion on which option people chose. I need to talk to my group, he said. Of course. Take the evening. But understand, the offer has a window. I can't house and feed 9 additional people indefinitely without commitment. I need an answer by tomorrow. He left the office. He walked down the stairs and out into the cold November air and stood in the compound and looked at the children's barracks, where a light burned in the window, where Lily was inside, where the chain-link fence gleamed in the late afternoon sun. Miguel was waiting for him outside the dormitory. He took one look at Wade's face and said, "That bad?" "Worse." Wade told him everything. The offer, the terms, the protocol, the supervised hours, the commitment, Gage's assessment of the Kentucky Lake settlement. Miguel listened without interrupting. When Wade finished, he said, "She's not wrong about the road." "I know." "And she's not wrong about the compound being safer." "I know. But this isn't safety. This is control. She's building something here, Miguel. I don't know what exactly, but it's not a community. It's a machine, a system, and my daughter's a component in it. So what do you want to do?" Wade looked at the fence, at the razor wire, at the guard tower, at the soldier with the rifle, silhouetted against the sky. "I want to leave," he said, "with Lily, with everyone. They won't let us take the children. Not just Lily, there are other kids in there. Parents who never came, kids who are alone." "I know. So we're talking about an extraction from a military compound with armed guards and no weapons of our own." "I know." Miguel was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "I was wrong about you, Ellison." "What do you mean?" "I thought you were a mediocre teacher who couldn't make a decision. Turns out, you make them just fine. You just make insane ones." Despite everything, despite the fear and the anger and the crushing weight of what lay ahead, Wade almost laughed. "Football is tactics," he said. "Football is tactics," Miguel agreed. "So, let's make a game plan." They had one night to plan and limited options. The compound had them disarmed, observed, and contained within a dormitory, whose doors were unlocked but whose approaches were watched. They were guests who were also functionally detainees. But they had Ellis, and Ellis, for all his unsettling calm, was the most dangerous person Wade had ever met. They gathered in the dormitory after lights out. 9 people in the dark, speaking in whispers, the sound of the generators masking their words. Ellis sat on his bunk and listened as Wade laid out the situation. Lily was here. The other children were here. Gage wouldn't let them leave with the kids, and the compound was a prison dressed as a sanctuary. "The chemical supplies they confiscated from me," Ellis said. "Where did they put them?" "I saw them go into the armory building," Joe said, "along with our weapons." "The armory?" Ellis's voice was thoughtful, the same clinical tone he always used. "What's the building construction? Brick? Wood? Metal?" "Brick, heavy door, 2 guards, Ventilation? Joe frowned. Window vents. Small, high up. Why? Because I can make a distraction without my supplies, but I'd rather have them. Ellis paused. The kitchen here, I noticed they have industrial cleaning supplies. Standard military janitorial stock. Bleach, ammonia, industrial-grade degreaser. That's enough. Enough for what? Kim asked. Enough to create a chemical event that will make people evacuate whatever building it's released in. Non-lethal at the concentrations I'm describing. Noxious, tear-inducing, panic-inducing. Release it in the command building at 3 a.m., and every soldier in the compound runs to respond. The armory guards included. You want to gas the command building, Miguel said. I want to create a diversion. The gas is the diversion. While they're dealing with it, we get our weapons from the armory, get the children from the barracks, and get to the motor pool. Gage has vehicles, Humvees, trucks, a few civilian cars they've confiscated. We take what we need and go. And the fence? The gate? The east gate is the weakest point. The lock is a padlock. I saw it during processing. Joe, you said you had lockpicking experience? I said I could get into an auto parts display case without a key. A military padlock is different. Not if I corrode the shackle first. Muriatic acid, toilet bowl cleaner, essentially. 20 minutes of exposure will weaken the shackle enough to cut with bolt cutters. They stared at him. Ellis sat on his bunk with his hands folded in his lap, his wire-rimmed glasses catching the faint light from the window, and he looked for all the world like a man discussing a pest control bid. You've been thinking about this since we got here, Donnie said. I've been thinking about escape routes since the school, Ellis said. It's what I do. I assess the environment and identify points of vulnerability. This compound has several. That doesn't bother you, the ease of it? Ease? Ellis tilted his head. Nothing about this is easy, Mr. Pratt. It's just straightforward, like killing termites. You identify the colony, you find the access points, you introduce the agent, and you wait. Donnie looked at Wade. His expression said, "This man is not right." Wade looked at Ellis. His expression said, "I know, but we need him." When? Wade asked. Tomorrow night. I need 24 hours to prepare the chemical agent and pre-treat the gate padlock. We tell Gage we're considering her offer. That buys us the day. And the children? The barracks has one overnight supervisor, Mrs. Delacroix. She's not military. She won't resist. She might come with us, Kim said. If we're taking the children, she'll come. Better if she does. Easier to move children who trust the adult leading them. Wade listened to Ellis's plan and felt something shift inside him. Not comfort, not confidence, but the cold, practical alignment of a man who has made a decision and is now executing it. He was going to take his daughter out of this place. He was going to take all the children. He was going to defy a military commander in her own compound. And he was going to do it with cleaning supplies and bolt cutters, and the calm expertise of a man who killed things for a living. Do it, he said. The next day was the longest of Wade's life. He played the part, told Driscoll he was considering Gage's offer, asked to see the compound's facilities, the medical wing, the kitchen, the schoolroom, where Mrs. Delacroix taught the children. Driscoll, either fooled or simply indifferent, gave him a tour. The medical wing was impressive, a fully equipped field hospital with 2 operating rooms, a pharmacy, and a lab. Kim walked through it with wide eyes, cataloging equipment, and her professional hunger was genuine, even if their reasons for being there were not. The kitchen was large, industrial, stocked with MREs and canned goods and a surprising amount of fresh food. Vegetables from a hydroponic setup Patrice immediately recognized as military grade. The cleaning supplies were in a locked closet beside the walk-in freezer. Ellis noted the lock type and said nothing. And the schoolroom. A classroom in the barracks building where Mrs. Delacroix, a retired elementary school teacher named Colette Delacroix, 67 years old, white-haired, gentle, taught 15 children reading, math, and art. The children sat at folding tables with paper and pencils, and the walls were covered with their work, and it looked like a school. It looked like where Wade had spent 6 years of his life. It looked like normalcy. Lily was in the back row. She saw Wade in the doorway, and her expression didn't change. That same guarded stillness, but her hand moved under the table, and he saw that she was gripping something. A pencil. Gripping it so hard, her knuckles were white. "Can I speak to my daughter?" Wade asked Driscoll. "Supervised. 5 minutes." 5 minutes. He knelt beside Lily's table, and she looked at him and said, "Are you staying?" "I'm going to take you somewhere," he said quietly, for her only. "Somewhere safe, with water all around it, like a castle with a moat." "When?" "Tonight." Her eyes widened. The guard came down just for a moment, and behind it was the 9-year-old she'd been. The girl who was afraid of thunderstorms and liked penguins and drew pictures of buses. Then the guard went back up, and she nodded once and returned to her schoolwork. 5 minutes. Wade stood up and thanked Driscoll and walked out of the classroom, and his hands were shaking and his vision was blurred, and he was, for the first time in his life, absolutely certain about what he was going to do. Ellis moved at 2 a.m. He'd spent the day preparing. The chemical agent was assembled from kitchen cleaning supplies, a combination that, when exposed to air, produced a dense, noxious gas that caused tearing, choking, and disorientation. Non-lethal at the concentrations he'd calculated. Extremely unpleasant. The compound he'd created fit in 2 sealed mason jars that he carried in a plastic bag. The padlock on the east gate had been treated during an afternoon walk that Driscoll hadn't bothered to supervise closely. Ellis had applied the acid-soaked rag while pretending to tie his shoe, and the acid had been eating at the metal for 12 hours. At 2 a.m., Ellis walked to the command building. The compound was not asleep. The military never sleeps, but the nighttime staff was reduced. 2 soldiers at the main gate, 1 in each guard tower, a roaming patrol that passed the command building every 15 minutes. Ellis timed the patrol, waited for it to pass, and placed the jars in the building's ventilation intake, a ground-level vent covered by a simple grate. He cracked the jars, replaced the grate, and walked away. 90 seconds later, the command building erupted, not with fire or explosion, with chaos. The gas filled the ventilation system and poured out of every vent, register, and crack. Soldiers emerged from the building coughing, retching, eyes streaming. Alarms sounded. Lights came on across the compound. The roaming patrol converged on the command building. The guard tower soldiers trained their spotlights on it. "Go," Ellis said into the walkie-talkie he'd taken from the medical wing. Wade and Miguel moved. The armory was unguarded. Both soldiers had run toward the command building. The door was locked, but Joe was there with a crowbar, and the lock was commercial, not military grade. And it took her 45 seconds to pry the hasp free. Inside, their weapons, in a cage that was padlocked but yielded to the crowbar. Joe's rifle, ammunition, the fire axe, knives, everything. They armed themselves in 30 seconds. Tess and Kim moved to the children's barracks. The door was unlocked. Inside, Mrs. Delacroix was awake. The alarms had woken her. And she looked at Tess with an expression of alarm. "We're taking the children," Tess said. "We're leaving. You can come with us." The Colonel keeps children behind chain link and razor wire. We're taking them somewhere better." Mrs. Delacroix looked at the children, who were waking, some crying, some silent. She looked at Tess. She looked at the door. "I'll need 2 minutes to pack their medications," she said. Bree was in the motor pool. She'd crossed the compound alone in the dark, a shadow in an oversized hoodie, and she'd found what they needed: a military truck, diesel, keys in the ignition. She started it and drove it to the barracks, and the sound of the engine was lost in the chaos of the gas attack. Donnie was at the east gate with bolt cutters. The acid-weakened padlock shackle snapped on the second cut. The gate swung open. Beyond it, darkness, the base's eastern perimeter, and the road. They loaded the children into the truck. 15 children, ranging from 5 to 15, some crying, some silent, all of them frightened. Mrs. Delacroix climbed in after them, her arms full of medication bottles and a canvas bag of supplies. Lily sat against the truck's wall and held her teal backpack against her chest, the cat astronaut patch facing outward. Wade looked at her. She looked at him. "Ready?" he said. She nodded. The truck rolled through the east gate. The Outback and the F-150, retrieved from the tree line by Patrice and Joe, fell in behind. 3 vehicles, 24 people, 9 from the original group plus 15 children, and Mrs. Delacroix, heading into the dark. Behind them, the compound's alarms wailed. Spotlights swept the perimeter. The gas was dissipating, and soldiers were returning to their posts, and someone would notice the open gate and the missing truck and the empty children's barracks. They had minutes, maybe less. Donnie drove the lead vehicle, the military truck. Miguel drove the F-150. Wade drove the Outback. They hit the back roads at speed, lights off, navigating by moonlight and memory, heading northwest, toward Kentucky Lake, toward the island, toward whatever came next. In the truck bed surrounded by frightened children, Amos held his Bible and closed his eyes, and his lips moved, and whether it was prayer or habit or reflex, it was the most human thing he could do, and he did it. Gage's pursuit began at dawn. They'd put 30 miles between themselves and Fort Campbell by sunrise, driving through the night on rural roads, headlights off, guided by moonlight and Donnie's atlas. The children had mostly slept, exhaustion and the warmth of bodies packed together, and Mrs. Delacroix had managed them with the quiet competence of a woman who'd spent 40 years in elementary education and had developed an almost supernatural ability to calm frightened children. But 30 miles wasn't enough. Gage had vehicles, fuel, and soldiers. She also had radio. And at 6:15 a.m., Joe's CB crackled to life. Ellison Group, this is Colonel Gage. You are in possession of stolen military property and government wards. Return to Fort Campbell immediately. This is not a request. Wade picked up the handset. He looked at it for a long time. Then he pressed the button. Colonel, these children aren't government property. They're people's children. Some of them have parents who are dead, and some have parents who never came, and some of them have parents who walked 250 miles through hell to find them. They're not yours. Everything within my perimeter is my responsibility. Those children are fed, sheltered, and educated because of the structure I built. You've taken them from safety into danger. I've taken them from a compound that uses children as leverage. That's not safety. That's hostage-taking with a schedule. Silence on the radio. Then, I have 3 vehicles with armed personnel heading your direction. You have 1 military truck and 2 civilian vehicles. You don't have to die over this, Ellison. Bring them back. Wade turned off the radio. She's coming, he said. I know, Donnie said from the truck's cab, his voice tinny through the walkie. I know because I can hear engines behind us. 3, maybe 4 vehicles. They're on the highway, and we're on back roads, which buys us time, but not much. How far to the lake? 40 miles, give or take. Can we make it? In these vehicles on these roads, with 30 miles of lead? Donnie paused. It's going to be close. It was going to be close. Wade drove, and the Outback's engine whined on the rural roads, and the landscape scrolled past. Farms, fields, bare trees, the occasional infected figure turning toward the sound of engines, and behind them, somewhere, Gage's soldiers followed. The morning was cold, 30 degrees, overcast, the kind of sky that promised snow or rain or both. The road wound through terrain that was becoming less hilly, more flat. The approach to the Tennessee River Valley, where the land opened up and the river systems converged. They were heading toward the Cumberland River, which fed into the Tennessee, which fed into Kentucky Lake. Water, the island, safety. Or what passed for safety in a world where the word had lost its meaning. They lost the pursuit in the hills south of Dover, Tennessee. Donnie took the truck off the main road and onto a logging road that wound through a state forest, and the road was unpaved and barely wide enough for the military truck, and the civilian vehicles behind them bounced and scraped through ruts and puddles that had frozen overnight. But the logging road connected to another road, which connected to a farm road, which connected to Highway 79, the road the Kentucky Lake broadcast had specified. And on Highway 79, heading northwest, they could see the lake. Kentucky Lake was vast, a reservoir created by damming the Tennessee River, stretching over 100 miles through western Kentucky and Tennessee. In the late autumn light, it was gray-blue and enormous, its surface ruffled by wind, its far shore barely visible through the haze. Islands dotted the water, some large, some small, some nothing more than sandbars. The broadcast had said, Leatherwood Island, approach from the west via Highway 79. Signal with 3 horn blasts at the bridge. The bridge was a 2-lane span connecting the mainland to a spit of land that jutted into the lake. Not the island itself, but an approach road that led to a causeway, and the causeway led to the island. The bridge was intact, but the far end was barricaded, vehicles, concrete barriers, and what appeared to be sandbag positions. Donnie stopped the truck, hit the horn. 3 blasts, they waited. A minute passed, 2, the barricade didn't move. No one appeared. Wade got out of the Outback. He walked to the bridge's near end and looked across. The barricade was maybe 200 yards away, and behind it, he could see the causeway, and beyond that, the island, low, green, even in autumn, with buildings visible among the trees. Smoke rose from several points, thin and straight in the still air. Cooking fires, life. "Hello," he shouted. His voice carried across the bridge, across the water, into the space between here and there. "We heard your broadcast. We have survivors. We have children." Movement behind the barricade. A figure appeared, then 2, then 5. They were armed, but their weapons weren't raised. They were looking, assessing. A voice carried back. "How many?" 24, 9 adults, 15 children. A pause, consultation among the figures. Then, "Come across, slowly, 1 vehicle at a time, weapons visible and empty." They crossed, 1 vehicle at a time as instructed. The bridge was solid under the truck's weight, the water gray and cold on both sides. At the far end, the barricade opened. A section of concrete barrier was rolled aside on improvised wheels, and they entered. The people who met them were not soldiers. They were civilians, farmers, teachers, electricians, a nurse, a retired firefighter. They wore practical clothes and carried practical weapons. Hunting rifles, shotguns, axes, machetes. Their faces were lean and weathered and wary, but not hostile. They looked at the children climbing out of the truck, and their expressions changed, softened, in a way that military faces at Fort Campbell never had. "Welcome to Leatherwood," said a man in a flannel shirt and work boots. He was 50-something, with the build of a man who'd spent his life doing physical work, and his handshake was firm but gentle. "I'm Earl. I'm not the mayor. Nobody elected me. But I'm the guy who talks to strangers. How far did you come?" "Knoxville," Wade said, "by way of everywhere else." Earl looked at the group, the 9 adults, the 15 children, Mrs. Delacroix with her canvas bag, Lily with her teal backpack. He looked at their faces, at the exhaustion and the fear and the thin, stubborn thread of hope that had kept them moving for weeks. "Well," he said, "you're here now." And for the first time since the phone buzzed at 4:17 p.m. on a Tuesday, Wade Ellison stopped moving. He stood on the bridge to Leatherwood Island with his daughter beside him and the water on all sides, and the dead somewhere behind them, and the living somewhere ahead, and he stopped. Not because he'd reached the end, not because it was over, but because for the first time in weeks, the direction he needed to go was not away. The wind came off the lake, cold and clean, carrying the smell of water and wood smoke, and the faintest hint of fish. Lily stood beside him, not touching him, her backpack on her shoulders, her blue eyes on the water. She hadn't held his hand since the fence at Fort Campbell. She hadn't spoken since the truck. She was here, and she was alive, and she was his daughter, and she was a stranger. "Come on," Wade said. "Let's go see it." They walked across the bridge toward the island, and behind them, the barricade closed. And ahead of them, the road led to whatever came next. The island was smaller than Wade had imagined. In his mind, during the weeks of walking and driving and hiding, he'd built Kentucky Lake into something mythic, a vast sanctuary, a fortress of water and land, impregnable. The reality was a piece of earth roughly a mile long and half a mile wide, rising 30 feet above the lake's surface at its highest point. covered in hardwood trees and scrub, and the remnants of what had been, before the outbreak, a state park campground. 300 people lived here. They'd arrived in waves, the first group in the second week. Locals who knew the lake and its geography, who understood that water was a wall the dead couldn't cross. They'd taken the island, collapsed the old wooden footbridge that had connected it to a hiking trail on the mainland, and built the causeway barricade as their only controlled access point. Since then, survivors had trickled in. Families, loners, small groups, drawn by the CB broadcast that Earl and a retired ham radio operator named Wendell ran 24 hours a day from an antenna mounted on the island's water tower. The settlement was primitive but functional. Cabins from the old campground served as housing, supplemented by tents and lean-tos built from salvaged lumber. A communal kitchen operated out of the park's former camp store, serving 2 meals a day, breakfast and dinner, cooked over wood fires, the menu rotating between fish from the lake, canned goods from the mainland, and whatever the scavenging teams brought back. A well-provided fresh water, supplemented by rain collection barrels. A medical clinic occupied the largest cabin, staffed by the nurse, a woman named Priya, who'd been a pediatric nurse in Paducah before the outbreak. And now, with Kim's arrival, by the closest thing to a surgeon the island had ever had. They were given 2 cabins on the island's south side, near the water. The adults in one, the children in the other, with Mrs. Delacroix overseeing. The cabins were 8 by 12, plywood walls, tin roofs, wood-burning stoves for heat. After weeks of barns and bus seats and frozen parking lots, they felt like palaces. Wade stood in the doorway of his cabin and looked at the lake. It was late afternoon, the water going silver in the fading light. The far shore, a dark line against the sky. The wind had died. The surface was glass. Somewhere across that water, on the roads and in the fields and in the cities, the dead walked their endless walks. But here, the only sounds were water and wind and the distant murmur of 300 people going about the business of staying alive. Tess came up beside him. She had a mug of something hot, chicory coffee, the island's substitute, made from roasted root and tasting like dirt and desperation. She handed it to him without a word. He drank. The chicory was bitter and warm and settled into his stomach like a small fire. "She won't come inside," Tess said. "Who?" "Lily. She's sitting on the dock." Mrs. Delacroix tried to get her into the children's cabin, but she won't go inside. She's just sitting there, looking at the water. Wade set down the mug. He walked to the dock, a wooden platform jutting 20 feet into the lake, built for fishing, now serving as the island's primary lookout post. Lily was at the end of it, sitting with her legs dangling over the edge, her feet 6 inches above the water. Her teal backpack was beside her. She was very still. He sat down next to her, not close, 3 feet of dock between them. The wood was cold and damp and smelled like creosote and lake water. They sat in silence for a long time. The lake moved beneath them, small waves lapping against the pilings, a sound so rhythmic and constant that it became a kind of silence itself. "The water's cold," Lily said. "Yeah, November. Fish are still in it, though. I saw someone catching them." Can fish get sick, like the people?" "I don't think so. Kim would know. She's a vet, an animal doctor." Lily absorbed this. Her feet swung above the water, back and forth. The motion of a child whose body still remembered how to be restless, even when her mind had gone somewhere far away. "Dad?" "Yeah. At the army place. The lady, the colonel. She said we were safe there." "She said that. Were we?" Wade thought about the chain link fence, the razor wire, the supervised hours, the protocol. "You were alive there. That's not the same as safe. What's the difference?" The question was so clear, so direct, that it stopped him. A 9-year-old asking the question that philosophers and theologians and every survivor in every catastrophe had asked since the beginning of human consciousness. What's the difference between being alive and being safe? Between existing and living? "Safe means you get to choose," Wade said. "What to do, where to go, who to be with. Alive just means your heart is still beating." Lily looked at the water. Her expression was unreadable. The guarded face, the two old eyes. Then she said, "Mom chose." "What do you mean?" "She chose to stay outside the bus. Nobody made her. She chose." Wade's chest ached. A deep, physical pain, as if something inside him were being compressed. "She chose to make sure you were safe. That was her choice. She chose to die. She chose you." Lily's feet stopped swinging. She pulled them up and hugged her knees, the way Bree sat, the way children sit when they're making themselves small, when the world is too big and too loud and too wrong. "I don't want to go inside," she said, "and the cabins look like the barracks." "Okay, you don't have to go inside yet. Can I stay here? I'll stay with you." They sat on the dock as the sun went down, and the lake turned from silver to gold to copper to black, and the stars came out, thick and brilliant in the unpolluted sky, and Wade sat 3 feet from his daughter and didn't touch her, and didn't speak, and didn't try to make anything better, because some things couldn't be made better. They could only be sat with. The first week on the island was a study in the gap between safety and normalcy. The island was safe. The water was a barrier the infected couldn't cross. They walked into the lake sometimes, drawn by sound or light, and the current took them, and they tumbled downstream like logs. And the island's sentries watched them go with the grim satisfaction of people who'd found the one advantage geography could provide. But normalcy was another country entirely. 300 people on an island, most of them strangers, all of them traumatized, all of them carrying losses so vast that the simple act of coexistence required a kind of willful blindness. I won't ask about your dead if you don't ask about mine. The island had a governance structure, loosely defined. Earl was the de facto leader, not because he'd sought the position, but because someone had to mediate disputes about food distribution and cabin assignments and fishing rights. And he was the one who didn't walk away when the arguments started. A council of 7, elected by hand-raising at a weekly meeting, made decisions about scavenging runs, defense, and resources. The meetings were loud, contentious, and occasionally productive. Wade's group integrated in stages. Donnie attached himself to the island's vehicle maintenance crew. They had 3 boats and a truck on the mainland, all of which needed constant repair. He spent his days with grease-blackened hands and a contentment that Wade hadn't seen in him since the open road. His stories found a new audience. The island's residents gathered around evening fires, hungry for distraction, and Donnie's rambling tales of trucking disasters and highway absurdities were exactly the medicine they needed. Kim took over the medical clinic. Priya, the nurse, wept when she saw Kim's surgical instruments. "I've been doing wound care with a fishing knife and dental floss," she said. Kim nodded, rolled up her sleeves, and within a day had reorganized the clinic, inventoried every medication, and identified 3 residents with conditions that needed immediate attention. A diabetic whose insulin supply was critically low, a woman with an infected tooth that was going septic, and a child with a broken arm that had been set badly and needed to be rebroken and reset. Patrice walked the island's perimeter on her first day, taking notes. By the second day, she had a structural assessment of every building, a proposal for reinforcing the causeway barricade, and a plan for building a watchtower on the island's highest point. She presented it to the council with the methodical precision of a woman who spoke in blueprints. The council approved everything. Miguel organized a defense force. He recruited 20 volunteers, men and women ranging from 18 to 60, and trained them in shifts. Melee combat, formation defense, sentry protocols. He ran them through drills on the island's beach, barking cadence calls that echoed across the water. And the volunteers responded with a mixture of exhaustion and gratitude. Someone was giving them purpose. Someone was telling them they could fight. Tess became the island's triage nurse. She worked alongside Priya and Kim, and she was good at it. Better than good, efficient and sure-handed, and possessed of a bedside manner that was blunt enough to be trustworthy. Patients didn't wonder if Tess was telling the truth. She always was. Joe managed supplies. She counted everything, every can, every bullet, every roll of bandage, every drop of fuel. She created inventory systems, tracked consumption rates, projected shortfalls. She was relentless and paranoid and absolutely essential. The island had been burning through its resources faster than it replenished them, and Joe's inventory revealed the truth. At current consumption, they had enough food for 3 months. After that, they would need to increase fishing, start farming, or scavenge more aggressively. Ellis was dead. That fact intruded on Wade's accounting of his people. A gap in the roster, an absence that was still fresh. Ellis had locked himself in the Caraway laboratory. Ellis had nodded through the glass. Ellis was gone, and the things he'd been good at, the chemistry, the traps, the clinical approach to killing, were gone with him. Bree hunted. She'd found a bow in one of the cabins, a compound bow, probably left by a hunter who'd been using the campground before the outbreak. And she practiced with it every morning, shooting at targets she made from cardboard and tape. Within a week, she could hit a 12-inch circle at 50 yards. Within 2 weeks, she brought back her first rabbit, killed cleanly through the neck, and she skinned it and cleaned it with the practiced ease of someone remembering skills she'd learned from her grandfather, skills she'd buried along with everything else about her life before. Amos wandered. He attended the council meetings, but didn't speak. He walked the island's paths, Bible in hand, pausing at overlooks to stare at the water. He was invited to lead a Sunday service, several residents had asked, and he agreed, and he stood in the communal kitchen with 30 people looking at him expectantly, and he opened the Bible, and he stood there for a full minute, reading the page, and then he closed it. "I can't," he said. "I'm sorry, I can't." He walked out. The congregation sat in uncomfortable silence. Donnie cleared his throat and said, "Well, I've got a story about a preacher and a trucker and a load of live chickens if anyone's interested." And the tension broke. And Amos was not mentioned again until that evening, when Wade found him on the western shore, sitting on a rock, watching the sunset. "You don't have to preach," Wade said. "I know. You don't have to believe either." Amos looked at him. The wire-rimmed glasses caught the fading light. "That's the thing, Wade. I don't know what I believe. I believed in God for 58 years. I believed in purpose and plan and divine intention. And then I watched my congregation eat each other during the Lord's Prayer. And the belief, it didn't go away. It shattered, like glass. And now I'm standing in the shards. And some of them still reflect light. And I can't tell if that's God or just the sun on broken glass. Maybe it doesn't matter. It matters to me. Or it mattered. I don't know which tense to use for a faith that might be dead." He held up the Bible. "I keep carrying this because I'm afraid of what it means if I put it down. But I'm also afraid of what it means if I keep carrying it and can't open it." Wade sat beside him. The rock was cold. The sunset was violent, reds and oranges slashing across the western sky, the kind of sunset that didn't care about the dead walking beneath it. "My wife used to tell me I was a man made of walls with no doors," Wade said. She meant it as a criticism. But walls are useful sometimes. They keep things in. They keep things out. Maybe your Bible is a wall. You don't have to open the door right now. You just have to keep the wall standing. Amos looked at the sunset. His mouth moved, not in prayer, not in speech, just the unconscious movement of a man whose lips had shaped words of faith for so long that they twitched in the silence, phantom prayers, muscle memory of belief. "That's a good metaphor," he said, for a history teacher. "I have my moments." Lily would not sleep inside the cabin. The first night, Wade set up a sleeping bag for her on a cot in the children's cabin, and she lay on it rigidly for 2 hours, and then got up and went outside and sat on the dock. Mrs. Delacroix found her there at midnight, wrapped in a blanket, staring at the water. The second night, the same. The third night, Wade moved his own sleeping bag to the dock and lay beside her. And she didn't object, but she didn't acknowledge it either. They slept on the dock, under the stars, the water lapping beneath them, and it was cold. 30 degrees, late November, and his back ached and his glasses fogged with condensation, and it was the closest he'd been to his daughter in months. On the fourth night, she spoke. I can't sleep inside because the walls are like the barracks, and the barracks are like the school, and the school is where Mom left me. Wade lay in his sleeping bag, looking at the stars. The school is where your mom saved you. She left me. She saved you. It's the same thing. Lily's voice was flat, the voice of a child who has arrived at a conclusion that the adults around her refuse to accept. She left to save me. Saving me was leaving me. Both things are true. Wade had no answer for that, because she was right. Both things were true. Danielle had left and Danielle had saved, and the two acts were inseparable, joined at the root, and asking Lily to accept one without the other was asking her to believe a half-truth. Both things are true, he said. Silence. Dad? Yeah. Did you leave anyone to come find me? He thought about the nursing home, his mother in the wheelchair, the sound of the fire extinguisher. Yes. Who? My mom, your grandma. Was she sick? Like the people? She was sick before, with the forgetting disease. And then she got the other sickness too. Did she turn into one of them? Yes. Did you? No. Someone else did it. I couldn't. Lily was quiet for a long time. The water lapped. A fish jumped somewhere in the dark. A small splash. A ripple of sound. I can't do things either, she said. Mrs. Delacroix tries to get me to draw, and I can't. She tries to get me to read, and I can't. The words go in and they don't stick. They slide off. Like water off a waxed car, Wade said. What? Something a friend said about something else. But it's the same thing. Lily pulled her blanket tighter. Is that normal? I think everything you're feeling is normal. For someone who's been through what you've been through. What have I been through? The question was genuine, not rhetorical. A 9-year-old asking an adult to name the thing that had happened to her because she didn't have the words for it yet, because no one had given her the words. You survived, Wade said. That's what you've been through. You survived something that killed most of the people you knew. And surviving is... He paused. Surviving is hard work. Even after you're safe. Especially after you're safe. Because when you're running, you don't have time to feel it. And when you stop running, it catches up. Lily didn't respond. Her breathing changed. Slower, deeper, the rhythm of approaching sleep. Wade lay beside her and listened to his daughter breathe and thought, this is what I came for. Not the reunion, not the embrace. This, the sound of her breathing, the fact of her existence, the hard daily work of being here, being present, being the parent she needs instead of the parent I was. He stayed awake until her breathing was steady, and then he stayed awake a little longer, watching the stars, and the stars burned cold and distant and utterly indifferent to the man on the dock, and the child beside him in the dead world beyond the water. The first council meeting Wade attended was a disaster. The issue was the mainland, specifically the supply runs, the scavenging missions that sent small teams across the causeway and into the surrounding countryside to find food, fuel, medical supplies, and anything else the island needed. The runs were dangerous. 2 people had died on runs in the past month, 1 bitten, 1 shot, by a hostile survivor group near Camden. The council was debating whether to continue, scale back, or stop entirely. We stop the runs, we starve, said a woman named Rita, who managed the island's food stores. The fishing covers maybe 60% of our caloric needs. The rest comes from scavenging. If we keep going, we lose more people, said a man named Chet, whose brother had been the one bitten on a run. How many more are we willing to trade for canned goods? It's not trading, it's surviving. Easy to say, when you're not the one going out there. The argument escalated. Voices rose, fingers pointed. The communal kitchen, where the meetings were held, around a central table that had been a salad bar in its previous life, filled with the noise of people who were afraid and angry and running out of options. Earl tried to mediate. He stood at the head of the table and held up his hands and said, "Folks, let's keep this." But the noise swallowed him. Earl was a good man, a decent man. He was not a man who could command a room full of frightened survivors. Wade watched. He'd been to hundreds of faculty meetings, school board sessions, parent-teacher conferences. He knew what a room full of angry people looked like. He also knew, from his teaching, from his reading, from the 6 years he'd spent lecturing about how civilizations rose and fell and rose again, that the argument in this room was not about supply runs. It was about fear. Fear of the mainland, fear of the dead, fear of the future, fear of the terrible question that nobody wanted to ask. How long can this last? He stood up. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't wave his hands. He just stood up. And something about the motion, the stillness of it, the calm of it, made people look at him. 3 questions, he said. That's all this comes down to. Can we grow food? Can we fish enough to cover the gap? And how long until we can do both without relying on the mainland? The room went quiet. Not because the questions were brilliant, they were obvious, but because someone had cut through the noise and identified the core, and the core was manageable. The core was 3 questions with answers that could be researched, planned, implemented. Patrice spoke from her seat. I've surveyed the island. We have approximately 8 acres of clearable land suitable for agriculture. With proper preparation, and it would take preparation, tilling, composting, fencing against wildlife, we could grow enough produce to supplement the fish. But not this winter. Spring at the earliest. So we need the mainland until spring, Wade said. Minimum. Then we make the runs safer. Not more frequent. Safer. Miguel, what would it take to train the scavenging teams in defensive tactics? Miguel, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, said, 2 weeks of intensive training. I'd need volunteers who can follow orders and keep their heads. Joe, can you map the scavenging radius? Identify which areas have been cleared, which are high risk, which have the best return on effort. Joe was already pulling a folded map from her jacket. I've been working on this since we got here. The best targets are the small towns within 10 miles. Waverly, New Johnsonville, Camden. Bigger towns have more supplies, but more infected. Smaller towns are safer, but picked over. Then we focus on the small towns. Quick runs, well-planned, well-defended. We build the farming capacity over winter. By spring, we reduce our dependence on the mainland. By summer, we eliminate it. The room was quiet. People were looking at him. Not with admiration. He hadn't done anything admirable. He'd organized. He'd asked questions and pointed toward answers. It was the thing he'd done every day in a classroom. Take chaos, find structure, create a path forward. Earl looked at him from the head of the table. His expression was complex. Relief and something else. Something that might have been the recognition that the man who'd been leading by default had just been shown what leading on purpose looked like. All in favor of Wade's proposal? Earl said. Hands went up, not all of them, but enough. The days shortened and the cold deepened and the island settled into the rhythms of winter survival. Wade taught. He set up a classroom in the communal kitchen, mornings when the space wasn't being used for cooking, and he taught the children. Not just Lily's group from Fort Campbell, but all the island's children, 18 in total, ranging from 5 to 15. He taught them history, because that was what he knew. But he also taught them reading and math and the practical skills of survival. Because history was survival, and survival was history, and the line between them had never been as clear as it was now. Lily attended his classes. She sat in the back row, always the back row, always the last seat, always with her teal backpack on the floor beside her. She didn't speak in class. She didn't participate in discussions. She drew in her notebook while he talked, the same image over and over. A bus, a window, a woman standing outside. But she was there. She showed up every morning and sat in her seat and listened, and the words, whatever they were doing inside her, were at least entering. Bree was his teaching assistant, though neither of them called it that. She helped the younger children with reading, sitting beside them with a patience that surprised Wade. This girl who barely spoke, who moved through the world like a shadow, had a gift for sitting quietly beside a struggling 5-year-old and guiding their finger along the words without judgment or impatience. One morning after class, Bree lingered. Mr. Ellison. You can call me Wade. We're not in school anymore. You're teaching in a kitchen. It's still school. She paused. I wanted to ask you something. Okay, the essay I wrote. Before. The one about the Dust Bowl. You gave me a C-. Wade blinked. Of all the things he'd expected her to say, this was not on the list. Yes, you didn't finish the last paragraph. I know, I was going to finish it that night. The night everything happened. She looked at the floor. I just wanted to say, the essay wasn't bad. The part I wrote was good. I researched it. I went to the library. Bree, I'm not asking you to change the grade. I know it doesn't matter. I just wanted you to know that I cared. About the assignment, about your class, even if it didn't look like it. Wade looked at the girl in the oversized hoodie with the hunting knife in her pocket and the compound bow she practiced with every morning. Back row, third seat from the window. The ghost he'd never seen. And it was a good essay, he said. What you wrote. The analysis of soil depletion was particularly strong. Yeah? A minus quality. If you'd finished. Something moved across Bree's face. Not a smile, not quite, but the faintest relaxation of the muscles around her mouth, the shadow of an expression that might have been pride. Maybe I'll finish it someday, she said. I'll read it when you do. She nodded and left, and Wade stood in the communal kitchen that was also a classroom. And he thought about grades and essays and the Dust Bowl, and the fact that somewhere, in the ruins of Bearden High School, a stack of 32 papers sat on a desk, ungraded, unmarked, the red pen dead beside them. He thought about the life those papers represented, the routine, the comforting monotony, the daily small acts of teaching that he'd done without passion or purpose, going through the motions of a career, the way he'd gone through the motions of a marriage and a life. He wasn't going through the motions anymore. Every lesson he taught on this island, every word he spoke to these children, every morning he stood in front of them and tried to make sense of the past so they could navigate the future. It mattered. Not in the abstract, pedagogical, standardized test way it had mattered before. In the visceral, life and death way of a man teaching children how the world works so they can survive it. He was, finally, the teacher he should have been all along, and it had taken the end of the world to make him one. The trouble with New Canaan found them in the second week. A scavenging team, 5 volunteers, led by a former park ranger named Boyd, returned from a run to Waverly with less than half the supplies they'd expected and a story that made the council convene an emergency session. They were there, Boyd said. He was 40, lean, competent, the kind of man who spoke in complete sentences and expected others to do the same. A group from New Canaan, 8, maybe 10 of them, in 2 trucks, loading supplies from the Walmart distribution center outside town. They saw us and they weren't hostile, but they weren't friendly either. Did they threaten you? Earl asked. Not directly. Their leader, a woman, dark hair, didn't give her name, told us that the distribution center was New Canaan territory. She said everything within 20 miles of Murfreesboro belonged to New Canaan, and we were welcome to visit, but we couldn't scavenge without permission. Murfreesboro's 80 miles from here, Joe said. Waverly's 30 miles from us. I told her that. She said New Canaan's territory was expanding, that their leader, someone called the Constants, had authorized acquisition of supply depots across Middle Tennessee. Boyd paused. She also said we could join New Canaan if we wanted. Said they had 500 people now. Walls, electricity, food. She made it sound like civilization. Wade and his group exchanged looks. They knew about New Canaan. They'd seen the signs on the road. They'd heard the pitch. And Wade had the memory of Patrice's research, of the caste system, of the expendable scavengers who didn't come back. New Canaan is not what it looks like, Wade said. The room turned to him. He told them what he knew, the signs on the highway, the story from his group's journey. He was careful to separate what he'd seen from what he'd heard, what was confirmed from what was rumor. But even the confirmed facts were enough. A walled community with a hierarchical authority structure, expanding its territorial claims. recruiting aggressively. That doesn't make them enemies, said a man named Frank, who'd been a county judge before the outbreak and still spoke with the measured cadence of a courtroom. Territorial expansion is rational behavior in a resource-scarce environment. They're doing what we'd do if we had the manpower. We wouldn't take people's children away from their parents based on a contribution score, Patrice said from the back of the room. We don't know that's what they do. We've heard it secondhand. I heard it firsthand, Wade said. On our way through Tennessee, people we met on the road, people who'd been inside New Canaan and left, or were made to leave. The debate continued. The council was split. Some saw New Canaan as a potential ally, others as a threat, others as irrelevant. In the end, they agreed on a middle path. Avoid New Canaan's claimed territory, find alternative scavenging routes, and send a diplomatic message via CB radio expressing Leatherwood's desire for peaceful coexistence. The message was sent. The response, 3 days later, was polite and chilling. Leatherwood Settlement. New Canaan acknowledges your presence and extends greetings. The Constance welcomes all survivors who wish to contribute to the rebuilding of civilization. We note your proximity to several supply depots of strategic interest. We trust that our communities can coexist productively. We look forward to further communication. That's a notice, Joe said, reading the transcription, not a greeting. She's telling us she knows where we are and what we're near. That's a threat wrapped in a handshake. Or it's exactly what it says, Frank countered. A greeting. You were a judge, Frank. You know what subtext is. I also know what paranoia is. The argument died without resolution. New Canaan was 80 miles away, and the island had more immediate concerns: winter, food, defense. The Constance and her community receded into the background of daily survival. A distant worry filed away behind the urgent worries of today. But Wade noticed that Joe added New Canaan to her map, marking their claimed territory in red, and the red area was large, and it overlapped with 3 of the island's 5 primary scavenging zones. December brought the cold in earnest. The temperature dropped below 20 and stayed there. The lake didn't freeze, too deep, too much volume, but the shallows iced over, and the island's shoreline developed a rim of frost that crackled and groaned in the night. The bare trees stood like skeletons against the gray sky, and the wind off the water was a constant, cutting presence that found every gap in every jacket and every crack in every cabin wall. The cold was an ally in one regard. The infected slowed dramatically. Scavenging teams reported that the dead on the mainland were nearly motionless, standing in fields and roads and parking lots like statues, frost on their skin, ice in their hair. Some had fallen and couldn't get up, their joints locked, their muscles frozen. They weren't dead, not truly dead. Their eyes still tracked movement. Their mouths still worked, slowly, the moan reduced to a thin, reedy whisper in the cold air. But they couldn't pursue, couldn't grab, couldn't bite. They were dormant, waiting. For what? Marcus asked. He and Shonda had arrived at the island 2 days after Wade's group. They'd found the Cookville Community Center, decided it wasn't safe enough, and followed the CB signal to the lake. They'd walked 60 miles in 4 days. Shonda had frostbitten toes. They were both still in the medical clinic. For spring, Kim said, checking Shonda's feet with a clinical eye. Or more accurately, for warmth. The Prion doesn't kill them, and the cold doesn't kill them. It just slows them down. When the temperature rises, they'll reactivate. All of them? All of the ones that haven't physically deteriorated beyond function. The ones exposed to weather, sun, rain, freeze-thaw cycles will break down faster. But the ones in sheltered environments, buildings, tunnels, vehicles, they could last for years. Years, Marcus repeated. This isn't going to end, Kim said. It was the first time she'd said it plainly, without qualification. The prion is endemic. It's in the environment. The infected will be part of the landscape for as long as we're alive. We're not going back to before. The cabin was silent. Shonda's toes were black at the tips, frostbite that might cost her the smallest toe on each foot. She looked at them and said, "At least I won't have to buy shoes that fit right." Nobody laughed, but nobody cried either, and that was its own kind of strength. In mid-December, Donnie had his first episode. Wade found him sitting in the boat shed, gray-faced, one hand pressed against his chest, the other clutching a small glass bottle. Nitroglycerin tablets. The bottle was nearly empty. 3, maybe 4 tablets left. "Don't," Donnie said when he saw Wade. "Don't start." "Start what?" "Looking at me like that, like I'm dying." "Are you?" Donnie's face twisted. "We're all dying, Professor. I'm just doing it with more style." He popped a tablet under his tongue and closed his eyes. The gray faded from his face, slowly, replaced by something closer to his normal ruddy color. Heart condition. Had it for years. Used to be managed. Cardiologist, medication, the whole 9 yards. Hard to see a cardiologist when the cardiologist is walking around trying to eat people. How bad? Bad enough that running is off the table. Bad enough that stress makes my chest feel like an elephant is sitting on it. Bad enough that... He held up the bottle. Shook it. The remaining tablets rattled. When these are gone, the next bad episode is the last one. Kim's a vet, not a cardiologist. And there's no medication on this island or any other that's going to fix a heart that's been failing for a decade. Donnie put the bottle in his shirt pocket and buttoned it. "I've had a good run, Wade. Better than most. Saw the country from coast to coast. Drove 1,000,000 miles. Hit a bear in Tennessee and lived to tell about it. You never did tell me that story. I was saving it. For the right moment." Donnie stood up, slowly wincing. "Not this moment. This moment is for you to promise me something." "What?" "When it happens, and it will happen, probably at the worst possible time, because that's how my luck runs. When it happens, you don't stop for me. You don't carry me. You don't waste time or risk lives trying to save a man whose heart's been running on borrowed time since before the dead started walking." "Donnie, promise me, Wade." Wade looked at the old trucker, the ponytail, the missing finger, the Peterbilt cap he still wore despite having abandoned his Peterbilt a lifetime ago. This man had driven a school bus through a city of the dead, laughing. Had navigated them through mountains and rivers and roadblocks with nothing but a road atlas and 30 years of memory. Had called Wade Professor with a mixture of affection and exasperation that was indistinguishable from love. "I promise," Wade said. He didn't mean it. He knew he didn't mean it. And Donnie knew he didn't mean it. And neither of them said so, because some lies are the kindest thing two people can share. Christmas on the island was a quiet thing. There was no tree, no decorations, no gifts in the traditional sense. But Earl organized a communal dinner, the best food they had, saved and rationed for this purpose. Fish, canned cranberry sauce, powdered mashed potatoes, and a pie that Rita made from canned pumpkin, and a crust of crushed crackers. It was not a feast. It was a meal eaten together by firelight in a communal kitchen on an island in a lake. And it was enough. Donnie told the bear story. It was everything he'd promised. Long, rambling, full of tangents and digressions, involving a thunderstorm, a jackknifed trailer, a black bear the size of a Volkswagen, and a Tennessee state trooper who'd responded to the scene and spent 10 minutes trying to write a citation for the bear. People laughed. They laughed hard, the kind of laughter that comes from a place deeper than humor, from the well of accumulated grief and fear that had been building for weeks and needed release. Amos sang. Not a hymn. He wasn't ready for hymns. He sang Amazing Grace, the secular version. No reference to God or salvation, just the melody and the words about being lost and found. His voice was a baritone, rich and weathered, and it filled the kitchen and spilled out through the cracks in the walls and carried across the water. And on the mainland, if anything still had ears to hear, the sound was the sound of people refusing to die. Lily sat beside Wade during the dinner. Not touching, but beside. Close enough that he could feel the warmth of her body. The small heat of a child, alive, breathing. She ate the pumpkin pie, 2 slices, Shevin said. "This doesn't taste like pie." What does it taste like? Like someone tried to make pie from things that aren't pie. She paused. But it's okay. Yeah? It's okay. After dinner, the children, all 18 of them, put on a performance. Mrs. Delacroix had organized it, rehearsed it in secret, and it was simple and devastating. The children stood in a line and recited from memory a poem that Mrs. Delacroix had written. The poem was about an island, about water and trees and fish and the sound of the wind. It was not a great poem. It was a good poem, written by a retired teacher for frightened children, and the children spoke the words in their small voices, and the adults listened, and some of them cried and some of them didn't. And the crying and the not crying were both the same thing. Lily stood in the line. She didn't speak. She moved her lips along with the words, but no sound came out. Wade watched her lips move, and he counted each silent word as a victory. New Year's came and went without ceremony. January arrived, and with it, a shift in the weather that would change everything. The No AA radio, a battery-powered emergency receiver that Wendell kept running around the clock, had been broadcasting automated weather data since the outbreak. Most of it was generated by computer models running on satellite data, the machines continuing their work long after the humans who'd built them had stopped. In early January, the models predicted something unusual: a warm front. Abnormally warm for January in western Kentucky. Temperatures in the 50s, possibly 60s, lasting 5 to 7 days. That's not possible, Joe said, looking at the forecast. January in Kentucky doesn't hit 60. Climate patterns have been destabilized for years, Kim said. Before the outbreak, unusual warm fronts in January were becoming more common. So, what does it mean? It means every frozen infected in the region is going to thaw. Everyone that's been standing in a field or a road or a parking lot for 2 months, dormant, waiting, they're going to start moving again, all at once. The implications settled over the council meeting like a weight. 300 people on an island surrounded by water that was a barrier only as long as the dead on the mainland stayed dormant. If they reactivated, if thousands of infected in the surrounding countryside suddenly began moving again, drawn by sound and light and the island's radio broadcast, the math changed dramatically. The lake is still a barrier, Patrice said. They can't cross deep water. The northern shore is shallow, Boyd said, barely waist deep for 100 yards. In summer, you can wade to the island from the north side. In summer, Miguel said. The water's warmer in summer. In January, even during a warm front, the lake water will be in the 40s. Cold enough to slow them, not stop them. Silence. The council looked at each other and saw the same calculation in every face. How many dead could reach the island through waist-deep water before the cold slowed them enough to stop? How many would it take to overwhelm the island's defenses? We need to fortify the northern shore, Patrice said. Stakes, barriers, anything that slows them in the water. And we need a plan for if they get through. We also need to stop broadcasting, Joe said. The radio signal is a beacon. Every dead thing within range that can hear it will follow it. If we stop broadcasting, no more survivors find us, Earl said. If we keep broadcasting, the dead find us instead. Another argument, another split. The council voted to reduce broadcasting to twice daily, dawn and dusk, 5 minutes each, and to implement Patrice's Northern Shore fortification plan. Miguel's defense force doubled its training schedule. Wade's classroom was suspended so the children could help with preparations, sorting supplies, carrying materials, all the small tasks that small hands could do. The warm front was 10 days away. 10 days to prepare for a reactivation event that could bring tens of thousands of infected to the lakeshore. The fortification work consumed the island. Patrice designed the northern barrier, a line of sharpened stakes driven into the lakebed at an angle, like a medieval chevaux de frise, interspersed with rope barriers and debris. The stakes wouldn't kill the infected. They'd impale some. slow others, create a choke point that forced the dead into narrow channels where the defense force could engage them. Every able-bodied person on the island worked. Trees were felled, sharpened, driven into the mud. Rope was strung between posts. An old fishing net was weighted and stretched across a shallow section. The work was cold, wet, exhausting, wading in waist-deep lake water in January, driving stakes into a lake bed that was half mud and half rock, hands numb, feet numb, the gray sky pressing down like a lid. Wade worked the line alongside everyone else. He was not a builder. He was not strong. His contribution was modest, holding stakes while others drove them, carrying rope from shore to shore, doing the 100 small tasks that didn't require skill but required presence. He was there. He showed up. After a lifetime of not showing up, the simple act of being present felt like the most radical thing he'd ever done. Lily helped too. Not on the waterline. She was too small, the water too deep. But on shore, sorting rope and sharpening stakes with a knife she handled with the careful concentration of a child who has been given a task that matters. She worked beside Bree, and the two of them, the 9-year-old and the 16-year-old, both quiet, both damaged, both surviving, developed a wordless partnership. Bree showed Lily how to sharpen a stake. Lily showed Bree something Wade couldn't see, a drawing held up briefly, shared between them, then tucked away. He didn't ask what the drawing was. He let them have their privacy. The relationship between Bree and Lily was theirs, not his, and his role was to let it develop without interference. On the 7th day of preparation, Gage's voice came over the CB. They'd heard nothing from Fort Campbell since the escape. The military frequency had gone silent, and the assumption, or hope, was that Gage had written them off, decided the children and the 9 civilians weren't worth pursuing. That assumption died at 2:47 p.m. on a Tuesday. Kentucky Lake Settlement. This is Colonel Vivian Gage, United States Army. I know you're listening. I know where you are. And I know you have my children. Joe, monitoring the radio, called Wade immediately. By the time he reached the communication shack, a lean-to built around Wendell's radio equipment, the message was repeating. My children. Gage's voice was flat, controlled, the same clipped military precision she'd used in her office. 15 miners, wards of Fort Campbell, removed without authorization by civilians who compromised base security and endangered the protected population. I am required by the authority vested in me by the United States military to secure the return of those children. She's broadcasting on an open channel, Wendell said. He was 65, bald, bespectacled, and had the unhurried calm of a man who'd spent 40 years talking to strangers via radio and very little fazed him. Anyone with a receiver can hear this. Including New Canaan, Joe said, including everyone. Wade picked up the microphone. His hand was steady. He'd been expecting this, not the specifics, not the timing, but the inevitability. Gage was not a woman who accepted loss. Colonel Gage, this is Wade Ellison. The children are safe. They're fed, sheltered, and cared for. They're not your property, and they're not going back. Mr. Ellison, I'm not asking for a negotiation. I'm informing you that a recovery team is en route to your location. You have 72 hours to voluntarily surrender the miners. After that, I will retrieve them by force. You don't have the resources for a military operation. You lost half your soldiers when we left. I've consolidated. I've recruited. And I have something you don't. Vehicles, armor, and the legal authority of the United States government. A pause. 72 hours, Ellison. After that, I come to you. The transmission ended. The radio hissed with static. Wade looked at the group that had gathered in the communication shack. Joe, Miguel, Patrice, Donnie, Tess, Bree, Kim, Amos. 9 people, the core, the ones who'd walked through hell together. Their faces showed what he felt. The cold certainty that the island's peace, fragile, provisional, built on water and hope, was ending. 72 hours, Miguel said. And the warm front hits in 3 days. She timed it, Joe said. She waited for the weather. She knows the thaw will reactivate the dead. She's counting on us being overwhelmed on two fronts, her soldiers and the horde. Can she actually reach us? Donnie asked. The causeway barricade? She has boats, Patrice said. Fort Campbell is on the Cumberland River. She can come by water. Then we need to prepare for both, Wade said. The northern shore for the dead. The western approach for Gage. We can't fight the military and a zombie horde at the same time, Miguel said. We don't have the people or the weapons. Then we find another way. What other way? Wade didn't have an answer. He stood in the communication shack, with his people around him and the radio hissing and the deadline ticking and no answer. The old Wade, the one who avoided, who deferred, who stood there like a penguin. The old Wade would have gone silent, would have let someone else decide, would have waited for the problem to resolve itself. This Wade turned to Patrice. The causeway. Can you destroy it? Patrice's eyes widened. The causeway is our only ground access to the mainland. I know. Can you destroy it? Yes. The supports are concrete, but they're old, and the lake erosion has weakened the footing. A controlled demolition. Shaped charges on the base columns. We don't have shaped charges. No, but we have propane tanks from the cabins, and Ellis showed me, before he showed me how to create a directional blast using... She stopped, swallowed. Yes, I can destroy the causeway. But if I do, we're trapped on the island. No ground access, no vehicle access. Boats only. Boats only means we control who comes and goes. Gage can't drive her vehicles onto the island. She'd have to come by water in small groups, which we can defend against. And if we need to evacuate, then we evacuate by water. The group was silent. The implications were enormous. Destroying the causeway meant committing to the island absolutely, cutting the umbilical cord to the mainland, betting everything on the water barrier and the settlement's ability to sustain itself. It's a castle, Lily said. Everyone turned. She was standing in the doorway of the shack, her teal backpack on her shoulders, her face half hidden by her hair. She'd been listening. And you said it was a castle with a moat, she said, looking at Wade. Castles pull up the drawbridge. Wade looked at his daughter, 9 years old, barely speaking, traumatized, guarded, damaged. And she'd cut through an hour of strategic debate with a single metaphor. Yeah, he said, that's exactly what we do. The next 72 hours were a controlled frenzy. Patrice worked on the causeway demolition. She had help, 3 of the island's residents who'd worked construction, plus Donnie, whose knowledge of mechanical systems was a constant asset. They rigged 4 propane tanks with improvised detonators, electric matches connected to a car battery via a long wire. The charges were placed at the base of the causeway's 4 support columns, where Patrice's engineering assessment indicated the structure was weakest. When I trigger these, the causeway drops into the lake, she said. 6 feet of water minimum over the wreckage. No vehicle can cross. A person could wade it, but they'd be exposed and slow. Good enough, Wade said. Miguel doubled the watch on the western approach. Sentries with binoculars scanned the mainland for signs of movement, military or otherwise. The Defense Force practiced boat boarding drills, using the island's 3 boats as mobile platforms from which to engage anyone attempting a water approach. Joe inventoried weapons. The island's armory was modest. 12 hunting rifles, 6 shotguns, 4 handguns, an assortment of bows, and enough melee weapons to arm every adult on the island. Ammunition was the constraint, approximately 400 rounds total, across all calibers. Against a military unit with body armor and automatic weapons, it was inadequate. Against a zombie horde, it was a gesture. We need to be smart with every round, Joe said. Rifles for Gage's soldiers. They're the ones wearing armor. Shotguns for the dead, close range, headshots. Bows for silent work. Bree offered to lead the bow contingent. She'd been training 3 other islanders in archery, and they'd achieved a level of competence that was, if not impressive, at least functional. Arrows can be reused, she said. Bullets can't. The warm front arrived on schedule. On the 3rd day, the temperature climbed from 28 to 45 by noon, and by evening it was 52. The change was startling after weeks of bitter cold. The relative warmth felt tropical. People shed layers. The ice on the shoreline cracked and groaned and began to recede. The lake water, while still cold, lost its lethal edge. And on the mainland, the dead began to move. The sentries reported it first. Figures that had been standing motionless in fields and on roads for weeks were stirring. Slowly at first, like machines warming up. Limbs that had been locked by cold began to flex. Heads that had been tilted at frozen angles began to turn. The moan, that constant, low, collective sound, rose from the countryside like a tide, audible across the water. A sound that 300 people on an island heard and understood. How many? Wade asked Boyd, who was manning the western watchtower. I can't count them, Boyd said. His voice was tight. They're everywhere. In the fields, on the roads, in the tree lines. Hundreds, maybe thousands. Are they moving this way? Some of them. The ones closest to the shore. Yes, they're walking toward the water. The first infected reached the northern shallows at sunset. A single figure, female, wearing a hospital gown that had been white and was now brown, walking into the lake with the same purposeless stride it walked on land. The water reached its waist. It kept walking. The water reached its chest. It kept walking. The water reached its chin and it tilted its head back. Mouth open and kept walking, and the lake swallowed it and it was gone. Current got it, Patrice said, watching through binoculars. That was one, Miguel said. What happens when it's 100? The answer came 2 hours later. They came out of the darkness like a wave. Not a metaphor, a literal wave. A mass of bodies pushing into the water from the northern shore. Dozens and then scores and then hundreds. All of them walking forward with that mechanical, unstoppable gait. The water rising around them and the ones in front being pushed forward by the ones behind. And the collective mass displacing water and creating a rolling, surging motion that looked, from the island, exactly like a wave. The stakes caught the first ranks, bodies impaled on sharpened wood, staked like insects in a collection, mouths still working, arms still reaching. But the stakes held only so many, and the mass behind them pushed forward, crushing the impaled ones against the barrier, bending and breaking the stakes, clearing a path through pressure alone. The rope barriers slowed them. Tangled limbs, snagged clothing, the drag of rope against decomposed flesh. Some fell and were trampled. Some pushed through. The fishing net was the most effective obstacle. It caught a cluster of 30 infected and held them in a writhing mass, half submerged, a knot of limbs and mouths, and moaning that thrashed in the water and couldn't advance. But others got through, around the barriers, through the gaps, wading through waist-deep water with arms outstretched and mouths open. The defense force met them at the waterline. Miguel's training showed. The 20 volunteers held a line on the northern beach, armed with axes, machetes, and spears. They'd practiced this, the formation, the spacing, the overhead swing that targeted the skull. The first infected that reached shore met a wall of blades. The sound was indescribable. Not the moaning. They'd heard the moaning for weeks. The sound of melee combat, metal on bone, the wet crunch of skulls giving way. The grunts and screams of living people fighting for their lives, the splashing of bodies in the shallows. It was chaos distilled into sound, a wall of noise that carried across the island and reached the southern shore, where the children huddled in the cabins with Mrs. Delacroix. And Lily pressed her hands over her ears and rocked. Wade was on the line. He had a machete, a garden tool, not a weapon, the blade light and slightly curved, and he swung it at anything that came out of the water. His technique was terrible. He was not a fighter. The first infected he struck took the blow on the shoulder, which did nothing, and it grabbed his jacket and pulled him forward, and he smelled its breath, lake water and decay and the chemical tang of the prion. And he swung again, higher, and the machete caught the side of its head and went in 2 inches and stuck. Miguel appeared beside him, fire axe swinging. The infected that had grabbed Wade went down, skull opened, and Miguel yanked Wade backward. "Stay behind the line," he shouted. "You're not a fighter. I'm here," Wade said. "I'm staying." "Then stay alive. Keep swinging. Don't let them grab you." They fought. The line held barely, the volunteers falling into a rhythm. Swing, step back, as the infected came out of the water in ones and twos and threes. The barriers had done their job, funneling the horde into a narrow front that the defense force could manage. But the front kept coming, a relentless supply of bodies pushing through the water, and the defenders were tiring, and the dead were not. Joe and Bree were on the ridge above the beach, shooting. Joe's rifle cracked every 30 seconds. Carefully aimed, conserving ammunition, each shot a headshot that dropped an infected in the shallows. Bree's bow sang, the compound bow's string humming with each release, arrows punching through eye sockets and temples at 50 yards. She fired, retrieved arrows from the fallen when she could, fired again. Her face was blank, concentrated, the face of a hunter. The fight lasted 2 hours. When it was over, the northern beach was a carpet of bodies. Real dead this time, twice dead. Skulls crushed and pierced and opened. The water in the shallows was dark. The barriers were destroyed, stakes broken, ropes snapped, the fishing net torn to shreds. But the horde had broken, the mass thinning as the infected that hadn't reached the water wandered off into the countryside, drawn by other sounds, other stimuli. Casualties: 3 defenders bitten, including a woman named Sarah who'd taken a bite to the forearm while wrestling an infected that had gotten past the line. Kim amputated the arm at the elbow within 5 minutes, using a hatchet and a leather belt as a tourniquet, Tess holding Sarah down while she screamed. The amputation was brutal. There was no anesthesia, no surgical suite, just a hatchet and a woman screaming on a beach littered with the dead. Kim did it in 2 strikes, clean, fast. The sound of it, the chop, the scream, the wet thud of the severed limb, would feature in Wade's nightmares for months. Sarah survived. The amputation worked. The other 2 bitten weren't as lucky. Both bites were to the neck, too close to the brain for amputation. Kim and Tess made them comfortable, and the group waited, and by dawn, both had turned. And Miguel and Boyd did what needed to be done, and 2 more names were added to the list of people the island had lost. The morning after the battle, Gage arrived. She came by water, as Patrice had predicted. 3 boats, rigid-hulled, inflatable vessels, military grade, each carrying 6 soldiers in full combat gear. They appeared on the western horizon at 7 a.m., dark shapes on the gray water, moving fast, the outboard motors leaving white wakes. The sentries spotted them immediately. The alarm went out, a hand-cranked siren that wailed across the island, a sound that brought everyone to their feet, weapons in hand, eyes on the water. 3 boats, 18 soldiers, Boyd reported from the watchtower. Armored, armed, automatic weapons. "Can we stop them in the water?" Wade asked. Joe's rifle has range. Bree's bow doesn't. The shotguns are useless at this distance. We need them closer. How close? 100 yards, maybe 50 for the shotguns. Wade looked at the approaching boats. 18 soldiers with automatic weapons and body armor against 300 civilians with hunting rifles and machetes. The math was simple and devastating. "Patrice," he said, "the causeway. Ready? Blow it. Now. Before they see it's an option." Patrice ran. 30 seconds later, a series of concussive thuds rolled across the island. Not explosions in the Hollywood sense, but deep structural sounds. The noise of concrete cracking and metal shearing and 100 tons of causeway dropping into the lake. The sound echoed off the water in the mainland and came back to them, distorted and diminished, and when it faded, the causeway was gone. Broken concrete jutted from the water like teeth, and between the teeth, the lake flowed. The boats kept coming. "They're not here for the causeway," Miguel said. "They're coming by water. This is the plan. Then we meet them at the water." The defense force repositioned. Volunteers lined the western shore, armed with rifles and shotguns. Joe set up on the dock, the same dock where Wade and Lily had sat and looked at stars, and braced her rifle on a piling. Bree was beside her, bow drawn. The boat slowed at 200 yards. At this distance, Wade could see the soldiers, helmets, body armor, weapons raised. And in the lead boat, standing at the bow, Colonel Vivian Gage. She was wearing a field jacket over her civilian clothes, a sidearm on her hip, and her gray hair was loose, blowing in the wind off the lake. She looked exactly as she had in her office. Assessing. She raised a bullhorn. Leatherwood Settlement. I am Colonel Vivian Gage. I am here for the children. If you surrender them peacefully, no one else needs to die. No one else. The implication was clear. People had already died. On both sides. The escape from Fort Campbell, the pursuit, the encounter with the horde. Death was already a fact. Gage was offering to stop adding to the count. Wade walked to the edge of the dock. He didn't have a bullhorn. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "The children are staying, Colonel. They're not yours. They're protected wards of the United States government. There is no United States government. There's just you and your soldiers and a piece of paper that doesn't mean anything anymore." Gage lowered the bullhorn. Even at 200 yards, he could see her expression change, the assessment deepening, the calculation running. She was measuring the island's defenses, the number of weapons on the shore, the destroyed causeway, the willingness of these people to fight. "You can't win this," she said through the bullhorn. "I have armored soldiers with automatic weapons. You have farmers with hunting rifles." "Farmers with hunting rifles beat the British Empire," Wade shouted back. "I'm a history teacher. I know how this works." A pause. Then Gage spoke to the soldier beside her, and the boats began to move again. Not toward the dock, but around it, circling to the north, toward the beach where the horde had attacked the night before. "They're going for the northern shore," Boyd called from the watchtower. "They know the barriers are down. They can beach the boats. Miguel, north, everyone. Now." The defense force sprinted. Across the island, from west to north, 200 yards of ground covered in 3 minutes. They arrived at the northern beach as the boats came around the island's point, engines roaring, the soldiers raising weapons. Joe fired first. The rifle cracked and a soldier in the lead boat jerked backward, hit in the chest. Body armor caught it. The soldier was stunned but alive. Joe adjusted, aimed for the unarmored neck, fired again. The soldier fell into the water. The boats hit the beach. Soldiers poured out, splashing through the shallows, weapons up. The defense force met them in the surf. Shotguns roared. Rifles cracked. An arrow from Bree's bow struck a soldier in the gap, between helmet and body armor, a shot that was 1 in 1,000, and the soldier dropped. It was chaos. Not the organized line-against-line chaos of the horde fight, but the scattered, desperate chaos of people, with inferior weapons fighting people with superior ones. The soldiers' automatic weapons tore through the air, the sound shattering, and a defender went down. Boyd, hit in the chest, dead before he hit the sand. Another defender, a woman named Clara, a retired teacher, 62 years old, took a round in the leg and screamed and was dragged backward by 2 volunteers. Donnie was on the beach. He shouldn't have been, his heart, his promise, the nitroglycerin, but he was, because Donnie Pratt did not sit in cabins when people he cared about were fighting. He was swinging a pipe wrench at a soldier who'd gotten past the line, and the wrench connected with the soldier's helmet, and the soldier went down. And Donnie stood over him and breathed hard, and his face was gray. That gray, the heart, gray, the bad gray. "Donnie!" Wade screamed. Donnie looked at him. Across the beach, through the chaos, the gunfire, the screaming, they locked eyes. Donnie's face was gray, and his left hand was pressed against his chest, and his right hand still held the pipe wrench, and he said, Wade couldn't hear it over the noise, but he read the lips, "Go, Professor." And then Donnie's knees buckled, and he went down, and the wrench fell from his hand, and he was on the sand. And Wade took a step toward him, and Miguel grabbed his arm and said, "No." And Wade tried to pull free, and Miguel held on and said, "No, Wade, look." And Wade looked, and 2 soldiers were advancing toward Donnie's position. And behind them, 3 more infected, drawn by the noise, attracted by the gunfire, wading out of the lake on the northern shore. And the soldiers saw the infected and turned their weapons on them, and the infected kept coming, and Donnie was between them, and Wade turned away. He turned away because he'd promised, and the promise was a lie. But the lie was the kindest thing he'd ever been told, and he honored it by turning away and not watching the man who'd called him Professor Dye on a beach between the soldiers and the dead. He turned away and he fought. He fought with the machete and the rage and the grief and the thing inside him that had finally, after 34 years of standing still, learned to move. He fought, and the beach was a nightmare, and the dead were coming from the water, and the soldiers were falling back because the dead were coming from the water, and the dead didn't distinguish between armies. They came for everyone, the soldiers and the defenders and the wounded and the fallen. They came with their open mouths and their reaching hands, and they didn't care about causes or authority or the United States government or anything at all except the imperative encoded in the prion that had destroyed the world. Gage's soldiers broke. Not all at once, in stages, in the way that discipline erodes when the enemy you trained for is replaced by an enemy you can't understand. They retreated to the boats. 3 soldiers were down. 1 shot, 1 arrowed, 1 taken by the horde. The remaining 15 scrambled into the inflatables and gunned the motors, and the boats pulled away from the beach, leaving behind the dead and the dying and the chaos. Gage was in the last boat. She stood at the stern as it pulled away, her sidearm in her hand, and she looked back at the island, at the beach, at the defenders who were still fighting the dead that had come from the water. She looked at Wade. Across the widening gap of water, through the smoke and the spray, she looked at him. And her expression was, Wade searched for the word and found it tired. Not defeated. Not angry. Tired. The exhaustion of a woman who had spent months building a system that she believed in, that she'd invested everything in, and watching it fail to accomplish the one thing she'd asked of it. The boats disappeared around the island's point. The gunfire stopped. The moaning continued. The dead on the beach, the dead in the water, the constant, eternal sound of the infected. The defenders dealt with the remaining dead on the beach. It took another hour. When it was over, the northern shore was a slaughterhouse. Bodies, military and civilian and infected, all mixed together in the sand and the surf, indistinguishable in their stillness. Donnie was among them. Wade found him near the waterline, lying on his back, eyes open, the pipe wrench still inches from his outstretched hand. His face was no longer gray. It was peaceful, the peace of a heart that had stopped and would not restart. There were no bite marks on him. The soldiers hadn't reached him. The infected hadn't reached him. His heart had simply stopped, as it had been planning to stop for years. And it had chosen this moment, this beach, this battle, this chaos, because Donnie Pratt's luck had always run exactly the way he'd predicted. Terrible timing, executed with style. Wade knelt beside him. He closed Donnie's eyes with 2 fingers. He picked up the pipe wrench and set it on Donnie's chest, because a trucker should have his tools. I lied, he said, about the promise. Donnie didn't answer. The waves lapped at the shore. The sun broke through the clouds for the first time in days, and the light was golden, and it fell on the beach and the bodies and the man kneeling beside his friend. And it was beautiful in the way that only terrible things can be beautiful. Accidentally, indifferently, the universe continuing its program without regard for the humans caught in its gears. They buried the dead that afternoon. All of them. Defenders, soldiers, even the twice-dead infected, dragged to the island's interior and placed in a trench that Patrice's construction crew dug with hand tools. The defenders and the soldiers were buried with what dignity could be managed. Wrapped in blankets, laid in rows, their names recorded in a notebook that Earl kept for this purpose. The infected were buried without ceremony, but they were buried because Kim insisted. They were people, she said, before, and the prion didn't choose them. Someone else chose for them, in a laboratory, in a boardroom, in a meeting where profit mattered more than safety. They deserved to be buried. Nobody argued with her. Donnie was buried apart from the others, in a spot Wade chose, a rise on the island's eastern side, overlooking the road he'd traveled to get here. The atlas was placed in his hands, the Peterbilt cap on his chest. Amos read from the Bible, not a verse, but the trucker's log that Donnie had kept in the atlas's margins. Dates, destinations, loads, the mundane poetry of a life spent on the road. Donald Pratt, Amos said, standing over the grave. Long-haul driver, navigator, storyteller. He knew every road in this state, and he drove them all. And he told you about every one of them whether you wanted to hear it or not. He paused. I don't know if God is listening. I haven't known for a while. But if he is, if there's a road on the other side, Donnie's already driving it. And he's telling someone about the bear. People laughed. They laughed because it was true, and because laughter is the only eulogy that matters, the only sound that the dead would recognize as belonging to the living. Tess cried. Wade didn't. He stood at the grave and held the pipe wrench. He'd taken it back, would keep it, would carry it the way Amos carried the Bible, as evidence of something that mattered. And he didn't cry because his walls were up, the walls Danielle had hated, the walls that had no doors. But behind the walls, in the space where the things he couldn't say lived, something was breaking. Slowly, like ice in spring. Like a heart that had been frozen for too long and was beginning, painfully, to thaw. 3 days after the battle, Gage's voice came over the radio, one final time. It was late. Past midnight. Wendell was on radio duty, half dozing in the communication shack, when the frequency crackled and Gage's voice filled the small space. Not the bullhorn voice, not the military voice, a quieter voice, a tired voice. Ellison, I know you're monitoring. I'm not coming back. I've lost too many people, and the ones I have left are questioning my judgment. The remnant is fracturing. Some want to stay at Campbell. Some want to join your island. Some want to go south. A pause, static. Then, you should know something about the outbreak. The prion, the thing that caused all this. It wasn't entirely synthetic. Caraway Agricultural Sciences based their research on samples from a natural occurrence, a cave system in Hart County, Kentucky, 30 miles from your lake, a fungal prion hybrid that's been evolving in that cave for, I don't know, millennia. The prion isn't going away, Ellison. It's part of the geology, part of the earth. Your island isn't an ending. It's not even a pause. It's the beginning of learning to live with this, permanently. Another pause, longer. I was trying to build something. You were trying to find someone. The difference is, you found her. I never built anything that lasted. Her voice cracked, the smallest fracture. Take care of those children, Ellison. They deserve better than what I gave them, better than what any of us gave them. The transmission ended. The radio hissed. Wendell looked at Wade, who had been standing in the doorway of the shack, listening. What do we do with that? Wendell asked. We live with it, Wade said, like everything else. He walked back to the dock. Lily was there. She'd heard the siren earlier, had come out to see if another attack was coming, and had stayed when she saw it was just the radio. She was sitting at the end of the dock, feet above the water, backpack beside her. He sat beside her. The water was dark. The stars were out. Was that the army lady? Lily asked. Yes. Is she coming again? No. Is she bad? Wade thought about Gage, about the compound, the protocol, the chain link fence, about the soldiers who died on the beach, about the voice on the radio, tired and cracking, admitting failure. She thought she was good, he said. She thought what she was building was the only way to survive. She was wrong, but she wasn't. She wasn't bad. She was scared, like everyone. Lily considered this. Is there a difference between being scared and being bad? Sometimes, not always. How do you know which one it is? You don't. Not always. You do your best, and you hope it's enough. Lily pulled her feet up, hugged her knees. The guarded expression was still there. It might always be there. The scar tissue of a trauma that had reshaped her at the cellular level. But beneath it, or beside it, something else was present. Curiosity. the flicker of a 9-year-old who still wanted to understand the world, even this world, even now. Dad? Yeah. Can I come to your class tomorrow? You come every day. I mean, can I come and sit in the front row? Wade's chest tightened. Not with pain, with something else. Something that felt like the opposite of the hollowness he'd carried since Kingston Pike, since the nursing home, since the long walk that had brought him here. Front row's always open, he said. Okay. They sat on the dock and watched the water and the darkness and the stars, and the island breathed around them. 300 people, sleeping and waking and living, the quiet sounds of survival, a fire crackling, a child coughing, a whispered conversation between lovers, the creak of a watchtower in the wind, and beneath it all, the lake, the water that held them, the moat that protected them, the barrier between the living and the dead, between before and after, between the world that was and the world that would have to be enough. The weeks after the battle settled over the island like silt after a flood, slowly, unevenly, covering everything in a fine layer of exhaustion that was indistinguishable from peace. January bled into February. The warm front passed, the cold returned, and the dead on the mainland slowed again, resuming their frozen vigils in fields and on roadsides. The lake resumed its role as barrier and protector. The island resumed its role as the only world that mattered. But nothing was the same. Donnie's absence was a hole in the fabric of daily life. A space at the dinner table, a silence where a story should have been, the atlas sitting on a shelf in the communications shack, its dog-eared pages and penciled notes, a map of a man who no longer needed roads. Wade carried the pipe wrench in his pack, heavy and useless and essential, and sometimes at night he took it out and held it, and turned it over in his hands, the way Amos turned over the Bible, both of them holding objects that meant more than they weighed. Boyd was dead. Clara was recovering, her leg healing under Kim's care, but she'd never walk without a limp. Sarah, the woman who'd lost her arm, was alive and adapting, learning to do everything one-handed with a fury that was half determination and half rage. 2 other defenders had died in the battle. 3 soldiers' bodies had been found on the beach. The rest of Gage's dead had been carried away by the retreating boats or by the lake. The island's population had dropped to 289. Each loss was felt, not in the abstract way that losses are felt in cities, where death is a statistic, but in the specific personal way of a community, small enough that everyone knew everyone's name. Boyd had fixed engines. Claire had organized the fishing schedule. The 2 defenders, a man named Jason and a woman named Kyla, had volunteered for Miguel's force on the first day, had trained without complaint, had stood on the line when the dead came out of the water. Their names went into Earl's notebook. Their tools and belongings were redistributed. Their bunks were given to others. The economy of survival was brutal in its efficiency. Wade threw himself into teaching with a focus that bordered on obsession. He expanded the curriculum. History, yes, but also practical skills. He taught the children how to read maps, using Donnie's atlas as a textbook. He taught them basic navigation, how to find north by the stars, how to estimate distance, how to read terrain. He taught them the history of survival, the Donner Party, the Shackleton Expedition, the Dust Bowl migrations. Not as entertainment, but as instruction, because the people who had survived those catastrophes had done so through the same skills these children would need. Cooperation, resource management, adaptability, and the willingness to keep moving when everything said stop. Lily sat in the front row. She didn't speak in class, not yet, not to the group, but she listened and she took notes in her notebook. And the notes were not drawings of buses anymore. They were words, dates, names, the fragments of a mind that was waking up, slowly, reaching toward the world again after months of withdrawal. One morning, she raised her hand. Wade saw it go up, a small hand, thin-fingered, trembling slightly, and his heart did something it hadn't done in months. It surged, not with fear, Not with grief, but with something bright and sharp and painful, like blood returning to a limb that's been numb. "Lily," he said. "The Donner Party," she said. Her voice was quiet but steady. "They ate each other." Some of them did, yes. Did they feel bad about it? The ones who survived wrote about it. Some of them felt tremendous guilt. Some of them never spoke about it again, and some of them— He paused. Some of them understood that they did what they had to do to live, and they made peace with it. Can you make peace with something terrible? The classroom, 18 children, ranging from 5 to 15, sitting on folding chairs in a communal kitchen, was very quiet. Every face was turned toward Lily, toward the girl who hadn't spoken in class for months, who was now asking the question that every person on this island carried but couldn't articulate. "I think you can," Wade said. "I think making peace doesn't mean being okay with it. It means carrying it without letting it crush you, like a heavy pack on a long walk. You don't like the weight, but you keep walking." Lily nodded. She lowered her hand. She went back to her notes, and Wade stood at the front of his makeshift classroom and taught the rest of the lesson with a lump in his throat that he couldn't swallow and didn't try to. The island's governance evolved. Earl remained the nominal leader, but the council expanded from 7 members to 12, incorporating representatives from each of the settlement's functional groups: food production, defense, medical, engineering, education, and scavenging. Wade was elected to the council without campaigning for it. He didn't want the position. He took it anyway because wanting and needing were different things, and the island needed people who would show up. The council meetings were still contentious. Resources were finite, opinions were infinite. Every decision, how much to fish, how many scavenging runs to make, how to allocate medical supplies, who got the extra blanket, was a negotiation between competing needs and competing fears. Joe ran the supply meetings with an iron hand and a spreadsheet she maintained on paper, each column meticulous, each number verified. She'd stopped hoarding. Her personal go-bag still existed. She kept it under her bunk, zipped and ready, but she'd begun sharing from it when supplies ran short, handing over protein bars and water purification tablets with a grimace that was halfway to grace. "Don't look at me like that," she said when Wade caught her giving a can of soup to a family whose rations had run out early. "Like what?" "Like I'm becoming a good person. I'm managing inventory. That family's caloric deficit affects productivity, which affects the scavenging output, which affects the whole system. It's math, not charity." "Okay, Joe, stop smiling." "I'm not smiling. You're smiling with your eyes. Cut it out." She walked away with the empty go-bag. She'd have to restock it, which meant admitting that she'd emptied it, which meant admitting that she'd chosen the group over herself. Wade watched her go and thought, we're all becoming different people. Not better, necessarily, just different. Shaped by the pressure, like stones in a river. Patrice's engineering projects gave the island a sense of forward motion that psychological adjustment alone couldn't provide. The watchtower on the island's highest point was completed in February. A 20-foot wooden platform with a railing and a tarp roof, offering a 360-degree view of the lake and the mainland. From the top, you could see for miles in every direction, and the sentries who manned it in shifts reported a landscape that was both reassuring and terrifying, empty, vast, and dotted with motionless figures that would move again when the weather changed. The agricultural project was next. Patrice surveyed the 8 acres of clearable land and drew up a plan. What to plant, where, when, how much yield to expect. The plan required seeds, which required a scavenging run to a garden center or hardware store on the mainland. Joe planned the run. Miguel trained the team. Boyd's replacement as scavenging leader, a former Forest Service ranger named Cal, led the mission. They brought back seeds, fertilizer, hand tools, and something nobody had asked for: books. Cal's team had found a public library in Waverly that was intact, locked, untouched, the books still on their shelves. They'd filled a truck bed with volumes, hauling them to the causeway's edge and ferrying them across by boat. Fiction, nonfiction, children's books, reference manuals, cookbooks, medical texts. The island's first library was established in a corner of the communal kitchen, the books arranged on shelves made from scavenged lumber, and the effect on morale was immediate and profound. People read. In the evenings, by firelight, they read. They read novels and poetry and history and science, and the act of reading, of entering a world that was not this world, of living for an hour inside a story that had a beginning and a middle and an end, was a kind of medicine that no clinic could provide. Lily read voraciously. She consumed children's books at first, the ones Mrs. Delacroix selected, age-appropriate, gentle, and then moved on to harder material. Books that Wade wouldn't have chosen for her, but couldn't bring himself to restrict. She read Hatchet by Gary Paulson. She read Island of the Blue Dolphins. She read The Diary of Anne Frank, and when she finished it, she sat on the dock for a long time, staring at the water. And when Wade asked if she was okay, she said, "She didn't make it." No, she wrote all those words, and she didn't make it. No, but we read the words. So she's still here, in the words. Wade sat beside her. Yeah, that's what books do. They carry people forward. Lily opened her notebook. Not the school notebook, a new one, blank, that she'd taken from the library's office supply closet. She opened it to the first page and picked up a pencil and wrote, in careful, deliberate letters, "My name is Lily Ellison. I am 9 years old. This is what happened." She wrote for an hour. Wade didn't read over her shoulder. He sat beside her on the dock and listened to the pencil move across the paper, the small sound of a child beginning to put words to the thing that had happened to her. And the sound was, he didn't have a word for it. Not hope. Something before hope. The sound of seeds being planted in ground that might or might not be fertile, by a gardener who didn't know if spring would come. In mid-February, the island received its first voluntary visitor from the mainland since the battle. He arrived by canoe, a flat-bottomed aluminum vessel, battered and leaking, paddling across the southern channel with a white t-shirt tied to a broomstick as a flag. The sentries spotted him at 300 yards and trained weapons. He raised his hands. He was young, mid-20s, dark-haired, thin to the point of emaciation. His clothes were filthy. His eyes were hollow. He beached the canoe on the southern shore and collapsed on the sand and said, "Please, I'm from New Canaan. I need help." His name was Thomas. He'd been a member of New Canaan for 2 months, recruited on the road outside Murfreesboro, brought inside the walls, assigned a contribution score. A mechanic, which earned him middle-tier status. Enough food, a shared room, access to the communal areas. Not enough to have a voice. Not enough to question the Constance's decisions. Not enough to matter. He'd left because of what he'd seen. "The scavengers," he said. He was in the medical clinic, Tess bandaging raw blisters on his hands from the paddle, Kim checking him for bites. The ones they send out, the low-score ones. They don't come back, not most of them. And the ones that do, they come back with less than they should. Like they were set up to fail. Like the routes they're given are the dangerous ones on purpose. "Why would they do that?" Earl asked. "Because the low-score people are the ones the Constance doesn't want. The old, the sick, the ones who question things. She sends them on runs, and they don't come back, and nobody asks, because asking is how you become low-score." The council listened. Thomas spoke for an hour, describing New Canaan in detail that confirmed and expanded what Wade's group had reported. The caste system. The communal children, taken from parents who fell below a contribution threshold and placed in a group home supervised by the Constance's loyalists. The weekly assessments, public and humiliating, where scores were read aloud and people's status changed based on criteria that only the Constance fully understood. "She's not insane," Thomas said. "That's the thing. She's not ranting or raving. She's calm. She's organized. She genuinely believes this is the only way. Managed humanity, she calls it. Triage at the societal level. Cut the weak, strengthen the strong." "How many people does she have now?" Joe asked. 500, maybe more. "She's been absorbing smaller groups, some voluntarily. Some, he hesitated, some groups that resist absorption tend to have supply problems afterward. Their scavenging routes get contested. Their water sources get contaminated. They find New Canaan recruitment signs posted at their gates. She's starving out the competition, Patrice said. She's expanding. That's how she sees it. Every survivor group that joins makes New Canaan stronger. Everyone that refuses is a potential threat. And the Constance doesn't tolerate threats. Is she a threat to us? Miguel asked. You're 80 miles away and on an island. For now, she's focused on consolidating the Murfreesboro corridor. But Thomas looked at the council with eyes that had seen too much. She mentioned your island in an assembly. She called you an experiment. Said you were trying to rebuild without structure, and that you'd fail. And when you failed, you'd come to New Canaan or you'd die. She wasn't angry about it. She was patient, like she was waiting. The council dismissed Thomas, gave him food and a bunk, and convened a closed session. The debate was fierce. Frank, the former judge, argued for diplomatic engagement. Joe argued for military preparation. Miguel argued for both. Earl, overwhelmed, looked at Wade. What do you think? Earl asked. Wade thought about the Constance, about New Canaan, about the signs on the road, the pitch, the walls, about the scavengers who didn't come back and the children taken from their parents and the patient. Calculated expansion of a system that valued contribution over humanity. I think she's right about one thing, Wade said. We are an experiment. Every community is an experiment. The question is, what we're experimenting with. She's experimenting with control. We're experimenting with choice. One of us will be proven wrong. I'd rather be wrong about choice than right about control. It was not a strategic answer. It was a philosophical one. But the council was tired and frightened and hungry for something that sounded like a principle. And the vote went Wade's way. No engagement with New Canaan, no provocation, but active preparation for the possibility that the Constance would eventually turn her eyes toward the lake. February brought a development that nobody expected. Gage's remaining soldiers, not all of them, but 11, arrived at the lake in a convoy of 3 vehicles. They parked on the mainland side of the destroyed causeway and radioed across. This is Sergeant Davis, formerly of Colonel Gage's command. We're requesting permission to join the Leatherwood settlement. The irony was not lost on anyone. The soldiers who'd attacked the island 3 weeks ago were now asking to join it. The council convened an emergency session that lasted 4 hours and nearly split the settlement apart. The arguments against were visceral. These soldiers had killed Boyd, had wounded Clara, had fought alongside a commander who'd tried to take the island's children by force. Trust was not a word that applied. The arguments for were practical. 11 trained soldiers with military weapons and equipment, vehicles, body armor, communications gear, would dramatically increase the island's defensive capability. And the soldiers weren't coming to conquer. They were coming because Fort Campbell had collapsed. Gage lost control, Davis said over the radio, his voice flat with the particular exhaustion of a man who'd watched the last structure he believed in crumble. After the lake operation failed, the remnant fractured. Some went south, some went to New Canaan. Gage, Colonel Gage, is gone. Took a vehicle and drove east, alone. We don't know where. And you came here, Wade said. We came here because it's the only place that held. Campbell fell. New Canaan is a cult. The other settlements we've contacted are dying. You held against us and against the dead. That matters. Wade looked at the council. 12 faces, 12 opinions, 12 sets of fears and hopes and calculations. He looked at Miguel, who'd trained the defense force, who'd stood on the line, who understood military capability better than anyone on the island. Miguel said, "Let them in, disarmed, on probation. They earn trust like everyone else." The vote was 7-5 in favor. Davis and his soldiers crossed the lake by boat. The causeway was still destroyed, and surrendered their weapons to Joe's armory. They were given bunks in the barracks farthest from the children's quarters. They were assigned work details, heavy labor, construction, the unglamorous tasks that probation demanded. They did it without complaint. Within a week, Davis was training alongside Miguel's defense force. Within 2 weeks, 2 of his soldiers had requested permanent assignment to the scavenging teams. Within a month, the distinction between soldier and islander had begun to blur, not because it was forgotten, but because the daily demands of survival didn't leave room for categories. Everyone worked, everyone contributed, everyone ate. The hierarchy of rank was replaced by the hierarchy of effort, and the soldiers, whatever they'd been before, were now people who carried wood and dug latrines and stood watch in the cold because that was what survival required. Bree's hunting skills had become essential to the island's food supply. She ranged across the mainland with 2 other hunters, Cal and a woman named Denise, who'd grown up on a deer farm, returning with rabbits, squirrels, and occasionally deer. The protein supplemented the fish and the dwindling canned goods and kept the island fed through the lean weeks of late winter. One evening, returning from a hunt, Bree found Wade on the dock. She sat beside him without speaking and cleaned her arrows, wiping the broadheads with a rag, checking the fletchings, straightening any that had bent. Her hands moved with the automatic precision of someone who'd performed the task hundreds of times. "Mr. Ellison," she said. "Wade." "Mr. Ellison," a pause. "I need to tell you something." He waited. "My mom turned on day 1 in our house. She was making dinner and she seized, like the people at the school." Bree's voice was flat, controlled, reciting facts. "She was in the kitchen. My little brother was in the living room. He was 7. His name was Cameron." Wade didn't move, didn't speak. The dock creaked beneath them. She came out of the kitchen and she went for him. He was on the couch, watching cartoons. She grabbed him and... Bree stopped, swallowed. "I was upstairs. I heard him screaming. I came down and I saw what was happening and I couldn't..." Her hands stopped moving on the arrows. They were trembling, not much. A fine vibration like a plucked string. "I locked the bedroom door from the outside, with both of them inside, and I left." The words hung in the air between them, heavy and terrible and precise. Wade felt them in his chest, in the place where his own locked doors lived. The nursing home, the fire extinguisher, the choices he'd made and hadn't made. "I locked the door and I left the house and I walked to the school and I sat in the bleachers and I didn't tell anyone," Bree said. "I didn't tell anyone because what would I say? I locked my 7-year-old brother in a room with Bree, with our mother who was eating him and Bree." She stopped. Her eyes were dry. The trembling had spread from her hands to her shoulders, a whole body vibration that was grief or shame or both. Tectonic forces moving beneath the surface of a 16-year-old who had carried this alone for 4 months. "You were 16, Wade said. You're still 16. You were alone in a house where something impossible was happening, and you did the only thing you could do." "I could have." "You couldn't have. Whatever you think you could have done, you couldn't have. Your mother was already gone. Cameron was already..." He stopped. He didn't know that. Couldn't know that. But the alternative, that Cameron had been alive and savable, and Bree had chosen wrong, was a weight that would destroy her, and he would not let it. "Cameron was already gone," he said. "By the time you reached the stairs, your mother was fast. You said she seized in the kitchen. By the time you came down, it was over." "You don't know that." "No, I don't. But here's what I know. You survived. You walked to the school. You sat in the bleachers and you waited and you didn't fall apart. And every day since then, every hunt, every watch, every arrow you've shot, you've been keeping people alive. People who are alive right now because of you." Bree's trembling slowed, not stopped, slowed. She stared at the water, at the darkness, at the distant mainland where the dead walked their frozen walks. "Does it get better?" she asked. "I don't know. I'll tell you when it does." "You're carrying something too." "Yeah." "The nursing home." "Yeah. Tess told me. Not details, just..." "She said you froze. She said she had to do it for you." "She did. So we're the same. You froze. I locked a door. Neither of us could do the thing." Wade looked at Bree, the hunting knife on her belt, the compound bow across her back, the arrows clean and straight in her quiver. The girl who'd been invisible in his classroom, back row C- ghost, who was now one of the most capable people he knew. We're the same, he said, and we're still here. Bree picked up her arrows. She fitted them into the quiver one by one, each one slotting into place with a soft click. When she was done, she stood up. I'm going to finish Cameron's essay, she said. What? The Dust Bowl essay. He used to watch me do homework. He'd sit next to me and draw while I wrote. He drew tractors mostly. I'm going to finish the essay, and I'm going to put a tractor on the cover page. For him. Okay. Don't give me an A just because of the story. I won't. I'll give you whatever grade you earn. Good. She walked away. At the edge of the dock, she stopped. Mr. Ellison? Yeah? Thank you for not telling me it wasn't my fault. Everyone else would say that, and it would be a lie. She left. Wade sat on the dock alone, holding Donnie's pipe wrench, and the water lapped and the stars burned and the island breathed its 300-person breath. And he thought about locked doors and frozen moments and the things people carry that they can never put down, only learn to carry differently. The relationship between Wade and Miguel had evolved into something neither of them expected. The rivalry that had marked their early days, the coach and the teacher, the man of action and the man of inaction, each measuring the other against himself and finding the comparison uncomfortable, had been ground down by shared experience until what remained was a partnership so functional it was almost invisible. They ran the island's defense together. Miguel handled the physical, training, deployment, tactics. Wade handled the strategic, intelligence, diplomacy, the larger questions of threat assessment and resource allocation. They disagreed frequently. Their disagreements were sharp, specific, and productive. You want to send a scavenging team to Clarksville, Miguel said. They were in the watchtower, early morning, the mainland visible through binoculars as a flat expanse of frosted farmland. That's a 40-mile round trip through territory we haven't scouted. Clarksville has the Caraway facility. The labs might have information we can use about the prion, about how it behaves, about potential weaknesses, and it might have contaminated material that could kill anyone who enters. That's why we send a small team with protective equipment. Kim knows what to look for. Kim is our only surgeon. If she dies in a laboratory, if she identifies something that helps us understand the infection, she saves more lives from a lab table than an operating table. Miguel's jaw worked. He looked through the binoculars, scanning the mainland, his body doing the soldier's work, while his mind did the general's work. Who goes? Me, Kim, Joe, Sergeant Davis. Not you. Why not? Because you're... Miguel stopped. He set down the binoculars and looked at Wade directly. Because if you die, this island loses the only person who can hold the council together. Earl's not a leader. Frank's not a leader. They're administrators. You're the one people follow. I don't want people to follow me. Nobody who wants it should have it. That's how it works. Miguel picked up the binoculars again. I'll go instead. With Kim, Joe, and Davis, you stay here and keep the lights on. Wade wanted to argue. The old Wade, the one who avoided confrontation, would have let it go. The new Wade recognized that Miguel was right, and that being right sometimes meant being the one who stayed behind. Be careful, he said. I'm always careful. You held a doorway against a horde with a fire axe and a cafeteria table. That was tactical. This is different. How? This time I'll have a gun. And they looked at each other. Not smiling exactly. But the thing that passed between them was warm, and it was real. And it was the kind of bond that forms between people who have seen each other at their worst and decided to stay anyway. The Clarksville run happened in late February. Miguel, Kim, Joe, and Davis took 2 vehicles across the lake by ferry, a flat-bottomed barge the island's engineers had built from salvaged lumber and oil drums, and drove southeast toward the Caraway Agricultural Sciences Facility outside Clarksville. They were gone for 3 days. The island waited. Wade taught his classes and attended council meetings and stood watch in the tower and did all the things that leadership required. And underneath all of it was the constant, low-grade terror of waiting for people he cared about to come back from the mainland. Lily sensed it. She'd become attuned to Wade's moods in the way that children of stressed parents become attuned, reading body language, voice tone, the subtle shifts in posture that signaled anxiety. On the second night, she sat beside him at the communal dinner and said, "You're worried about them. A little. More than a little. Yeah, more than a little." Mrs. Delacroix says worrying is like a rocking chair. It gives you something to do, but doesn't get you anywhere. Mrs. Delacroix is a wise woman. She also says eating helps. She says food is a decision your body makes for you when your brain won't cooperate. Wade looked at his untouched plate, fish and canned corn, the standard dinner. He picked up his fork. See, Lily said. Your brain isn't cooperating, but your body knows what to do. He ate. She watched him eat with the satisfied expression of a child who has managed an adult. And the satisfaction was, it was progress. It was a 9-year-old behaving like a 9-year-old instead of a tiny, traumatized survivor. It was normalcy, or the ghost of normalcy. And Wade seized it and held it and ate his fish. Miguel's team returned on the third day, loaded with supplies and information. The Caraway facility was partially destroyed. Collapsed roofs, shattered windows, the evidence of an explosion in the eastern wing. But the western laboratories were intact, sealed behind containment doors that Kim's veterinary ID card, standard magnetic stripe, happened to trigger because Caraway's security system was designed for agricultural research, not bioweapons, and the access protocols were universal. Inside, they found what Ellis had been looking for when he died. The labs contained research records, paper files, not digital, the kind of backup documentation that scientists maintain because hard drives fail. Kim spent 6 hours reading, photographing with a salvaged digital camera, and taking notes. What she brought back changed the island's understanding of everything. The prion, designated CW7 in the research files, was not a natural pathogen. It was a synthetic construct, engineered from samples of a naturally occurring fungal prion hybrid, found in a cave system in Hart County, Kentucky. The cave, designated Site 17 in the documents, had been discovered in 2019 by a Caraway Geological Survey team looking for limestone deposits. The fungal prion hybrid they found was ancient, evolving in isolation for millennia. Harmless in its natural state, it infected a species of cave-dwelling beetle and caused no symptoms in larger organisms. Caraway's bioengineering division, funded through a DARPA subcontract, had taken the cave samples and weaponized them. The goal was agricultural sabotage, a prion that could be introduced into an enemy's livestock feed, destroying their food supply without directly harming humans. CW7 was the result, a synthetic prion that targeted bovine neural tissue with devastating efficiency. The problem was the species barrier. CW7 was not supposed to cross from cattle to humans. The prion's protein structure was designed to bind only to bovine neural receptors. But a researcher named Dr. Anaya Voss, her lab notes were meticulous, detailed, and increasingly panicked, discovered in early 2023 that CW7 had undergone an unexpected mutation during a feeding trial. The mutated variant, CW7B, bound to human neural receptors with the same efficiency as the bovine version. Dr. Voss reported her findings to Caraway management. Her report was classified. The feeding trial data was quarantined. And Toroplex 9, the cattle feed supplement that contained CW7 as a growth enhancer, shipped to market on schedule. Because the quarterly earnings report was due, and the recall would cost $400 million, and the probability of human exposure through properly cooked beef was, according to Caraway's risk assessment team, acceptably low. The probability was not acceptably low. Kim presented her findings to the council in a session that lasted 3 hours and ended with people sitting in stunned silence. The prion was engineered, she said. It was known to be dangerous. It was shipped anyway. And the cave where the original samples came from, Site 17, is 30 miles from where we're sitting. What does that mean for us? Earl asked. It means the natural prion is in the groundwater of this region. The synthetic version, CW7B, the one that's in the infected, is derived from it. The natural version is harmless to humans in its current form. But if it mutates again, if it encounters the synthetic version and incorporates its modifications, The cave could become a source of ongoing contamination. Could that happen? I don't know. I'm a veterinarian, not a prion researcher. But the possibility exists, and we should know about it. So, what do? We seal the cave. If we can find it, we seal it. Concrete, rubble, whatever it takes. We eliminate the possibility of the natural prion interacting with the synthetic one. That's a mission to the mainland, into unknown territory. Yes. With the dead reactivating. Yes. The council voted 7-5 in favor of the mission, contingent on spring weather and adequate preparation. The dissenting votes came from people who wanted to pretend the cave didn't exist, who wanted to believe that the lake was enough, that the island was sufficient, that they could close their eyes and let the problem solve itself. Wade voted yes, because closing his eyes was what he'd done for 34 years, and it had never solved anything. The days lengthened. February crawled toward March. The cold persisted but softened, the worst of winter releasing its grip, the lake losing its rim of ice, the bare trees showing the faintest promise of buds. The world was still dead, still full of the walking infected, still broken, still over. But the season was turning, and with it, something in the island's collective psyche turned too. Not optimism. Something more grounded. Determination. The recognition that they had survived the winter, the hardest winter, and that spring was coming, and spring meant planting, and planting meant future, and future meant they were thinking beyond today. Amos delivered his first sermon since Mountain View Baptist. It happened on a Sunday morning in late February. Not in the communal kitchen. The space had become too associated with council meetings and arguments to feel sacred. Instead, Amos set up on the dock, the lake behind him, the island before him, and he spoke to whoever wanted to listen. 40 people came. They stood on the shore and the dock and the boat launch, and Amos stood at the dock's end with the Bible in his hands and the water at his back, and he opened the book for the first time in months. "I'm not going to tell you that God has a plan," he said. His voice was the preacher's voice, resonant, measured, designed to carry. But the content was new, raw, unpolished by dogma. "I don't know if God has a plan. I've spent 5 months trying to find one, and I can't. The God I preached about, the one who numbered the hairs on our heads and noticed every sparrow, that God feels very far away right now. I'm not sure he's listening. I'm not sure he's there." A murmur ran through the crowd. Not disagreement, recognition. The sound of people hearing their own doubt voiced by the man they'd expected to resolve it. "But I'll tell you what I know," Amos continued. "I know that you're here. I know that you survived. I know that every one of you made choices, hard ones, terrible ones, choices that keep you up at night and choices you'd make again in a heartbeat. And those choices brought you here, to this dock, to this island, to each other." He looked down at the Bible in his hands. His fingers traced the leather. The spine cracked. The pages, thin and translucent, rustled in the wind off the lake. "I lost my faith in October, in a church in Sevier County, watching my congregation die. I've been carrying this book ever since. Not because I believe in it, but because I'm afraid of what it means to put it down. And I think," he paused, his voice thickened, "I think maybe that's what faith is, not certainty, not the absence of doubt, just the refusal to let go of the thing that might be true, even when everything says it isn't." He opened the Bible. He read, not a verse, a passage. Ecclesiastes, the one about time, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to break down and a time to build up. When he finished, the dock was silent. The water moved beneath them. The wind came off the lake, carrying the smell of mud and thaw and the promise of spring. "A time to build up," Amos said. "I think that's where we are. Not because God ordained it. Not because it's part of a plan. Because we're here, And it's what we do. We build. Even when the building might not last. Even when the ground might shift. We build. Because building is how we say, we're still here. We choose this. We choose each other. 40 people stood in the cold February air and listened to a preacher who didn't believe in God preach about the value of building. And some of them cried and some didn't, and both were okay. After the sermon, Wade found Amos sitting on the dock, Bible on his knee, looking at the water with an expression that Wade had never seen on him before. Not peace, not faith. Something between them. Something that had a foot in both camps. That was good, Wade said. It wasn't a sermon. I don't know what it was. Whatever it was, it mattered. Amos smiled. The smile was small, uncertain. The smile of a man testing muscles he hadn't used in months. Maybe that's enough. Maybe. Wade. Yeah. I'm going to keep carrying the book. Okay, but I'm going to open it sometimes now. Read from it. Even if the words still slide off most days. He held the Bible up, turning it in the light. Some of them are sticking. Not the ones about God. The ones about people. About endurance. About time. That's a start. It's a start. The cave mission was planned for early March. Kim assembled a team, herself, Davis, Cal, and 2 island residents with caving experience. The objective was straightforward. Locate Site 17, assess its accessibility, and seal the entrance. They'd carry concrete mix, rubble, and hand tools. The round trip was estimated at 3 days. 2 days overland, 1 day for the sealing operation. But the mission never launched as planned, because New Canaan arrived first. Not an army, not an invasion, a delegation. 3 vehicles, clean, well-maintained, flying white flags from their antennas, approached the lake's western shore on a Tuesday morning in early March and parked within sight of the watchtower. A woman emerged from the lead vehicle, walked to the shore, and spoke through a bullhorn. Leatherwood Settlement. I am Constance Preacher. I come in peace. I would like to speak with your leadership. The council convened in 15 minutes. The debate lasted 2 hours. Every argument from every previous New Canaan discussion was rehashed. Engagement versus isolation, trust versus caution. The risk of provocation versus the risk of ignorance. She's standing on our shore, Joe said. She drove 80 miles to stand on our shore. That means she wants something. The question is what? And whether giving it to her is worse than not giving it to her, Patrice added. She has 500 people, Frank pointed out. We have 300. In any confrontation, numbers favor her. We have a lake, Miguel said. Lakes can be crossed. Not easily, not against a defended shore. Let me talk to her, Wade said. The council voted, 8-4. Wade would meet Constance on the mainland side, accompanied by Miguel and Joe. They would cross by boat, unarmed, under flag of truce. If this goes sideways, Miguel began. It won't, Wade said. You don't know that. I know that she came with 3 vehicles and a bullhorn, instead of 30 vehicles and guns. She wants to talk. So we talk. Constance Preacher was not what Wade expected. He'd built an image of her from Thomas's description in his own imagination. A demagogue, wild-eyed, the kind of leader who ruled through force of personality and the madness of true believers. The reality was more unsettling. She was 52, silver-haired, dressed in clean clothes that were practical but not military. She wore a fleece jacket, hiking boots, and a calm expression that radiated competence and control. She shook Wade's hand with a firm, dry grip and said, Mr. Ellison, I've heard a great deal about you. From Thomas? Among others. Thomas left because he didn't understand what we're building. That's his right. But his perspective is limited. They sat on folding chairs that Constance's people had set up on the shore. A table between them held a thermos of real coffee. Actual coffee, not chicory. And the smell alone was almost enough to make Wade agree to whatever she was about to propose. I'll be direct, Constance said. New Canaan is growing. We have 600 people now, and the number rises weekly. We have agricultural capacity, medical facilities, power generation, and a functioning governance structure. We are, in this region, the closest thing to civilization. We have our own version of civilization, Wade said. I know. An island, 300 people, fishing and scavenging. It's admirable. The word was precisely calibrated. Not dismissive, not condescending, but containing the implication that admirable was not the same as sustainable. But it's fragile. One bad storm, one disease outbreak, one supply disruption, and your island becomes a tomb. Every community is fragile. Ours, less so, which is why I'm here. She poured coffee into a paper cup and pushed it across the table. I'm proposing a partnership, not absorption. I know you'd refuse that. A partnership, trade, mutual defense, information sharing. Your island provides fish and lake access. New Canaan provides manufactured goods, agricultural surplus, and manpower for major projects. Like what? Like the cave. Site 17. I know about it. My people recovered the same files from the Caraway facility that your Dr. Okafor did. The cave needs to be sealed. Neither of us can do it alone. Together, we can. Wade looked at Miguel. Miguel's face was stone, the face of a man listening for the trap inside the offer. What's the catch? Wade asked. Constance smiled. The smile was practiced, warm. The smile of a woman who had spent decades in politics and real estate and knew that warmth was a negotiating tool. The catch is trust. I'm asking you to trust me, and I know you don't. Thomas told you things. Your own people have told you things. Some of them are true. Some of them are the perceptions of people who didn't understand the compromises leadership requires. The scavengers who don't come back? The smile faded, not gone, adjusted. Resource acquisition is dangerous. We lose people. Every community does. The difference is that in New Canaan, the people who go on acquisition runs are the ones most suited for the work. Physically capable, expendable in terms of specialized skills. It's triage, Mr. Ellison, not cruelty. Expendable, Wade repeated, in terms of specialized skills. I didn't say expendable as people. Every loss is felt. But a community of 600 can't function if it sends its surgeons and engineers on supply runs. The people with less critical skills go. It's not evil. It's mathematics. And the children? The ones taken from their parents? Constance's expression hardened. The warmth drained, replaced by something colder and more honest. Children in New Canaan are communal resources. They're fed, educated, and cared for by specialists. Parents who meet contribution thresholds have access to their children. Parents who don't see them. Parents who can't contribute adequately are themselves a risk. If a parent can't function, can't work, can't defend, can't produce, they're a drain on resources that other children need. In that case, the children are better served by communal care, better served by taking them from their parents, better served by ensuring they survive. Sentiment is a luxury, Mr. Ellison. Love doesn't feed anyone. Competence does. The silence that followed was heavy. The coffee sat between them, cooling, its steam thinning in the March air. The lake moved. On the island, 300 people went about their morning, fishing, building, teaching, living. I'm going to decline the partnership, Wade said. Constance tilted her head. May I ask why? Because your system works, and it shouldn't. It works because you've turned people into resources, and resources into people. And somewhere in the middle, the thing that makes us human, the messy, inefficient, irrational thing, gets optimized away. And when it's gone, what you have isn't civilization. It's a machine that looks like one. And your island? My island is messy and inefficient and irrational. We argue about fish distribution for 2 hours. We let people who can't contribute stay anyway because they're people, and that's enough. We're probably going to fail. But if we fail, we'll fail as humans, not as components. Constance studied him. The assessment was different from Gage's. Less military, more political. The calculation of a woman who evaluated not just capability, but persuadability. "You'll reconsider," she said, "when winter comes again. When the fish aren't biting and the supplies run low and your people start to wonder if choice is really better than safety. You'll reconsider. Maybe. When you do, the offer stands." She rose, extended her hand. "It was good to meet you, Mr. Ellison. I respect what you're doing, even if I believe it's doomed." "I respect what you're doing," Wade said, "even though I know it's wrong." Constance's hand paused in the air between them. Something flickered behind her eyes. Not anger, not offense. Surprise, maybe, or recognition. The recognition that the man across the table was not negotiating, was not posturing, but was genuinely, quietly certain. And that certainty, in a world of calculated compromise, was its own kind of power. She withdrew her hand without the shake, nodded, walked to her vehicle. The convoy drove away south, back toward Murfreesboro, back toward New Canaan, back toward the managed humanity that was Constance Preacher's answer to the end of the world. Wade sat on the shore and drank the coffee she'd left behind. It was real coffee, rich, bitter, complex, the taste of a world that used to exist. He savored every sip, and then he walked to the boat and rowed back to the island and told the council what had happened. And the council argued for 3 hours about whether he'd made the right decision. And he sat and listened and didn't try to convince anyone, because the decision was made and the consequences would come when they came. March arrived with rain. Not the gentle spring rain of postcards, but the cold, driving rain of late winter, sheets of water that hammered the island's tin roofs and turned the paths to mud and raised the lake's level 3 feet in a week. The rain brought problems, leaking cabins, flooding in the low-lying garden plots, a dock that shifted on its pilings and had to be resecured, but it also brought relief. The rain collected in barrels, filling the island's water reserves, reducing dependence on the well, and the rain masked sound. The sentries reported that the dead on the mainland were more active in the rain. Warmer temperatures, overcast skies, the conditions that favored the infected. But they were also less directed, wandering randomly, rather than oriented toward the island. The rain's constant noise drowned out the settlement's sounds, making the island less detectable. Wade used the rain days for intensive teaching. 18 children in the communal kitchen, the rain drumming on the roof. The world shrunk to the size of a room and the stories inside it. He taught them about the Roman Empire's fall, how civilization didn't end all at once, but eroded slowly, institution by institution, until the people living in the ruins didn't remember what the buildings had been for. He taught them about the Black Plague, how it killed a third of Europe's population and how the survivors rebuilt differently, with new social structures and new ideas. He taught them about the Great Depression, how Americans who lost everything found ways to survive through community, cooperation, and stubborn refusal to accept that the worst was permanent. "History doesn't repeat," he said, "but it rhymes." "What does that mean?" asked a boy named Eli, 11 years old, one of the Fort Campbell children. "It means the specific events are different every time, but the patterns are the same. People face disaster. People lose things. People break down. And then people build back up. That's the pattern. Every time. The building is always harder than the breaking, but it always happens." "Will it happen this time?" Eli asked. "It's already happening," Wade said. "Look around you. We're in a classroom on an island. We're learning. We're planting seeds. We're catching fish. We're arguing about fair distribution of blankets. That's civilization, Eli. It's not glamorous. It's not easy. But it's happening." Lily, in the front row, wrote in her notebook. Wade caught a glimpse of the words. "It's already happening." She underlined them twice. The cave mission finally launched on a clear day in mid-March. The weather had broken. Temperatures in the 40s, sun for the first time in weeks. The landscape emerging from winter's grip with a cautious, tentative greenness that felt like a held breath. Kim led the team, herself, Davis, Cal, Joe, and 2 cavers, a couple named Rick and Alma, who'd explored caves recreationally before the outbreak and knew the limestone geology of western Kentucky. They took 2 vehicles, loaded with concrete mix, hand tools, and enough supplies for 4 days. Miguel stayed behind. His knee had worsened over the winter, and Kim had forbidden him from making the overland trip. "If my leg was fine," Miguel started. "Your leg isn't fine. Your leg is held together with ibuprofen and stubbornness. Stay here, train your people, guard the island." Kim checked her medical bag, counting supplies. "I'll be back in 4 days. 3. 3 is optimistic. Be optimistic for once." Kim looked at him. Something passed between them. Not romantic, not the charged tension of attraction, but the deep, specific regard of 2 people who had fought side by side and trusted each other with their lives. 4 days, she said. "If I'm not back in 4, I'll come find you. You'll stay here and guard the island. Tess can handle the medical. The island needs you more than the cave does." Miguel didn't argue. He watched the boats cross the lake with his arms folded and his jaw tight. And when they were gone, he turned to the defense force and ran a training drill with the kind of intensity that told everyone he was channeling worry into action. The team returned in 3 days, not 4. 3. They returned with the cave sealed, concrete and rubble packed into the entrance. The access tunnel collapsed, Site 17 closed and buried. They returned with supplies from the surrounding countryside, a hardware store in Cadiz that hadn't been fully looted, yielding tools, nails, wire, and a generator that Cal hot-wired into the truck. They also returned with information that the council needed to hear immediately. "New Canaan is moving," Davis said. He was in the council chamber, the communal kitchen, its other identity, standing before the 12 council members with the rigid posture of a soldier delivering a sitrep. "We observed a New Canaan convoy, 6 vehicles, 20 to 30 personnel, operating northeast of Cadiz. They were establishing a supply depot in a warehouse complex. Defensive perimeter, guards, the whole setup. Cadiz is 40 miles from here," Joe said, checking her map. "Closer than 80. They're expanding toward us." "Or they're expanding in all directions, and we happen to be in one of them," Frank offered. "The effect is the same," Wade said. "Whether they're targeting us specifically or not, they're encroaching on our scavenging territory. The same resources we need are the ones they're claiming." The debate was long and familiar and inconclusive. The council was split between those who wanted to confront New Canaan, those who wanted to negotiate, and those who wanted to ignore the problem and hope it went away. Wade voted for increased scouting, more eyes on the mainland, more information about New Canaan's movements, better intelligence before any decision. The vote passed 9-3. Scouting teams were deployed. The information they brought back over the next 2 weeks painted a picture that was increasingly clear and increasingly alarming. New Canaan was not just expanding, it was encircling. Supply depots were being established in an arc that curved from Cadiz northeast to Hopkinsville, and then east toward Clarksville. The arc's center was Kentucky Lake. The arc's effect was to claim every significant supply source within 100 miles of the island. "She's not invading," Patrice said, studying the map in Joe's hands. "She's besieging. She's cutting off our supply lines. When we run out of scavenging targets, we'll have to come to her." "Or starve," Joe said. "Or farm," Wade said. "And fish, and become self-sufficient before she finishes the encirclement. That takes months. We won't have crops until summer at the earliest. Then, we have months to prepare. And if she accelerates?" Wade looked at the map. The red marks, Joe's careful notations of New Canaan's positions, formed a crescent that was tightening, slowly, methodically, the strategic patience of a woman who had time and numbers and the willingness to wait. "Then we deal with it when it comes," Wade said. "We've dealt with everything else." It wasn't confidence. It wasn't strategy. It was the stubborn, irrational refusal to accept defeat that had carried him from Knoxville to this island, from a dead pen on a kitchen counter to a council table where 300 people depended on his judgment. It was the thing Constance had called doomed, and Gage had called foolish, and Donnie had called calm. It was just Wade, standing in a room, choosing not to give up. The council voted to accelerate the agricultural program, stockpile fish, and reduce mainland dependency to 0 by June. It was aggressive. It might be impossible. It was the only option that didn't involve surrender. Lily's notebook grew. Page by page, day by day, in careful pencil, she wrote. She wrote about the school, Lachlan, the buses, the bulletin board. She wrote about the bus ride, the children crying, Mrs. Delacroix counting heads, the landscape scrolling past the windows, the infected on the roadside turning toward the engine sound. She wrote about Fort Campbell, and the barracks, the fence, the razor wire, the supervised hours. She wrote about the colonel, a woman with gray hair who talked like she was reading a list. She wrote about her mother. Mom was bleeding on her arm. She said it was okay. She said it was just a scratch. She told me to get on the bus. She said she'd be right behind me. But she didn't get on the bus. She stood outside and waved. She was smiling. I think she was pretending to smile. I don't know how I know that. I just know. The bus drove away. I watched her through the window. She was standing in the parking lot. There were people around her, not people. Things that used to be people. She was standing very still, and they were getting closer, and she didn't run. She just stood there, like she was waiting for something. I think she was waiting for the bus to turn the corner. I think she didn't want me to see what happened next. I love her. I'm mad at her. Both things are true. Wade didn't read the notebook until Lily showed it to him. She placed it on the dock one evening, opened to the page about Danielle, and sat beside him without speaking. He read. The words were a child's words, simple, direct, unadorned, and they carried a weight that no literary craft could match. Both things are true, he said, repeating her words back to her. Yeah, that's the truest thing I've ever read. She looked at him. The guarded expression was still there, would maybe always be there. But beneath it, in the blue eyes that were his blue eyes, was something new. Recognition. The recognition of a child who has written her pain into words and had those words received. Not fixed, not explained. Not diminished, but received. I'm going to keep writing, she said. Good. Will you read it? When I write more? Every word. She nodded. She took the notebook back, closed it, tucked it into her teal backpack. The cat astronaut patch was almost completely peeled off now. Just the helmet visible and one paw, floating in space. Lily saw him looking at it. Mom put that on, she said. With an iron. She burned the edge. See? She pointed to a brown scorch mark on the fabric. She was bad at ironing. Wade's throat closed. He coughed to clear it. She was terrible at ironing. She once melted a hole in my work shirt. She told me about that. She said you got really mad. I wasn't mad. I was... He stopped. He had been mad. He'd been annoyed and passive-aggressive, and he'd put the shirt in the trash without a word, and Danielle had found it, and they'd had a fight about the shirt that was really about everything else. I was mad, he said. I shouldn't have been. It's okay. She was mad at you too, about lots of things. I know. She said you never showed up. That was the thing she was maddest about. She said you were always there, but you never showed up. The words landed, not like a blow, like a diagnosis, the precise clinical identification of the disease that had killed his marriage, delivered by the child it had produced. She was right, Wade said. Are you showing up now? I'm trying. Lily looked at him. Really looked, with the penetrating, unfiltered gaze of a child who has been lied to enough to develop a detector for truth. Yeah, she said. I think you are. It was not forgiveness. It was not absolution. It was an observation made by a 9-year-old on a dock over a lake. And it was the most important thing anyone had ever said to him. In the last week of March, the island planted its first seeds. Patrice had prepared the ground. 8 acres of cleared land, tilled by hand. Composted with fish waste and leaf litter, fenced against rabbits and deer, with wire scavenged from the mainland. The seeds, tomatoes, beans, corn, squash, potatoes, were planted in rows that Patrice had measured and marked with string and stakes, the precision of an engineer applied to the chaos of agriculture. The whole island turned out for the planting. 300 people, minus the sentries and the medical staff, working in lines across the cleared field, placing seeds in holes, covering them with dirt, watering from buckets carried from the lake. It was hard, dirty, unglamorous work. It was also the most hopeful thing anyone on the island had done. Wade planted beside Lily. She was careful with the seeds, handling each one with the delicate attention she'd brought to sharpening stakes and writing in her notebook. She placed them in the holes and covered them and patted the dirt and said, "How long until they grow?" "Weeks, maybe months. That's a long time." "Growing takes time." She looked at him. The corner of her mouth twitched, not a smile, not quite, but the nearest thing he'd seen. "Like showing up?" "Yeah, like showing up." They planted until the sun went down, and the field was full of seeds, invisible beneath the turned earth, waiting. The island's future was in the ground now, literally, physically, buried in dirt and possibility. Whether it would grow depended on rain and sun and the absence of catastrophe, which was another way of saying it depended on luck and work and the stubborn insistence that planting was worth doing even when the harvest was uncertain. That night, the communal dinner was louder than usual. People talked about the planting, what they'd put in, where, how deep. They talked about the summer, what the harvest might look like, what they'd cook, what they'd preserve. They talked about the future as if it existed, which was itself a kind of miracle. Amos said grace, not the formal grace of Mountain View Baptist, not the Lord's Prayer or the blessing he'd recited 1,000 times before. A new grace, simple, direct. For this food, for this island, for the seeds we planted and the people who planted them, for the ones who didn't make it here and the ones who did, for the trying. 40 people said amen. And Wade, who didn't believe in God and never had, said it too. Because amen means so be it. And so be, it was exactly what he felt. Spring came. The March rains gave way to April sunshine, and the island transformed. Green spreading across the hillsides, the lake warming, the garden plots showing the first tentative shoots of growth. Fish returned to the shallows in abundance. Birds reappeared, robins, bluebirds, a red-tailed hawk that circled the island's highest point every morning, riding the thermals, surveying a world that was, from above, still beautiful. And on the mainland, the dead stirred. The spring warmth reactivated the infected, as it had during the January thaw. But this time the island was prepared. The northern shore barriers had been rebuilt, stronger, deeper, incorporating steel cable and concrete blocks alongside the sharpened stakes. The defense force had grown to 35, trained and equipped. The watchtower was manned around the clock. Joe's armory held enough ammunition for a sustained defense. The infected came to the shoreline in ones and twos and small groups, drawn by the settlement's sounds, and they stood in the shallows and moaned, and the sentries watched them. And when the numbers warranted it, Bree and her archers went to the northern beach and practiced their aim on targets that used to be human. It was ugly work, necessary work, the kind of work that left Bree quiet for hours afterward, sitting on the dock, cleaning arrows that were streaked with things she didn't want to name. "You don't have to do it," Wade told her. "Someone does. It doesn't have to be you. It's what I'm good at." She paused. "Is that wrong? Being good at killing?" "You're good at protecting. The killing it's what the protection requires. Not the same thing. You're making a distinction." "I'm trying." "Does the distinction hold? When you're standing on that beach and you're putting an arrow through something that looks like a person?" Wade didn't have an answer. He looked at Bree, 16 years old, compound bow across her back, hunting knife on her belt, the girl who'd been a ghost in his classroom. And he didn't have an answer. "I don't know," he said. "I'll tell you when I figure it out." "You say that a lot. I'll tell you when." "When will that be?" "I don't know that either." "You're a terrible teacher." "I'm an honest one." Bree's mouth twitched, not a smile, but close. "In mid-April, The island's CB radio picked up a new signal. Not the Kentucky Lake broadcast. That was their own, still transmitting twice daily. Not Gage. She'd been silent for months. Not New Canaan. Constance communicated through intermediaries, never directly. This signal was different. Weak, intermittent, broadcasting on a frequency nobody monitored. Wendell found it during a routine scan, and the message made every hair on Wade's arm stand up. This is Civilian Research Station. Site 17. The cave isn't sealed. Repeat. The cave. Someone has opened it. They're taking samples. New Canaan identification on the vehicles. Repeat. Site 17 has been breached. The prion is... The signal dissolved into static. Wendell tried to raise it again. Nothing. Wade looked at Kim. Kim looked at Wade. She opened the cave, Kim said. Her voice was flat. Constance opened the cave. Why? Because the prion is a weapon. A naturally occurring weapon. If she can harvest it, cultivate it, weaponize it, she can threaten anyone who doesn't cooperate. Would she? She runs a community based on managed humanity. She sends expendable people on suicide missions. She takes children from parents who don't contribute. Would she weaponize a prion? Kim paused. Yes, I think she would. Not to use it, to have it. The threat of use is the weapon. The prion in a vial is a nuclear option. She'd never have to deploy it. She'd just have to show it. We sealed that cave. Concrete and rubble. Not exactly nuclear containment. A determined team with tools could reopen it in a day. The council convened. The debate was the shortest in the island's history. 9-3, the same three who always voted no, in favor of a mission to reseal the cave, by force if necessary. By force meaning what? Frank asked. Meaning if New Canaan's people are there, we remove them, Miguel said. We're talking about armed conflict with a group of 600 people. We're talking about preventing a bioweapon from being harvested by an authoritarian leader 30 miles from our home. The conflict is already here, Frank. We didn't start it. The mission team assembled. Miguel insisted on going, despite his knee. This is exactly the kind of thing I trained people for. And the team included him, Davis, Cal, Joe, and 10 of the Defense Force's best. They were armed, supplied, and determined. Wade stayed behind. The island needed leadership in the council's absence. The children needed their teacher. Lily needed her father. He stood on the dock as the boats crossed the lake, loaded with people and weapons. He watched them reach the far shore, load into vehicles, and drive south toward Hart County, toward the cave, toward whatever New Canaan had waiting. Then he turned around and went to the communal kitchen and taught a lesson about the American Revolution, about a group of farmers and teachers and shopkeepers who decided that freedom was worth fighting for, even when the odds were impossible and the outcome was uncertain. Lily sat in the front row and took notes. The mission team was gone for 5 days. Each day without contact was a pressure that built in Wade's chest, a physical sensation, as if the island itself were being squeezed. He taught. He attended council meetings. He stood watch in the tower. He ate and drank and slept, and did all the things that daily life required. And underneath it all, the fear ran like an underground river, constant and cold. On the 3rd day, Lily came to him with her notebook. She'd been writing about the island, not the past, but the present. The garden, the fishing, the classes, the people. I wrote about Donnie, she said. Mrs. Delacroix told me about him. The truck driver who told stories. He would have loved that. Someone writing about him. I wrote about the bear story. Mrs. Delacroix told me the version she heard. Is it true? Donnie's stories were loosely affiliated with the truth. The bear was real. The details were Donnie. Lily nodded. She opened the notebook to a page near the back. I wrote about you, too. Yeah? It's not finished, but do you want to read it? He did. She handed him the notebook. Open to a page, written in her careful, deliberate hand. My dad came to find me. He walked a long way. Mom told him to come and he came. Not right away. He was slow, but he came. He's a teacher. He teaches us about people who survived before, people who walked through dust and cold and bad things. He says the pattern is always the same, breaking and then building. I think he's a pattern too. He was broken before and now he's building. He sits on the dock with me. He doesn't talk unless I talk first. That's good. Some adults talk too much when you need quiet. He knows about quiet. I'm still mad at Mom. I'm still mad at him for being slow. I'm still scared of buildings and buses and sleeping inside. But I'm less scared than before, a little bit less. Like the tide going out, you can't see it moving, but the water gets farther away. Both things are true. The mad and the less scared, both things. Wade read it twice. The words blurred on the second reading because his eyes were wet. And he let them be wet because walls were useful, but walls with no doors were prisons. And Danielle had been right. And Lily deserved a father who could feel things, even when feeling things was the hardest work in the world. "It's good," he said. His voice was rough. "It's really good, Lily." "You're crying." "Yeah." "Is that okay?" "It's the most okay thing I've done in a long time." She took the notebook back. She looked at the wet spot where his thumb had pressed against the page. "You smudged broken," she said. "I'm sorry." "It's okay. I can still read it." She paused. "Dad?" "Yeah?" "When the people come back from the cave, the ones you're worried about." "Yeah?" "They'll come back." "You don't know that." "No. But I'm saying it anyway, like planting seeds. You don't know if they'll grow, but you plant them anyway." Wade looked at his daughter. The teal backpack. The cat astronaut, barely visible. The blue eyes that were his eyes. Looking at him with a directness that was hers alone. Not his avoidance. Not Danielle's fire. But something new. Something that the apocalypse had forged in a 9-year-old soul. Something that was harder and more honest than anything Wade had ever produced. "Yeah," he said, "they'll come back." He planted the words like seeds, and he waited. They came back. On the 5th day, in the late afternoon, the boats appeared on the lake's western edge. 2 boats loaded with people. Wade counted from the watchtower, his hands shaking on the binoculars. 12 figures. They'd gone with 12. They were returning with 12. He was on the dock when the boats beached. Miguel stepped out first, limping badly, his knee brace broken, his face gray with pain and exhaustion. Behind him, Davis, Cal, Joe, the 10 volunteers, all of them intact, all of them alive. And behind Joe, stepping out of the second boat with a duffel bag over her shoulder and something wrapped in cloth in her hands, Kim. "It's done," Miguel said. He sat on the dock and pressed both hands against his knee and grimaced. "The cave is sealed. For real this time. Concrete, steel rebar, and 200 pounds of rock fill. Nobody's getting in without heavy equipment." "New Canaan?" Wade asked. "Gone when we got there. They'd already extracted what they wanted." Kim found evidence of sample collection. Vials, protective equipment, ice chests. They were professional about it. "So they have samples." "They have samples," Kim confirmed. She sat on the dock, beside Miguel, unwrapping the cloth in her hands. Inside was a glass vial, empty, but residue coating the inside. "I found this in their staging area. The label says CW7, cave variant. They took the natural prion. What can they do with it? In its natural form, nothing to humans. It's harmless to us. But if they have someone who can modify it, a biochemist, a geneticist, someone from the original Caraway team, could they modify it, given time and equipment? Potentially. They could make it airborne. They could make it waterborne. They could contaminate a water supply and turn an entire settlement," Kim paused. "Or they could simply threaten to. The threat is the weapon." Wade looked at the lake, at the island, at the garden plots where green shoots were rising from the earth, tiny and determined, at the cabins where 300 people lived, and the dock where his daughter sat and wrote in her notebook, and the watchtower where sentries watched for the dead and the living. "What do we do?" he asked. Not the council, not the leadership. Kim and Miguel, the 2 people he trusted most, the people who'd walked through hell with him and come out the other side. Miguel said, "We prepare for everything." Kim said, "We learn everything we can about the prion, about New Canaan's capabilities, about our own defenses. And if she uses it?" Neither of them answered. The question hung in the air, unanswerable. The ultimate complication in a world that specialized in them. Wade sat on the dock with his people around him, and the lake stretched out in every direction and the sun going down in the west, painting the water gold and red, and he thought about seeds and patterns and the long, unending work of survival. He thought about Donnie buried on the eastern hill, about Ellis locked in a laboratory, about Cody screaming in the dark, about all the people who'd been lost and all the people who remained and the thin, fierce thread of life that connected them. He thought about Lily writing in her notebook. Both things are true. Both things. The beauty and the horror, the hope and the fear, the seeds in the ground and the prion in the vial, the island that might last and the world that wouldn't wait. Both things. Always both things. He stood up. He went to find his daughter. She was on the dock, always on the dock, always by the water, always watching. And he sat beside her and said, "They came back. I told you. You did. Like seeds. Like seeds." She opened her notebook. She wrote something. He didn't read over her shoulder. He sat beside her and watched the sunset and the stars come out, one by one, the same stars that had burned over the nursing home and the mountains and the interstate and the battlefield and every place he'd been and every place he'd go. The same stars that didn't care, but that kept burning anyway because burning was what stars did, and living was what people did, and both of those things were true. The spring deepened and the island changed with it, the way living things change. Not all at once, not dramatically, but in the accumulation of small adjustments that only became visible when you stopped and looked back at where you'd been. The garden plots erupted. The tomato seedlings broke the surface first, pale green and impossibly fragile, followed by the beans, the squash, the potatoes. Patrice walked the rows every morning, measuring growth, testing soil, calculating yields with the methodical devotion of a woman who had found her purpose in dirt and seeds and the patient arithmetic of agriculture. The fishing crews brought in more than they could eat. Joe established a smoking operation. Racks of fish hung over smoldering hickory, the smoke drifting across the island in fragrant clouds that made everyone's mouth water and reminded them, painfully, of backyard barbecues and summer evenings, and a world where smoke meant celebration, not survival. The surplus was stored in a root cellar that Patrice's engineering team had dug into the island's highest ground, lined with stone, cool and dark, a vault against the hunger that winter would bring again. The island's population grew. Word of the settlement spread through the slow, unreliable networks of survivor communication. CB radio, word of mouth, notes left on highway signs and church doors. New arrivals trickled in, a family of 4 from Paducah, a retired couple from Murray, a group of 6 college students who'd been living in the Murray State University Library for 3 months and had run out of canned tuna. Each arrival was processed. Medical check, supply inventory, the same questions. Where did you come from? What did you see? Are you bitten? And each arrival expanded the island's population and its complexity. By May, the settlement had grown to 340. The growth brought new skills. A former electrician who rewired the generator system, a carpenter who built proper shelving for the library, a woman who'd been a school cafeteria worker and who took over the communal kitchen with a competence that transformed meal times from utilitarian fuel stops into something approaching communal dining. It also brought new tensions, more mouths, more opinions, more friction in a space that wasn't designed for this many people. The council meetings grew longer and more contentious. Housing allocation, work assignments, child supervision, conflict resolution. Every aspect of communal life required negotiation, and negotiation required patience, and patience was a resource as scarce as ammunition. Wade mediated. It was, he realized, the thing he'd always been best at. Not leading from the front, not making bold decisions, but standing between people who disagreed and finding the narrow path that both could walk. In his classroom, he'd done it between students. In his marriage, he'd failed to do it between himself and Danielle. Here, on this island, he did it between farmers and fishers, between old residents and new arrivals, between those who wanted to expand and those who wanted to conserve, between the future and the past. "You're good at this," Tess told him one evening. They were sitting on the communal kitchen's porch, a recent addition built by the carpenter with a railing and 2 rocking chairs that someone had salvaged from a mainland porch. The chairs creaked on the wooden floor, a sound that was so specifically domestic, so precisely reminiscent of normal life, that it made Tess's eyes bright. Good at what? Making people feel heard, even when you can't give them what they want. That's teaching. You can't always give students the grade they want, but you can make sure they understand why. It's more than teaching. Tess rocked in her chair, looking at the lake, where the sunset was doing its nightly performance of impossible colors. I don't know, you listen. Most people in charge don't listen. They decide and then explain. You listen and then decide. The order matters. I'm not in charge. You're more in charge than anyone else. Earl defers to you. The council follows your lead. People come to you with problems. That's being in charge. I didn't ask for it. Nobody who should have it asks for it. Donnie said that. Wade's hand went to the pipe wrench in his pack, an automatic gesture, the way Amos's hand went to the Bible. Donnie said a lot of things. He was right about most of them. Tess paused. He'd be proud of you, Wade, for what that's worth. It's worth a lot. They rocked in their chairs and watched the sunset, and the island settled into evening, and somewhere on the mainland, the dead stood in their eternal vigil, and the world was broken and beautiful, and both of those things were true. Joe's map told a story that words couldn't. She'd been tracking New Canaan's expansion since Thomas's arrival, marking each reported sighting, each new supply depot, each territorial claim. The map, a large highway map of western Tennessee and Kentucky, mounted on the communal kitchen wall, was now covered in red marks that formed a pattern so clear it didn't need explanation. The crescent had become a circle. New Canaan's supply depots and outposts now surrounded Kentucky Lake on 3 sides, south, east, and west. Only the north remained open, and scouts reported New Canaan vehicles operating in that corridor, establishing presence probing. "She's closing the ring," Joe said at the May Council meeting. "When the northern corridor closes, we'll be completely surrounded. Every scavenging route cut off, every mainland approach controlled. We've been reducing mainland dependency," Wade said. "The garden, the fishing. We're not self-sufficient yet. Not by months. We still need medical supplies, ammunition, fuel for the generator, construction materials. All of that comes from the mainland, and the mainland is becoming New Canaan's territory." "What does she want?" Earl asked, for what felt like the 100th time. "The same thing she's always wanted," Wade said. "Us, our people, our skills, our island. She wants us to join because we chose to. If we don't choose, she'll make the alternative, independence, so painful that we have to." "Then we fight," Miguel said. "With what?" "We have 300 people, half of whom aren't combatants. She has 600, with military-grade equipment from the Fort Campbell defectors who joined her. The lake is still a barrier she can cross. She has boats now. The Fort Campbell people brought them." The room went quiet. 300 people depended on the decisions made in this room, and the room was out of options: fight and lose, negotiate and surrender, endure and starve. The arithmetic of survival had finally produced an equation with no good answer. "There is one option," Kim said. Everyone looked at her. She was standing against the back wall, arms crossed, the posture she assumed when she'd been thinking about something difficult and had arrived at a conclusion she didn't like. "The prion samples. New Canaan has them. We know this. What we don't know is whether they've successfully modified them." She paused. "I've been studying the Caraway files. The modification process, turning the natural cave prion into the human transmissible variant requires specific equipment. Centrifuges, incubators, biosafety cabinets. That equipment exists at one place in this region. The Caraway facility, Wade said, which we've visited, which is partially destroyed. But the Western labs are intact, and the equipment is still there. Kim uncrossed her arms. If we destroy that equipment, New Canaan can't modify the prion. The natural cave variant is harmless to humans. Without the lab, it stays harmless. And if they've already modified it, destroying the lab doesn't help. But the modification process takes months. Dr. Voss's notes describe a timeline of 6 to 8 months from initial sample to weaponizable culture. They've had the samples for 6 weeks. They're not there yet. How can you be sure? I can't be. But the alternative is doing nothing. And doing nothing means they finish the work and we lose every bargaining chip we have. The council voted 8-4. The Caraway lab would be destroyed. The mission required more planning than any previous operation. The Caraway facility was in Clarksville, 60 miles away, in territory that New Canaan was actively patrolling. The team would need to travel through enemy-controlled areas, reach the facility, destroy the lab equipment, and return, all without being detected or intercepted. Miguel planned the operation with Davis. The team would be small, 6 people, traveling light, moving at night. They'd take one vehicle to the lake's eastern shore, then proceed on foot through the countryside, avoiding roads, using terrain features for cover. The round trip would take 5 days. I'm going, Wade said. Miguel looked at him. No, this isn't negotiable, Miguel. You're the island's... I'm a history teacher who's learned to make decisions. The island has Earl, has the council, has you when you get back. I'm going because this started with me. The journey, the group, the choices that brought us here. I need to see this through. Miguel's jaw worked. The argument behind his eyes was visible, tactical, strategic, personal. He wanted to refuse. He couldn't find the ground to stand on. Your daughter, he said. Tess will watch her. Mrs. Delacroix will watch her. She has the whole island. And if you don't come back, then she has the whole island. The words hung between them. Not bravado, not sacrifice. Just the quiet acceptance of risk that had become the currency of survival. Every scavenging run, every mainland mission, every day was a bet against the odds, and you placed your bet and you went. Fine, Miguel said. But I'm coming too. My knee will hold for 5 days. And if it doesn't, you'll leave me behind, just like you left. He stopped. Donnie's name filled the silence without being spoken. Just like you'd leave anyone who couldn't keep up, right? Wade nodded. He meant it this time. He'd learned to mean it. The team assembled. Wade, Miguel, Joe, Davis, Kim, and Bree. 6 people. Bree because she was the best scout, the quietest mover, the one who could navigate terrain in darkness without a sound. She was 17 now. Her birthday had passed unmarked, discovered only when Mrs. Delacroix found the date on the Fort Campbell intake records and baked a cake from cornmeal and canned peaches. 17, with a compound bow and a hunting knife and the ability to kill a rabbit at 60 yards. The world had made her into something that no 17-year-old should be, and she carried it without complaint, and Wade both admired and grieved for the girl she might have been. They left on a Tuesday night in late May. The lake crossing was silent, paddles, not motors, the boats cutting through water that was warm now, summer warm, the kind of water that felt like life against your hands. On the eastern shore, they cached the boats in undergrowth and loaded into a vehicle Davis had staged during a previous scouting run. A battered Toyota pickup, tan, unremarkable, the kind of truck that existed in every rural county in America. Davis drove, no headlights. The roads were empty in the way that all roads were empty now. Abandoned vehicles like fossils in a stream bed, the occasional infected figure turning toward the sound of the engine, the vast darkness of a landscape without electricity. The stars provided enough light to navigate by, and Davis had night vision equipment from his military days. A monocular that turned the world green and grainy but visible. They drove for 2 hours, then abandoned the truck in a barn outside of Erin and continued on foot. The terrain was gentle, rolling farmland, patches of forest, creeks and fences, and the occasional farmhouse, dark and silent. The infected were present but manageable. Solitary figures in fields, small groups on roads, nothing that required engagement. Bree led the way 50 yards ahead of the group, moving through the landscape like a deer, alert, silent, instinctively reading the terrain for threat and advantage. They covered 20 miles the first night and sheltered in a tobacco barn during the day, sleeping in shifts, eating cold rations, speaking in whispers. The barn smelled like cured tobacco and old wood and dust, and the sunlight came through the slats in golden bars that moved across the floor as the day progressed, and it was almost peaceful. And the peace was almost worse than the danger, because in the peace, there was time to think, and thinking was where the fear lived. Wade lay on the barn floor and stared at the ceiling and thought about Lily, about the notebook, about the page she'd written about him. He was broken before, and now he's building. He thought about Danielle standing outside the bus, arms raised, smiling a smile that wasn't a smile. He thought about his mother in room 214. He thought about Donnie on the beach, the pipe wrench falling from his hand. He thought about the choices that had brought him here, every step of the journey, from Kingston Pike to this tobacco barn. The choices he'd made and the choices he'd avoided, and how both had shaped him, and how the person lying on this barn floor was not the person who'd been grading papers on a Tuesday afternoon 5 months ago. That person was dead. Not bitten, not turned, but dead in the way that people die when their old lives end. Finished, unable to return, existing only as memory and as the foundation on which something new was being built. "You're thinking too loud," Joe whispered from her spot 3 feet away. "Sorry." "What are you thinking about?" "Everything. That's too much. Pick one thing." "Lily." "Good. Think about her. Think about going back to her." "That's enough." He thought about Lily. It was enough. The second night of travel brought them to the outskirts of Clarksville, and with it, the first sign of New Canaan's presence. A roadblock, not improvised, engineered. Concrete barriers across the highway, a guard post with a tarp roof, and 2 sentries sitting in folding chairs with rifles across their knees. A New Canaan flag, white with a green olive branch that Wade had never seen before, hung from a pole beside the guard post. Bree spotted them from 200 yards and signaled the group to stop. They gathered in a drainage ditch beside the road, 6 people pressed into cold mud, and assessed. 2 guards, Davis whispered. "Rifles. Look like AR-15s. The guard post has a radio. If they spot us and call it in, we're done." "Can we go around?" Wade asked. "The roadblock covers the highway. The terrain on both sides is open. Fields, no cover. We'd be visible for 100 yards in any direction. So we wait until they change shifts? We don't know when that is. Could be midnight, could be dawn." Joe crawled forward, binoculars pressed to her eyes. She studied the roadblock for 5 minutes, then crawled back. "The one on the left is asleep," she said. "His head's down, his rifle's in his lap. The one on the right is awake, but he's reading something, a book, by the light of a lantern. Neither of them is watching the road." "Can we cross?" Wade asked. "Not on the road. But there," she pointed south. 50 yards down, there's a culvert under the highway. Drainage pipe. Big enough to crawl through. They crawled. The culvert was 3 feet in diameter, concrete, running under the 4-lane highway. It was dark and wet and smelled like stagnant water and mud, and they moved through it single file on hands and knees, with Joe in front and Bree at the rear. The sound of their breathing echoed in the pipe, and every scrape of a knee against concrete was amplified into a sound that seemed enormous but wasn't. The guards above them, 30 feet away, heard nothing. They emerged on the far side, mud-caked and breathing hard, and continued into the fields beyond. The Caraway facility was 4 miles ahead. They reached it at 3 a.m. The facility was as Miguel's team had described. A sprawling complex of buildings, some destroyed, some intact, surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with rusted barbed wire. The parking lot was empty except for 2 vehicles, dark, unoccupied, bearing New Canaan markings. "They're here," Davis said. "Inside the lab?" Wade asked. "The vehicles are cold, no engine heat. They've been here a while. Could be inside, could be gone." "We go in anyway," Kim said. "The equipment is what matters, whether they're there or not." They scaled the fence. Bree went first, over the barbed wire, with the fluid grace of a gymnast, landing silently on the far side. She scouted the perimeter, 2 minutes, a complete circuit of the main building, and returned with a shake of her head. No guards, no movement. The western laboratory entrance was the same door Kim had used on the previous visit. Her magnetic stripe card still worked. The door clicked open. They went in. The labs were as Kim had described, intact, sealed, the equipment in place. Centrifuges, incubators, biosafety cabinets, refrigeration units. The tools of prion research, sitting in the dark, waiting for someone to use them. But someone had used them. Recently. Kim moved through the lab with the focused efficiency of a professional in her element, checking equipment, opening cabinets, reading labels. Her face grew progressively tighter as she worked. "They've been here," she said. "And the centrifuge has been run. The rotor is warm. The incubator is cycling. The biosafety cabinet has been opened and reclosed." She opened the refrigeration unit. Inside, on a rack, a row of sealed vials, 6 of them, each labeled with a date and a designation. CW 7B Mod. "Modified," Kim said. Her voice was flat. "They've already started the modification process. How far along? I can't tell without running assays, and I'm not equipped for that. But the fact that they've progressed to labeled vials means they have someone who knows what they're doing. A researcher. Someone from Caraway, maybe." "Destroy it," Wade said. "Everything. The equipment, the vials, the records. All of it." Joe was already reaching for the vials. Kim stopped her. "Wait. The vials? If we destroy them here, the modified prion could become aerosolized. We need to contain them first. Seal them in something airtight, take them with us, and dispose of them safely." "Take them with us?" "It's either that, or risk releasing a weaponized prion in a building we're standing in." Joe looked at the vials. 6 glass tubes, each no bigger than a finger, each containing a substance that could end a settlement. How do we carry weaponized prions safely? Kim found a biohazard container in the lab's supply closet. A heavy plastic box with a sealed lid, designed for exactly this purpose. She placed the vials inside, sealed it, and secured the lid with tape from her medical bag. "Don't drop it," she said. "Don't open it. Don't. Just don't." Joe took the container. She held it the way she held everything valuable, with the fierce, protective grip of a woman who understood the weight of what she carried. They destroyed the lab. Davis and Miguel overturned the centrifuges, smashed the incubators, shattered the biosafety cabinets with the fire axe. Kim pulled hard drives from the computers and crushed them under her boot. Joe emptied the chemical storage cabinets, pouring reagents down the drain. Bree stood watch at the entrance, arrow knocked, eyes on the dark. The destruction took 20 minutes. When it was done, the lab was a ruin of broken glass and twisted metal and spilled chemicals. The tools of prion research reduced to debris on a linoleum floor. "Let's go," Wade said. They went. Out the door, across the parking lot, over the fence. They were halfway to the perimeter when headlights appeared on the access road. 2 vehicles moving fast, heading toward the facility. "New Canaan," Davis said. "They're coming back. Move. Now." They ran. Through the parking lot, through the fence gap, into the fields beyond. The terrain was open, flat farmland, no cover. Nothing between them and the approaching vehicles except distance and darkness. The headlights swept the facility's entrance, illuminated the broken door, and stopped. Voices. Shouts. The headlights swiveled, scanning the fields around the facility. The beams cut through the darkness like searchlights, and Wade and his team hit the ground, pressing into the earth. Faces in the dirt, the taste of soil and grass in their mouths. The beams swept over them, past them, back, past again. "They don't see us," Bree whispered. "Yet," Joe said. The vehicles split. One stayed at the facility. The other began moving along the access road, headlights scanning the fields. It was searching, methodically, sector by sector, the beam sweeping left and right. "We can't outrun a vehicle in open terrain," Davis said. "We need cover." "The drainage culvert," Bree said. "The one under the highway. It's half a mile east. Half a mile in the open. Half a mile in the dark. They're using headlights. Headlights create blind spots." The driver can see where the beam hits, but the area beside the beam is darker by contrast. We move in the shadow zone. It was the kind of tactical insight that military personnel trained years to develop. Bree had learned it from hunting, moving through woods at dawn, staying out of the light that deer watched for, keeping to the shadows that predators used. They moved, low, fast, following Bree through the darkness, staying just outside the sweep of the headlights. The vehicle moved along the road 30 yards to their left, the beam scanning, and they moved in its shadow, and the shadow moved with the beam, and the dance was terrifying and precise. And over in 4 minutes, when they reached the highway and dropped into the culvert and crawled through to the other side. On the far side, they ran. Not carefully, not tactically, but with the pure, adrenaline-fueled sprint of people who had done the thing and now needed to be anywhere else. They ran through fields and fence lines and drainage ditches, through a sleeping countryside that was full of the dead, but not, in this moment, full of the living. And the living were the danger now, and the dead were just the landscape. They reached the barn at dawn. The Toyota was where they'd left it. Davis hot-wired it. The keys were in Wade's pack, but his hands were shaking too badly to find them. And they drove west, toward the lake, toward the island, toward home. In the truck bed, Jo held the biohazard container on her lap, both hands on the lid, her body curled around it like a mother around a child. The container held 6 vials of modified prime, the power to end a settlement, the power to threaten a tyrant, the power that Constance had wanted and that they had taken. "What do we do with it?" Jo asked. "We destroy it," Wade said, "safely, in the lake. Kim knows how." "We could keep it," Jo said. Her voice was quiet, flat, the voice of a woman weighing options. "As a deterrent. If Constance knows we have it." "No." "Wade, no. We don't become the thing we're fighting. We don't threaten people with bioweapons. We don't hold the power of mass death and call it strategy." He looked at her. "We destroy it. That's not negotiable." Jo looked at the container. Her fingers tightened on the lid. The calculator behind her eyes, the one that counted bullets and cans and survival margins, was running the numbers, weighing the advantage of having a weapon against the cost of being the kind of people who used one. "Okay," she said. "We destroy it. Thank you. Don't thank me. I still think it's strategically idiotic." "It probably is. But it's the right thing." "Yeah. God, I hate the right thing." They drove in silence. The sun rose. The landscape greened. The lake appeared on the horizon, blue and vast and shining, and the island rose from its surface like a promise. And Wade felt the thing that he always felt when he saw it. Not safety, not peace, but belonging. The knowledge that there was a place in the world where people expected him, where his presence mattered, where his daughter sat on a dock and wrote in a notebook and waited for him to come back. They crossed the lake. They beached the boats. Lily was on the dock. She didn't run to him. She walked. Slowly, deliberately. The way she did everything. Measured, careful. The gait of a child who had learned that the world could change between one step and the next. She stopped in front of him, looked up. Her blue eyes searched his face. "You came back," she said. "I came back. You're muddy. Very muddy. Was it scary?" "Yes. Are you okay?" "I'm okay." She nodded, turned, walked back to the dock, sat down, opened her notebook. Wade watched her go. Then he went to find Kim, to arrange the destruction of the vials, to report to the council, to do the 100 things that leadership required. But for a moment, one moment, standing on the shore with mud on his face and his daughter's voice in his ears, he was just a man who had come home. Kim destroyed the vials in a controlled manner, boiling them in a sealed container, then submerging the container in the deepest part of the lake, where the water was cold and dark, and the prion would denature over time. She wasn't certain it was sufficient. She wasn't certain anything was sufficient against a prion that had been engineered to survive, but it was the best she could do, and the best was all they had. The council debated the implications for 3 days. The lab was destroyed. The modification equipment was gone. But New Canaan had researchers who'd already begun the process, and researchers carried knowledge that couldn't be smashed with an axe. "They'll find another lab," Joe said, "or they'll build one. Given enough time and resources, they can replicate the equipment." "How much time?" Wade asked. "Months, maybe a year. Biosafety cabinets aren't something you build in a garage." "Then we have months, a year. Time to become self-sufficient. Time to strengthen our defenses. Time to find allies." "Allies where?" "The broadcast. Our broadcast. We've been reaching survivors for months. Some of them have joined us. Others have established their own settlements. We reach out. We build a network. Individual communities are vulnerable. Connected communities are resilient." It was a lesson from history, the thing Wade had been teaching since the first day on the island. No civilization survived in isolation. Trade, communication, mutual defense, these were the pillars that held societies up. The island couldn't stand alone against New Canaan, but the island connected to other settlements, sharing resources and intelligence, presenting a united front. That was something different. The council voted to expand the radio broadcast, increase communication efforts, and send diplomatic teams to known survivor groups within a 100-mile radius. The network wouldn't form overnight. It might not form at all. But the seeds were planted, and planting was what they did. June arrived with heat. Tennessee summer. Humid, heavy. The air thick with moisture that clung to skin and lungs. The lake steamed in the early mornings, mist rising from its surface like the breath of something vast and sleeping. The garden flourished, tomatoes ripening on the vine, beans climbing their poles, squash spreading across the ground in green waves. The first harvest was 2 weeks away. After months of canned goods and dried fish, the prospect of fresh vegetables was almost hallucinatory. The dead were more active in the summer heat. The warm, humid air kept their muscles pliable, their joints loose, their movements quicker. The shamble became a walk, and the walk occasionally became a lunge, and the sentries on the watchtower reported increasing numbers on the mainland shores. Not threatening numbers, not a horde, but a steady, persistent presence that reminded everyone every day that the water was the only thing between survival and extinction. Bree turned the mainland patrols into a routine. She and her hunting team crossed to the mainland 3 times a week, combining hunts with scouting, returning with game and intelligence. The intelligence was mixed. New Canaan's encirclement continued, their outposts growing more permanent, their patrols more frequent. But the northern corridor remained open, a narrow gap in the ring that the island's supply teams used for scavenging runs. "The gap won't last," Joe said, studying her map. "They're closing it. 2 new outposts in the last week. Another month, maybe less." "Then we use the month," Wade said. "They used the month. Scavenging teams went out every day, bringing back everything they could carry: medical supplies, ammunition, tools, wire, rope, canvas, nails." Joe inventoried everything, sorted it, stored it. The root cellar filled, the armory grew, the island's reserves deepened, a cushion against the starvation that encirclement would bring. And the network grew. The expanded radio broadcast reached farther, and responses came back. From a settlement in Paducah, from a farming community in Henderson, from a group of National Guard soldiers holding a bridge in Bowling Green. Each contact was a thread in a web that was slowly, tentatively taking shape. Not an alliance, not yet, but a network of awareness, a recognition that they were not alone, that other pockets of humanity existed, that the silence between them could be filled with cooperation instead of competition. Constance heard the broadcasts. She had to. The frequencies were open, the messages unencrypted. Wade sometimes wondered what she thought, listening to his settlement reach out to the world while hers drew inward. Whether she felt threatened, whether she felt vindicated, whether she heard the network forming and recognized it for what it was. Not a weapon, but a wall. A wall made of voices instead of concrete. A wall that couldn't be breached by force because it existed in the space between people, in the trust and reciprocity that Constance's system had sacrificed for efficiency. In mid-June, Amos came to Wade with a request. They were on the eastern shore, at Donnie's grave. Wade visited it most mornings, not to grieve exactly, but to touch the ground, to acknowledge the man beneath it, to maintain the connection between the living and the dead that was, in its own way, a form of prayer. Amos stood beside the grave and looked at the headstone, a piece of limestone from the island's quarry, carved with Donnie's name and the words, "Every road led here," by a resident who'd been a stonecutter before the outbreak. "I want to go back," Amos said. "Back where?" "Sevier County, my church, Mountain View Baptist." Wade looked at him. "That's 200 miles. "I know. Through hostile territory. Past New Canaan's southern outposts. Through mountains where we barely survived the first time." "I know. Why?" Amos took off his glasses and cleaned them on his shirt. The gesture was so precisely Amos, deliberate, methodical, buying time before speaking, that Wade felt a wave of affection so strong it surprised him. "When I left my church, I left everything. My Bible, this one isn't mine, I told you. My sermons, my photographs, my father's pocket watch." He put the glasses back on. "But that's not why. I left my congregation, not alive. I know they're gone, but they're there, in that church, walking around in that church, in the place where they worshiped. And nobody has laid them to rest. Amos, I left them. I ran out the back door and I drove away and I left them to walk in that church for eternity, and I can't, Wade, I can't carry that anymore. I've been carrying it since October. The Bible, the guilt, the memory of Mrs. Henderson playing the organ. I need to go back. I need to put them down. Put them down. The dead. My congregation. I need to go back to that church, and I need to do what should have been done months ago. End them. Lay them to rest. Give them a burial, or what passes for one." His voice cracked. "And I need to preach the sermon I was going to preach. The one about God's plan. Even if the pews are empty. Even if nobody hears. I need to finish what I started." Wade looked at Donnie's grave, at the words carved in limestone. Every road led here. Every road Donnie drove, every turn he took, every choice he made. All of it converged on this island, this grave, this end. "You're not coming back," Wade said. It wasn't a question. "I might come back. I might not. The mountains are, you know what the mountains are. And I'm 58 with bad knees and a Bible that might or might not be useful as a shield." "Amos, I'm asking your blessing, Wade, not your permission. I'm a grown man, and I'll go regardless. But I'd like to go with your blessing." Wade thought about the island, about the 340 people who depended on the council, on the defense force, on the network of connections that held the settlement together. Amos was part of that network, the sermons, the counseling, the quiet presence that had become essential to the island's emotional architecture. And he thought about the church in Sevier County, about a congregation trapped in their Sunday best, walking the aisles of a building they'd filled with faith, unable to stop, unable to rest. About Mrs. Henderson at the organ, still playing, or the memory of playing, her fingers moving on keys that made no sound. "You have it," he said. "My blessing. Whatever it's worth." "It's worth a great deal." Amos extended his hand. Wade took it. The handshake was firm, warm, the grip of a man who had found, if not faith, then something adjacent to it. Purpose, perhaps. Direction. The knowledge of where he needed to go and the willingness to go there. Amos left the next morning, alone. He took a boat across the lake, a pack on his back, the Bible in his hand, and he walked south into the Tennessee landscape without looking back. Wade watched him from the watchtower until he was a speck on the road, and then less than a speck, and then gone. "He's not coming back," Tess said. She was standing beside Wade in the tower, watching the same diminishing figure. "No." "Did you try to stop him?" "No." "Why not?" "Because he needed to go. And because trying to stop someone from doing what they need to do it's what I used to do, to myself, to everyone. I'd avoid and deflect and redirect, and the thing that needed to happen would never happen, and the weight of it would just keep building until it crushed everything. So you let him go. I let him go. Tess was quiet for a moment. You're different, Wade. Am I? The man I met in the nursing home, the one who froze in room 214. That man would never have let someone walk into danger. He would have argued and delayed and found 1,000 reasons why it was a bad idea. And in the end, the person who needed to go would still be here, trapped by his inability to let go. You're saying I've improved. I'm saying you've changed. Whether that's improvement depends on the outcome. She paused. I hope he makes it. Me too. The congregation, the ones in the church, do you think they're still, walking? Probably. In that building, sheltered from weather, they could be active for years. And he's going to put them to rest, yes. Tess looked at the road where Amos had disappeared. Her expression was the same expression she'd worn in room 214. Focused, determined, the expression of a woman who saw what needed to be done and did it, regardless of the cost. He'll need a weapon, she said, for the congregation. He took the Bible, but I didn't see. He took a machete and a crowbar and the fire extinguisher from the communal kitchen. The fire extinguisher? Yeah. They looked at each other. The fire extinguisher. The same type of object that had ended Wade's mother's suffering in a nursing home in Maryville. The same red cylinder, the same weight. Amos had chosen it deliberately, Wade was sure. A symmetry, a rhyming of history. I hope he makes it, Tess said again. Wade nodded. He didn't say he hoped so too, because hope was a word he'd learned to use carefully, like ammunition. Not wasted, not spent on prayers that the universe wasn't listening to. Instead, he held the thought of Amos walking south, Bible in one hand, machete in the other, heading toward a church where his congregation waited, and he held it the way he held Donnie's pipe wrench, tightly, as evidence of something that mattered. The summer deepened. July brought storms, violent, theatrical Tennessee thunderstorms that lit the sky and shook the island and sent the children screaming to Mrs. Delacroix's cabin. Lily didn't scream. She pressed her hands over her ears and rocked, the same motion she'd used during the battle, the same posture of self-containment that was her response to overwhelming sensation. But she didn't run inside. She sat on the dock in the rain with lightning splitting the sky overhead, and she pressed her hands over her ears and rocked, and she stayed. Wade sat beside her. The rain soaked them both. The thunder was so close that the dock vibrated with each crack. The lake surface danced with raindrops, millions of tiny impacts creating a white noise that was louder than the storm itself. Why do you stay out here? Wade asked, shouting over the rain. Because going inside is worse, Lily shouted back. Inside, I can't see the lightning. I can only hear the thunder. Out here, I can see both. If I can see it, I can know it's just weather. The logic was irrefutable. Fear of the unknown was always worse than fear of the known. The thunder in a dark room was a monster. The thunder under an open sky was weather. You're soaking wet, Wade shouted. So are you. I'm sitting with you. You don't have to. I know, I'm choosing to. Lily looked at him through the rain. Her hair was plastered to her face. Her teal backpack was getting soaked. She was shivering, and her hands were still over her ears, and she was the most alive he'd ever seen her. Okay, she said, and stay then. They sat on the dock in the thunderstorm, and they stayed, and the lightning cracked, and the thunder rolled, and the rain poured down, and they stayed. In late July, the northern corridor closed. Joe's scouts reported it on a Tuesday morning. New Canaan vehicles at the last gap in the encirclement, establishing a permanent outpost on the highway north of the lake. The ring was complete. The island was surrounded. Every scavenging route, every supply line, every approach to the mainland was now controlled by Constance Preacher's expanding territory. The council meeting that followed was the longest and most difficult in the island's history. 8 hours. 47 speakers, voices raised, fists slammed on tables. People walking out and coming back and walking out again. The positions were clear. One faction, led by Frank and a growing number of pragmatists, argued for negotiation with New Canaan. Accept the partnership. Trade fish for supplies. Surrender autonomy for survival. The math, they said, was undeniable. The island could not sustain 340 people on fish and gardens alone. They needed the mainland. New Canaan controlled the mainland. Therefore, they needed New Canaan. The other faction, led by Joe and Miguel, argued for resistance. Break through the encirclement by force. Destroy the outposts. Establish supply corridors by military action. The island had a trained defense force, military weapons, and the tactical advantage of operating from a fortified island base. War, they said, was preferable to submission. Wade listened to both sides. He listened for 8 hours, making notes, asking questions, probing arguments. He didn't speak until the end. Both positions are wrong, he said. The room went quiet. Negotiation is wrong because Constance doesn't negotiate. She acquires. Any partnership with New Canaan ends with us inside her system, contributing to her machine, our children in her communal barracks. That's not partnership. That's absorption. Frank started to object. Wade held up a hand. War is wrong because we can't win it. 340 people against 600, with inferior weapons and a fixed position. We'd lose the island. We'd lose everything. So what's left? Miguel asked. We go over the ring. Not through it, not around it. Over it. He stood up and walked to Joe's map on the wall. New Canaan controls the land around the lake. But the lake is connected to the Tennessee River, and the Tennessee River is connected to the Ohio, and the Ohio is connected to the Mississippi. Water doesn't have roadblocks. Water doesn't have checkpoints. We build boats. We establish supply routes on the water. We bypass Constance's territory entirely and trade with settlements along the river system. The room was silent. People stared at the map. The river system, the Tennessee flowing north into the Ohio flowing west into the Mississippi, was a network of waterways that stretched across 4 states. If they could navigate it, if they could establish trading relationships with settlements along the route, if they could turn the island's position on a major waterway from a vulnerability into an advantage. That's insane, Frank said. It's ambitious, Patrice said, studying the map with the engineer's eye that saw not obstacles but problems to be solved. But the boats, we'd need more than canoes. We'd need vessels that can handle river current and carry cargo. We have a carpenter. We have lumber. We have time. Constance isn't attacking, she's besieging. Sieges take months. We use those months to build. And the first voyage? Through the encirclement? The river exit from the lake passes within a mile of New Canaan's southern outpost. At night, in darkness, under cover of engine noise from... He looked at Davis. Can you get us a distraction? Davis's mouth twitched. The soldier in him, and the part that had planned operations and executed missions, was waking up. I can get you a distraction. Give me a week and a few volunteers. The vote was 10-2. The river plan was approved. The island would build boats, train crews, and establish water-based supply routes that bypassed New Canaan's territorial control. It was ambitious. It might be impossible. It was better than surrender and better than war. And it was the kind of insane, creative, history teacher solution that had become Wade's signature. Not the obvious answer, but the answer that nobody expected, drawn from a lifetime of studying how people survived when the obvious answers failed. They built boats. 3 of them over 6 weeks, not canoes, barges, flat-bottomed and wide, capable of carrying cargo and passengers on the lake and the river beyond. Patrice designed them. The carpenter, a man named Hank, who'd built houses before the outbreak and now built boats with the same meticulous attention to plumb and square, constructed them from salvaged lumber, sealed with tar and caulk. They weren't pretty. They were functional. They floated, they moved, they carried weight. While the boats were built, Davis prepared the distraction. He and 3 volunteers, former soldiers from his unit, spent a week on the mainland, moving at night, placing charges at New Canaan's southern outpost. Not to destroy it, to create noise and confusion, a diversion that would draw attention, while the first barge slipped through the river exit. The plan was set for a moonless night in September. The garden had produced its first harvest: tomatoes, beans, squash. The tangible proof that the island could feed itself. The fishing continued. The network of radio contacts had expanded to 7 settlements, each one a potential trading partner. The pieces were in place. And then, on a Tuesday evening in early September, the CB radio crackled with a voice they hadn't heard in months. Leatherwood Settlement. This is Constance Preacher. Wendell called Wade immediately. By the time he reached the communication shack, the message was playing on the speaker, Constance's voice filling the small space. I know about the boats. I know about your river plan. I know about the charges Davis placed at my southern outpost. A pause. I know because I've been watching you since the day you arrived. Not with hostility, with interest, with admiration even. You've built something remarkable on that island, Mr. Ellison. Another pause. Longer. But remarkable isn't the same as sustainable, and sustainable isn't the same as safe. Your boats will enter the river, and my people will intercept them. Not because I want to hurt you, but because the river is my territory, and everything on it belongs to New Canaan. That's not a threat. It's geography. A final pause. I'm offering you one more chance. Not a partnership this time. A merger. Leatherwood becomes part of New Canaan. Your people retain their homes, their island, their way of life, but under New Canaan's authority. Your skills, your settlement, your position on the waterway. They become part of something larger, something that can last. And if we refuse, Wade said into the microphone, though he didn't know if she was listening in real time or if this was a recorded message. She was listening. If you refuse, I have 600 people and the patience to wait. Your garden won't produce enough to feed 340 through the winter. Your fish won't cover the gap, and your boats won't make it past my river checkpoint. You'll starve, Mr. Ellison. Not because I want you to, because mathematics doesn't care about principles. Wade looked at the people gathered in the shack. Joe, Miguel, Kim, Patrice, Tess, Bree, Davis. The core. The ones who'd walked through everything with him. Their faces were drawn tight. The faces of people hearing the truth they'd been trying to outrun. You have a week, Constance said. After that, the offer expires. And I stop admiring. The transmission ended. The radio hissed. The shack was silent. Wade stood at the microphone and felt the weight of 340 lives pressing on his shoulders, and the weight was enormous, and the weight was exactly what he'd been carrying since Kingston Pike, since the nursing home, since the first step of the journey that had brought him here. The weight of choosing, the weight of deciding, the weight of being the man who showed up. We don't surrender, he said. We don't merge. We don't become a component in someone else's machine. Then what? Joe asked. Then we do what we've always done. We adapt. We find another way. We refuse to accept that the options are surrender or starvation, because history is full of people who were told they had no options and found them anyway. History is also full of people who were told they had no options and didn't find them, Kim said quietly. Yes, it is. And we're going to be the other kind. It was not a plan. It was a declaration. A statement of intent in a room full of people who were tired and scared and running out of answers. And it was enough, not because it solved anything, but because it said, clearly and without equivocation, that this group of people would not stop trying, would not stop choosing, would not stop showing up. Miguel said, then we launch the boats, ahead of schedule, before she can reinforce the river checkpoint. The charges aren't all placed, Davis said. Place what you can. We go in 3 days. 3 days isn't. 3 days is what we have. The room shifted. Not agreement. Something more primal. Determination. The same determination that had carried them over mountains and through cities and across battlefields. the stubborn, irrational, gloriously human refusal to accept the end. 3 days. The boats would launch, the distraction would fire, the river would open or it wouldn't, and the island would survive or it wouldn't. Both outcomes were possible. Both were real. Both were true. Wade left the shack and walked to the dock. Lily was there, as always, notebook on her knee. She was writing by the light of a lantern that sat beside her on the wood, the flame steady in the still evening air, casting a warm circle of light around her small form. He sat beside her. She didn't look up. The pencil moved across the paper. "What are you writing?" he asked. "The ending." "Of what?" "Of the story. My story. The one I've been writing." She paused. "It doesn't have an ending yet. I don't know how it ends. Nobody does. That's what makes it a story. But in books, there's always an ending, even sad ones. Real stories don't end. They just reach a place where you stop writing for a while." Lily considered this, like a chapter. Like a chapter. So, this is a chapter, not the ending. "Yeah, this is a chapter." She wrote something in the notebook. He didn't read it. She closed the notebook and put it in her backpack and zipped the backpack shut and looked at the lake. "Dad?" "Yeah? Whatever happens in 3 days? I want you to know something." "What?" "I'm glad you came. Even though you were slow, even though you didn't pick up the phone, I'm glad you came." The words entered Wade's body through his ears and traveled to the center of his chest and detonated there, silently, enormously, a blast that destroyed every wall he'd ever built and left him standing in the open air, exposed and vulnerable, and more alive than he'd ever been. "I'm glad I came too," he said. "And Dad?" "Yeah? I'm going to sit in the front row again tomorrow. The front row's always open." "I know, but I'm choosing it." She stood up, picked up her backpack, and walked toward the cabins. At the edge of the dock, she turned. "Good night, Dad." "Good night, Lily." She walked into the dark, toward the cabin, and Wade sat on the dock with the lantern beside him, and the lake stretching out in every direction and the stars burning overhead, and he thought about chapters and endings and the difference between them, and he thought about his daughter choosing the front row, and he thought about 3 days, and he thought about the boats, and he thought about Constance and her 600 people, and her patience and her mathematics, and he thought about Donnie buried on the eastern hill. Who'd said, "You always this calm, Professor?" Not calm. Never calm. Just still here. Still choosing. Still showing up. The lantern burned. The water moved. The night went on. And somewhere, far to the south, in a church in the Smoky Mountains, a man with a Bible and a machete walked through the doors of Mountain View Baptist for the last time, and the congregation turned toward him, and he raised his hand, not in violence, not yet, but in greeting, in recognition, in the gesture of a shepherd who has come home to his flock. Even though the flock is lost, and the shepherd is broken, and the hymns have all been forgotten. "I'm here," Amos whispered to the dark shapes that shuffled toward him in the candlelight, in the place where he had preached and married and baptized and failed. "I'm here, and I'm sorry, and it's time." He opened the Bible. He read. Not for them. They couldn't hear. For himself. For the memory of what this place had been. For the sound of words in a building that had been built for words. Then he closed the Bible, set it on the pulpit, and picked up the machete. And the work began. 3 days passed like 3 hours and 3 years simultaneously. The minutes crawling when Wade sat in the watchtower scanning the mainland for New Canaan movement. The hours evaporating when he worked alongside Hank and Patrice on the final preparations for the boats. The barges were ready, 3 flat-bottomed vessels, each 20 feet long, sealed with tar, fitted with oarlocks and rudimentary sails made from sewn canvas. They would carry cargo, they would carry people, and they would either carry the island's future down the Tennessee River or they would be stopped, and the future would be something else. Davis placed the remaining charges at New Canaan's southern outpost during a nighttime crossing. The charges were improvised. Propane tanks wired to electric detonators, the same design Patrice had used on the causeway, the same design Ellis had taught her before he locked himself in a laboratory and nodded through the glass. Ellis's knowledge lived on in the things that exploded. It was not the legacy he would have chosen, but legacies were not chosen. They were inherited. The river plan was simple in concept and terrifying in execution. The Tennessee River exited Kentucky Lake through a narrow channel at the lake's northern end, passing within a mile of New Canaan's outpost on the western shore. The boats would launch at 2 a.m., running dark. No lights, no engines, only oars and current. Davis's charges would detonate at 2:15, creating a distraction that would draw the outpost's attention inland, while the boats slipped through the channel. Once on the river, the current would carry them north toward the Ohio River Junction, where the first potential trading partner, a settlement in Paducah, waited. The crew for the first voyage was 12, 6 oarsmen per barge, 2 barges going, 1 staying in reserve, with Wade, Joe, Kim, Davis, and 8 volunteers. The barges carried trade goods, smoked fish, surplus vegetables from the harvest, medical supplies Kim had deemed shareable, and a case of hand tools that Hank had assembled. In return, they hoped to bring back ammunition, fuel, medical equipment, and, if the Paducah settlement had it, seeds for winter crops. Miguel stayed on the island. His knee had deteriorated to the point where Kim had warned him that one more significant impact could shatter the joint entirely, leaving him unable to walk at all. He'd argued. He'd lost. He was in command of the island's defense in Wade's absence, and the fact that this was the first time Wade had willingly delegated authority, had trusted someone else with the safety of his people, his daughter, was a measure of how far both men had come. "If I'm not back in a week," Wade told him, standing on the dock at 1 a.m., the barges loaded and waiting in the dark water. "You'll be back," Miguel said. "If I'm not, then the island continues. Tess handles medical. Patrice handles engineering. Bree handles hunting. Earl handles governance." He paused. "And Lily?" "Mrs. Delacroix. Not just Mrs. Delacroix, all of us. She's not just your daughter anymore, Wade. She's ours." The words hit him with a force that was different from pain, a force that was warm, expansive, the opposite of the constriction he'd felt for so long. His daughter was not alone. Even if he never returned, Lily would be held by Tess, by Miguel, by Bree, by Mrs. Delacroix, by the 340 people who had become her community. The isolation that had defined Wade's life before the outbreak, the walls without doors, the marriage that died of neglect, the relationships he'd let atrophy, that isolation was broken. Not by heroism, by showing up, by being present, by choosing over and over to participate in the lives of the people around him. "Thank you," Wade said, "and for what?" "For being here, for staying, for every time you stood between us and the thing that wanted to kill us." Miguel's jaw tightened. The emotion moved across his face, visible, controlled, the expression of a man who felt things deeply and managed them with discipline. "You're going to get sentimental on me now? At 1 a.m., before a river operation?" "Just saying it, in case I don't get to later." "You'll get to later. Now, get on the boat." Wade got on the boat. He took his position at the stern of the lead barge, oar in hand, and looked back at the island one last time. The cabins were dark. The watchtower was lit. A single lantern, Miguel's silhouette against the sky. The dock extended into the water, like a finger pointing toward the mainland. And on the dock, at its very end, a small figure stood with a teal backpack on her shoulders and a notebook in her hand. Lily. She shouldn't have been there. It was 1 a.m. She should have been in bed, in the cabin, asleep under Mrs. Delacroix's supervision. But she was there, on the dock, because she was Lily. And Lily didn't sleep inside when the people she loved were leaving. She raised her hand, not waving, just raised. The way Danielle had raised her hands outside the bus, palms out, a gesture that meant stop or goodbye or I'm here, depending on who was watching and what they needed it to mean. Wade raised his hand. Same gesture. Same meaning. Same everything. The barge pushed off. The oars dipped. The current caught them. The island shrank behind them. The watchtower, the dock, the small figure with the raised hand, and the dark water carried them forward, toward the channel, toward the river, toward whatever came next. The channel was a quarter-mile wide, the water black and fast, the current pulling them north with a force that made the oars almost unnecessary. The western shore was dark, the New Canaan outpost invisible, except for a faint glow that might have been a lantern or a fire. The eastern shore was wilderness, trees down to the waterline, the dense Kentucky forest pressing close to the water's edge. At 2:15 a.m., the charges detonated. The sound carried across the water 3 sharp thuds in rapid succession, followed by a rolling boom that echoed off the hills. On the western shore, the faint glow became a bright glow. Fire, the propane tanks igniting, sending pillars of flame into the sky. Shouts, the distant crack of gunfire. The outpost's guards shooting at shadows, at the darkness, at the threat they'd been trained to expect from the land. The barges slipped through the channel in the noise and confusion, oars pulling in unison, the crew silent except for the grunt of exertion and the creak of wood and the splash of blades in water. The current accelerated as the channel narrowed, and the barges picked up speed, and the New Canaan outpost fell behind them, its fire shrinking to a point of light. And then they were through. The Tennessee River opened before them, wide, dark, the current steady and strong, carrying them north through a landscape of bluffs and bottomland and bridge pilings and the scattered debris of a civilization that had used this river for commerce and recreation and now used it for nothing. The river didn't care. The river had been flowing for millennia before humans arrived and would flow for millennia after they left, and its current was indifferent to the barges it carried and the people who sat in them and the world that had ended around its banks. Wade let the current carry them. He held his oar across his knees and listened to the river, the ripple and murmur of water against the hull, the splash of something large, surfacing and diving, the distant hoot of an owl on the bluffs. The sounds were ancient. They predated everything, the outbreak, the prion, the human systems that had created both. They would continue long after the last infected had deteriorated to bone and the last survivor had died of old age or disease or simple entropy. He thought about Donnie's atlas, with its pencil notes and dog-eared pages, the roads and highways mapped in meticulous detail. Donnie had known every road in Tennessee, but he hadn't known the river. The river was different from the road. The road required navigation, decisions at every intersection, choices at every fork. The river required something else, surrender, not passivity. You still had to steer, to avoid obstacles, to read the water, but the fundamental direction was given, not chosen. The current carried you. You didn't fight it. You worked with it. It was, Wade thought, a metaphor for everything he'd learned since the outbreak. The current of events was not something you could control. The outbreak, the horde, the loss, the grief, these were currents too strong to swim against. What you could control was how you rode them, which way you steered within the current. Whether you kept your oar in the water or let go, he kept his oar in the water. Dawn found them 30 miles downriver in a stretch of water bordered by limestone bluffs and thick forest. The sun rose behind the eastern bluffs, casting the river in shades of gold and amber, and the mist that had gathered overnight burned off in wisps and curls, and the world was briefly, achingly beautiful. The kind of beauty that stopped you, that made you forget for half a breath that the world was broken. Joe broke the spell. Movement on the east bank. Everyone tensed. Hands went to weapons. Eyes scanned the shoreline. Figures. 3 of them, standing on a gravel bar at the river's edge. Living figures. They were waving, not the frantic wave of people in distress, but the deliberate, organized wave of people who'd been expecting company. That's the Paducah signal, Davis said, checking his notes. 3 people on a gravel bar, waving. That's the rendezvous point they described on the radio. Or it's New Canaan mimicking the signal. Only one way to find out. They brought the barges in. The three figures were men. Two young, one old, all armed with shotguns, all wearing the wary but hopeful expression of people meeting strangers in a world where strangers were as likely to kill you as help you. The old man stepped forward. "You the lake people?" "Leatherwood settlement," Wade said. "You the Paducah group?" "What's left of it? I'm Otis. This is Jack and Marcus." He looked at the barges, at the trade goods, at the 12 people who'd crossed 30 miles of dark water to reach this gravel bar. "You actually came. We said we would." People say a lot of things on the radio. Most of them don't follow through. Otis's face was weathered, brown, deeply lined. The face of a man who'd spent decades outdoors and had no intention of spending his remaining years indoors. "What have you got?" "Fish, vegetables, medical supplies, tools." "What have you got?" "Ammunition, fuel, a functioning ham radio that can reach St. Louis, and," he paused, "news from downriver, from the Mississippi settlements." "What kind of news?" "The kind that changes things. But let's trade first. I don't give away information for free." They traded. The barges unloaded their cargo onto the gravel bar, and Otis's people brought supplies from a cache hidden in the tree line. Cases of ammunition in various calibers, 5-gallon cans of diesel fuel, a ham radio unit that Wendell would weep over, and a crate of winter seed stock from a settlement in Illinois that had gotten their agricultural program running months ahead of anyone else. The trade was fair. Both sides felt they'd gotten the better deal, which was the mark of a good exchange. The cargo was transferred, inventoried, and secured, and then they sat on the gravel bar in the morning sun, and Otis talked. "The Mississippi communities are organizing," he said. "Memphis, or what's left of it. There's a settlement on Mud Island. Same idea as yours, island in a river, natural moat. They've got 2,000 people. Farming, fishing, manufacturing. They've got a machine shop running on hydroelectric power they rigged from the old dam. And they're talking to communities up and down the river. St. Louis, Baton Rouge, all the way to New Orleans. A network," Wade said. "More than a network. A confederation. Shared defense, shared trade, shared information. They call it the River Compact." Otis leaned forward. "And they know about New Canaan. The Constance has been sending emissaries south, trying to recruit the Mississippi settlements the same way she recruited the ones around you. Offering partnership, demanding contribution. The Mississippi communities said no. All of them. Unanimously. Why? Because they talked to each other first. That's the difference. When you're alone, you're vulnerable. When you're connected, you're not. Constance can pressure individual settlements. She can't pressure a confederation of 10,000 people spread across 1,000 miles of river." Wade looked at the river, the Tennessee flowing into the Ohio into the Mississippi, a network of water connecting communities that had survived the same catastrophe, rebuilt from the same ruins, faced the same threats, a network that couldn't be besieged because it was a river and rivers didn't stop flowing. "How do we join?" he said. Otis grinned. The grin was missing 2 teeth and was the most genuine expression of pleasure Wade had seen in months. "You just did, son, by being here, by showing up." They returned to the island 4 days later, the barges heavy with supplies and the radio heavy with possibilities. The River Compact was real. The network was real. The isolation that Constance had counted on, the island's vulnerability, its dependence on the surrounding mainland, was broken. Not by force, not by strategy, by connection, by the simple, radical act of reaching out. The council received the news with a mixture of relief and caution. The compact was an opportunity, not a guarantee. Joining it meant committing to mutual defense. If another settlement was threatened, the island would be expected to contribute. It meant opening trade routes that would require constant maintenance and protection. It meant becoming part of something larger than themselves, with all the complexity and compromise that entailed. "It means giving up some control," Frank said, with the wry acknowledgement of a man who'd been arguing for engagement all along. It means gaining something more valuable, Wade said. Resilience. The vote was unanimous. For the first time in the council's history, all 12 members agreed. The island would join the river compact. The boats would continue their runs. The network would grow. And Constance would have to decide what to do about a world that was organizing without her. The response came sooner than expected. 2 weeks after the first river run, a new Canaan delegation appeared on the mainland shore. Not Constance herself, a man Wade didn't recognize, middle-aged, professional, the kind of person who'd been a corporate negotiator or a real estate lawyer in the old world. He came with a white flag and a message. The Constance acknowledges the river compact. She recognizes that the strategic landscape has changed. She proposes a cessation of territorial claims around Kentucky Lake, effective immediately, in exchange for Leatherwood's participation in a regional trade agreement. Not a merger? Wade asked. Not a merger, a trade agreement. Separate governance, separate authority, mutual benefit. Wade looked at the negotiator. The man was smooth, practiced, the words polished to a shine. Behind them was the calculation that had always driven Constance, the recognition that the cost of confrontation had exceeded the benefit of control. We'll consider it, Wade said. The Constance asks for a response within, we'll consider it on our timeline, not hers. The negotiator blinked. The smooth facade cracked just slightly, revealing the surprise of a man who'd expected the desperate gratitude of people being offered a lifeline. He hadn't expected calm. He hadn't expected a man who'd walked through hell and found on the other side the quiet certainty that he didn't need anyone's permission to exist. Of course, the negotiator said, at your convenience. He left. The council debated. The debate was shorter this time. The dynamic had shifted. They weren't negotiating from weakness. The compact was behind them. The river was open. Constance needed their waterway access more than they needed her supplies. They accepted the trade agreement with modifications. No territorial claims within 50 miles of the lake. Open river passage for all compact members. No interference with island governance. And, Wade insisted on this, any community member who wished to leave New Canaan and resettle elsewhere would be allowed to do so without penalty. Constance accepted. The agreement was signed. If you could call a document written on notebook paper and sealed with a handshake a signature. It wasn't a peace treaty. It wasn't an alliance. It was a recognition that two different visions of survival could coexist. Not because they respected each other, but because the alternative, war, in a world already full of death, was worse. Wade didn't trust Constance. He didn't trust the agreement. He didn't trust the smooth negotiator, or the white flag, or the cessation of territorial claims. But he didn't need to trust them. He needed to use them, to buy time, to build strength, to deepen the connections that the River Compact provided. Trust could wait. Survival couldn't. Autumn returned. The leaves turned and fell. The air cooled, and the island prepared for its second winter with a competence that the first winter had lacked. The root cellar was full. Smoked fish, dried vegetables, canned goods from trade. The cabins had been insulated, the generator overhauled, the watchtower reinforced against winter storms. The Defense Force was trained and equipped. The medical clinic was stocked. The library had grown to over 1,000 volumes. The classroom, Wade's classroom, had expanded to include not just children, but adults, evening classes in history, and practical skills that drew 20 to 30 participants each session. The island was not the same place it had been a year ago. It was not the fragile, desperate collection of survivors that had huddled behind a chain-link fence on a lake island and hoped the water would hold. It was a community, messy, contentious, inefficient, irrational, all the things Constance would have optimized away, but alive, breathing, growing, choosing every day to continue. Wade taught his morning class on a Tuesday in late October, 1 year, almost to the day, from the outbreak. The children sat in the communal kitchen, 18 of them now. The original Fort Campbell group, plus newcomers, ranging from 5 to 16. He stood at the front with a piece of chalk and a portable blackboard that Hank had built for him, and he taught them about the Reconstruction, the period after the American Civil War, when a nation that had torn itself apart tried imperfectly to put itself back together. Reconstruction was messy, he said. It was full of mistakes, bad decisions, corruption, failure. The people who lived through it didn't feel like they were rebuilding a nation. They felt like they were drowning in problems that had no solutions. Sounds familiar, said Eli, the boy who'd asked if rebuilding would happen. It should, because we're in our own reconstruction. We're not rebuilding the old world. That world is gone. We're building something new, and we're making it up as we go. And most of the time, we're getting it wrong. Then why bother? Asked a girl named Sophie, 12, one of the Paducah arrivals, fierce and skeptical, and exactly the kind of student who made teaching worthwhile. Because getting it wrong is how you figure out how to get it right. Every mistake is information. Every failure is a lesson. The people who rebuilt after the Civil War didn't have a blueprint. They had conviction, stubbornness, the refusal to accept that the worst was permanent. And did they get it right in the end? Wade paused. The honest answer was complicated. Reconstruction had produced both progress and horror, both healing and fresh wounds. The nation had rebuilt, but imperfectly, and the imperfections had echoed for a century and a half. They got it partially right, he said. They made progress, and they made mistakes, and the next generation inherited both. That's how it works. We don't finish the building, we lay the foundation. The people who come after us, you do the next part. Lily, in the front row, wrote in her notebook. She'd been writing all through the lesson, her pencil moving steadily, capturing not just the facts, but the ideas, the connections, the way history rhymed with the present. Her notebook was nearly full. Months of writing, hundreds of pages. The record of a child's experience of the end of the world and the beginning of whatever came next. After class, she showed him the last page she'd written. The teacher says we're laying the foundation. I think he's right. I've been watching the people on this island for months, and they're all laying foundations. Patrice lays them with concrete and wood. Kim lays them with medicine. Joe lays them with numbers. Miguel lays them with training. Mrs. Delacroix lays them with stories and patience. Bree lays them with arrows and silence. My dad lays them by showing up. That's his foundation. He shows up. Every morning, every class, every meeting, every crisis. He shows up and he stands there and he doesn't leave. He used to leave. Mom said he always left, not physically, but in the way that matters. He'd be in the room, but he'd be gone. He'd be there, but not present. He's present now. I don't know if the world had to end for him to show up. I don't think that's fair if it did, but here we are. Both things are true. The world ended and my dad showed up. Both things. Wade read the page twice. The second time, the words blurred, and he let them blur, and he didn't wipe his eyes. It's good, he said. It's really good. I know. No false modesty. No fishing for compliments. The direct, honest assessment of a child who had learned to evaluate her own work. In writing, in survival, in the daily practice of being alive. What are you going to do when the notebook's full? Start another one. She paused. There are a lot of notebooks in the library. I checked. Good planning. I learned it from Joe. Wade laughed. The sound surprised him. Laughter, genuine laughter, rising from somewhere deep and surfacing without permission. Lily stared at him, and then the corner of her mouth turned up. Not the guarded, almost smile, but a real one. Small and uncertain, but real. The first real smile he'd seen on her face since the zoo. Since the penguins. Since the world that had been. What? She said. Nothing. You remind me of someone. Who? Your mom. The smile held, didn't widen, didn't fade, just held. Balanced on the edge between grief and joy, the two emotions that lived together in the space where Danielle had been. She was funny, Lily said. People forget that. They remember she was brave because of the bus. But she was funny first. She was hilarious. She once convinced my brother that Tennessee was named after a man named Tennessee Dave, who wrestled a bear. Is that true? The story? No. The telling of it? Absolutely. Lily's smile widened. Just a fraction. Just enough. Tell me another one. Wade told her another one. And another. Standing in the communal kitchen that was also a classroom, after the other children had gone, he told his daughter stories about her mother. Not the last story, not the bus, not the goodbye, but the earlier stories. The ones that had made Danielle who she was before the end. The time she'd gotten lost in the Nashville airport and ended up in the TSA break room, eating someone's birthday cake. The time she'd tried to teach Wade to dance in the kitchen and he'd knocked the entire spice rack off the wall. The time she'd read Lily's bedtime story in a terrible British accent that had made Lily laugh so hard she'd fallen out of bed. The stories came easily, flowing from a reservoir that Wade hadn't known existed. Years of shared life, stored in the muscle memory of relationship, preserved by love and loss in equal measure. They were small stories, insignificant stories, the kind of stories that evaporate if no one tells them. He told them. Lily listened, and the woman who had stood outside a bus and waved goodbye lived again, briefly, in the space between a father's words and a daughter's listening. November came. The anniversary of the outbreak passed without ceremony. Nobody wanted to mark it. Nobody wanted to remember the specific day when everything changed. But the awareness was there, a collective consciousness that pressed against the island's population like a weather system. 1 year, they had survived 1 year. The changes were visible everywhere. The island's infrastructure had expanded. New cabins, the watchtower, the dock extension, the boat shed, the root cellar, the smoking racks, the library, the classroom. The population had grown to 360, with new arrivals still trickling in. The agricultural program was planning its second season, expanded acreage, new crops, a greenhouse that Patrice was designing for winter growing. The River Compact had expanded to 15 settlements, connected by the web of waterways that crisscrossed the central United States. And the dead were still there. Always still there. On the mainland, in the fields, on the roads. The infected walked their slow, eternal circuits, and the sentries watched them, and the archers practiced on them, and the defense force trained against them, and the fact of them, the permanent, endemic, ineradicable fact of the prion and the dead it animated, was woven into daily life the way weather was woven in, a condition of existence that you didn't fight and didn't accept, but simply lived with. Kim's research continued. She'd established a small laboratory in the medical clinic, rudimentary, nothing like the Caraway facility, but functional enough for basic analysis. She studied the prions' behavior in the local environment, tracking deterioration rates, testing water and soil samples, building a data set that might someday help someone understand the infection well enough to counter it. There won't be a cure, she told Wade one evening with the blunt honesty that had always characterized her. Not in our lifetime. The prion is too embedded. It's in the infected, it's in the soil where the infected decompose. It's in the water where it washes. We can't eliminate it. We can only manage our exposure. Manage how? Water purification, soil testing, proper disposal of infected remains. The same things that public health has always done. Sanitation, prevention, education. Boring stuff. The stuff that saves more lives than any medicine. I can teach that. I know. That's why I'm telling you. Not the council, not the medical staff. You. Because you're the one who makes information stick. You're the one who turns facts into stories. And stories are what people remember. Wade added public health to the curriculum. He taught the children about water purification, about disease transmission, about the importance of sanitation. He taught them about the prion, age appropriately, without terror, with the factual clarity that Kim provided, and the narrative framing that he added. He taught them that the infection was a fact of their world, like weather, like geography, like the lake that surrounded them. It could not be wished away. It could be understood. And understanding was the foundation of survival. Lily was his best student. Not because she was the smartest, Sophie gave her a run for it, and Eli's questions were sharper. But because she was the most invested. The infection had taken her mother. The prion was not an abstraction to her. It was the thing that had ended her world, and understanding it was a form of fighting back, not with weapons, but with knowledge, which was, Wade had come to believe, the only weapon that lasted. In mid-November, word came through the River Compact that Amos was alive. The message arrived via ham radio, relayed from a settlement in Knoxville. Yes, Knoxville, where it had all begun, where a small community had established itself in the University of Tennessee's agricultural campus, using the university's seed banks and research facilities to rebuild a farming infrastructure. The message was brief. Reverend Amos Tuttle arrived Mountain View, Baptist Church, Sevier County. Cleared building of infected. Approximately 40. Buried remains. Conducting services weekly. Requesting permanent communication link with Leatherwood Settlement. Wade read the message 3 times. 40 infected. Amos's congregation, the Sunday morning flock that had turned during the Lord's Prayer. Amos had gone back. Amos had found them. Amos had done what he'd set out to do. And he was holding services. In an empty church in the mountains for a congregation of ghosts in memory. Services. Weekly. The ritual continued, even when the participants were absent, even when the theology was uncertain, even when the man performing it wasn't sure he believed in the God he was addressing. He's still carrying the book, Tess said, reading over Wade's shoulder. He's still carrying the book. Did he open it? Sounds like he opened it. Sounds like he's reading from it every week. To empty pews, in a church he cleaned with a machete. Tess's eyes were bright. That's the most Amos thing I've ever heard. They established the communication link. Sunday mornings at 10 a.m., Amos's voice came through the ham radio. Thin, distorted by distance, but unmistakable. He preached. Not the old sermons. Not the God has a plan certainty of Mountain View Baptist. New sermons. Raw, honest, uncertain sermons about loss and endurance and the stubborn refusal to let go of the things that might be true. The island listened. 40, 50, 60 people gathered in the communal kitchen on Sunday mornings and listened to a preacher in the mountains talk about faith and doubt and the space between them. And the listening was its own form of worship, and the worship was its own form of survival. One Sunday, Amos said, I buried my congregation last week, all 40 of them, in the churchyard under the oaks where they would have wanted to be. I said the words over each one. I knew their names, all of them. Mrs. Henderson is under the biggest oak, beside her husband, who died in 2019. I put her organ music book in her hands. It felt right. A pause, static. I don't know if God hears me. I don't know if these words go anywhere beyond this radio signal. But I know that I'm saying them, and I know that you're hearing them. And maybe that's enough. Maybe the circuit is complete, not because God is at the other end, but because you are. Maybe prayer is just one person speaking and another person listening. And the sacred part isn't the speaking or the listening, but the connection between them. Another pause. A time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted. Friends, it's planting season. Whatever you believe, whatever you've lost, whatever you carry, plant something. A seed, a word, a hand extended to someone who needs it. Plant something and trust the ground to do the rest. 40 people said amen. And on an island in Kentucky Lake, on a Sunday morning in November, 1 year after the end of the world, the ground received what they planted. December arrived with the first snow. It fell overnight, a light dusting, barely an inch, but enough to transform the island. The cabins wore white caps. The dock was frosted. The garden plots, harvested and turned under for winter, were smooth and pale. The lake didn't freeze. It was too deep, too vast. But the shallows iced over again, and the familiar rim of frost returned, and the cold settled in with the practiced efficiency of a season that had been doing this for millennia. The island's second winter was different from the first. Not easier. Winter was never easy, but prepared. The root cellar was full. The firewood was stacked. The cabins were insulated. The medical clinic was stocked. The Defense Force was trained and equipped for cold weather operations. The radio connected them to the compact, to Amos, to the world beyond the lake. They were not isolated. They were not desperate. They were ready. Not for everything. You could never be ready for everything. But for winter. On a morning in mid-December, Wade walked the island's perimeter. He did this most mornings, a circuit of the island, 2 miles, following the shoreline, checking the barriers, the watchtower, the boat shed, the garden plots, the cabins. It was a habit he'd developed in the spring, a daily inventory of the settlement's physical reality, a way of grounding himself in the tangible facts of existence. The snow crunched under his boots. The air was cold and sharp and clean, the kind of air that made every breath a small act of consciousness. The lake was gray-blue, calm, its surface ruffled by a wind that carried the smell of pine and wood smoke. On the mainland, the landscape was white and still, the infected invisible under the snow, dormant again, waiting for the warmth that would bring them back. He passed the watchtower. The sentry, a young man named Paul, one of the Paducah arrivals, waved from the platform. Wade waved back. He passed the boat shed where Hank was already at work, building a 4th barge for the spring trading season. He passed the garden plots where the turned earth lay dormant under its blanket of snow, hiding the seeds and the roots and the potential that spring would release. He passed the medical clinic where Kim was visible through the window, bent over her microscope, studying something on a slide with the focused intensity that meant she was learning, always trying to understand the enemy that had reshaped the world. He passed the library where the 1,000+ books sat on their shelves, waiting to carry people into other worlds, other times, other lives. He passed the communal kitchen where Rita was already cooking breakfast, oatmeal from traded grain, dried fish, chicory coffee, the flavors of survival that had become the flavors of home. He passed the children's cabin where Mrs. Delacroix was herding her charges toward the kitchen with the practiced efficiency of a woman who had managed children for 40 years and would manage them for 40 more if the world let her. He passed Donnie's grave on the eastern hill. The headstone was dusted with snow. The words were still legible. Every road led here. Wade touched the stone briefly, the cold granite under his fingers, and he didn't stop walking because stopping was what the old Wade did, and this Wade kept moving. He completed the circuit at the dock where he'd sat with Lily on the first night, looking at stars. The dock where Amos had preached his first sermon. The dock where Joe had cleaned her rifle, and Bree had cleaned her arrows, and Tess had handed him water and told him to drink. The dock where his daughter sat every evening, notebook on her knee, writing the story of her life. She was there now. Despite the cold, despite the snow, despite the early hour. Sitting at the end of the dock with her legs dangling, her teal backpack beside her, her notebook open on her lap. The cat astronaut patch was gone entirely now. Fallen off somewhere, lost, a piece of the past that had detached and disappeared. The backpack was just a backpack. Teal, worn, containing a notebook and a pencil and whatever else a 10-year-old carried in the world after the world. Wade sat beside her. The dock was cold. The wood creaked. Writing, he said. Drawing. She showed him the page. A picture. Not the bus, not the window, not the woman standing outside. A new picture. The island. Seen from above, as if drawn by a bird in flight. The oval of land and the blue water. The cabins, the dock, the watchtower, the garden plots. Small figures on the shore, stick-bodied and round-headed. The universal children's art representation of people. Now, that's us? Wade asked. That's us. She pointed to each figure. That's you. That's Tess. That's Kim. That's Miguel. See, I drew the brace on his leg. That's Joe counting things. That's Bree with her bow. That's Patrice measuring something. That's Mrs. Delacroix with the kids. Where are you? Lily pointed to a figure on the dock. Small, sitting at the edge, legs dangling. A square on its back. That was the backpack. A rectangle in its hands. That was the notebook. Right here, she said. Wade looked at the drawing. The island, the people, the water surrounding them. The world reduced to its essentials. Land, water, community, survival. No infected in the drawing, no guns, no barriers, no fences. Just the island and the people on it, and around them, the water that held them. It's beautiful, he said. It's what I see. She closed the notebook. Dad? Yeah? When you were walking to find me, before on the road, what did you think about? You, mostly. What about me? Whether you were okay, whether you were scared, whether you remembered me. He paused. Whether you'd forgive me for being late. You weren't late. You were slow. There's a difference. What's the difference? Late means you missed it. Slow means you got there eventually. She pulled her legs up and hugged her knees. You got there. I got there. And now we're here. And now we're here. The lake stretched out before them, gray and vast and cold. And the snow fell gently, small flakes that dissolved when they touched the water and accumulated when they touched the dock, building a thin white layer on the wood and on their shoulders and on the teal backpack and on the notebook that contained the story of a girl and her father and the end of the world. Dad. Yeah? I don't want to write the ending. You don't have to, because there isn't one. You said that. Real stories don't end. They just reach a place where you stop writing for a while. That's right. So I'm going to stop writing for a while. Not because it's over. Because I want to be in it instead of writing about it. For a while. She put the notebook in the backpack and zipped it shut and sat with her hands in her lap, looking at the lake, at the snow, at the world that was broken and alive, and both of those things at once. Wade sat beside her, not speaking, not reaching for her, just present, just there, just showing up, the way he'd learned to show up, the way he'd traveled 250 miles through a dead world to learn to do. The snow fell, the lake moved, the island breathed. 3 weeks later, early January, Wade was teaching. A makeshift classroom in the communal kitchen cabin. 8 children seated on the floor in a half circle. Lily in the front row. The wood stove crackled. The windows were frosted at the edges. Outside, the second winter held the island in its grip. Cold but manageable. Quiet but not silent. Breeze snare lines ringed the northern shore. The smoking racks worked day and night, preserving the autumn's fish harvest. The root cellar was 3/4 full. The radio crackled with voices from the compact, from Amos in the mountains, from the slow, steady expansion of a network that was stitching the scattered remnants of civilization back together, one connection at a time. He was teaching them about the Dust Bowl. He'd taught this lesson 100 times in his old life, in the fluorescent-lit classrooms of Bearden High School, to students who checked their phones under their desks and yawned through the Okies' suffering. He'd taught it by rote, without passion, without connection, delivering facts to teenagers who didn't care about facts and didn't understand why they should. He taught it differently now. He taught it as a story. The story of people who had built their lives on land that betrayed them, who had watched the sky turn black and the soil turn to dust, and everything they'd planted wither and blow away. He taught it as a parable, about hubris and resilience, about the difference between taking from the land and working with it, about what happens when systems fail and people have to start over. The Dust Bowl didn't end all at once, he said. It ended slowly, over years. The rain came back. The soil healed. People who'd lost everything started planting again. Not because they'd forgotten what happened, because they couldn't stop planting. Because planting is what you do when you're alive, and the ground is there, and the seeds are in your hand. Lily was drawing, not in her notebook. The notebook was closed, zipped in the backpack. She was drawing on a loose piece of paper, one of the sheets from the library's office supply. Her pencil moved with the careful, deliberate strokes of a child who has learned to put what she sees onto paper. Wade glanced at the drawing. It wasn't the bus. It wasn't the island. It was something new, a field, rows of planting evenly spaced, the lines converging toward a vanishing point at the top of the page. In the field, a figure, small, stick-bodied, round-headed. The figure held something in one outstretched hand. A seed, or what might be a seed, a small dark oval, suspended between the figure's fingers and the ground. The figure was planting. Wade kept teaching. He talked about the farmers who had stayed, who had terraced their fields and planted cover crops and waited for the rain. He talked about the government programs that had helped, the CCC, the Soil Conservation Service, the New Deal agencies that had channeled federal resources into the ravaged plains. He talked about the people who had died and the people who had survived, and how the surviving was not the absence of dying, but the presence of something else, the decision made every morning to get up and try again. He talked about the pattern, breaking and building, falling and rising, the rhythm of human history, repeating itself across centuries and continents, in dust storms and pandemics and wars, and whatever this was. This new catastrophe, this prion-haunted world, this island in a lake. The pattern is always the same, he said. Something breaks, people suffer, and then people build. Not because they're brave, not because they're special, because building is what humans do. It's our default setting. When everything else is stripped away, the technology, the institutions, the comfortable illusions, what's left is the drive to build, to plant, to teach, to reach out to the person beside you and say, "I'm still here. Are you?" 8 children looked at him. Their faces were young and old at the same time. Children's faces that had seen things children's faces shouldn't see. Carrying knowledge that no curriculum could teach and no test could measure. They were the future. Not in the abstract, inspirational poster sense. In the literal, biological, genetic, and cultural sense. Everything the island built, everything the compact built, everything that survived the breaking, it would pass through these children. Their hands would lay the next layer of foundation. Their voices would tell the next chapter of the story. Lily finished her drawing. She held it up for Wade to see. The field, the figure, the seed suspended between fingers and earth. "That's a good drawing," Wade said. "It's for the wall." The classroom wall, the space in the communal kitchen where children's artwork was displayed, a tradition Mrs. Delacroix had started at Fort Campbell and continued here. Drawings and paintings and clumsy watercolors, the visual record of children's interior lives, displayed for everyone to see. "I'll put it up," Wade said. "No, I'll do it." Lily stood up, took a piece of tape from the supply box, and walked to the wall. She found an empty space between a drawing of a fish and a drawing of the watchtower, and she pressed her drawing into place, smoothing the tape with her thumb, making sure it was straight. She stepped back, looked at it. The figure in the field planting, the seed in the air, between the hand and the ground, the moment before the seed lands, the moment when everything is possibility, when the future is neither good nor bad, but open, hanging in the balance, waiting for the earth to receive it. "Done," she said. She sat back down. Front row, opened her notebook. She'd changed her mind about stopping, or had stopped and started again, the way writers do. She wrote something Wade couldn't see, her pencil moving across the page with the steady rhythm that had become the soundtrack of his mornings. Wade looked at the drawing on the wall, at the figure planting, at the seed. He looked at his daughter, writing in the front row. He looked at the classroom, the wood stove, the frosted windows, the children on the floor, the books on the shelves, the artwork on the walls. The communal kitchen that was also a classroom, that was also a dining hall, that was also a council chamber, that was also, on Sunday mornings, a church. The room that held everything, because on this island, every room held everything. He looked at all of it, and he felt the thing that he'd been circling for a year, the thing that wasn't hope and wasn't peace, but was adjacent to both, the thing that lived in the space between breaking and building, between the end and the beginning, between the world that was and the world that would have to be enough. He was finally present. Not because the danger was over, it wasn't. The dead walked the mainland. The prion endured. New Canaan watched from behind its walls. Winter pressed down. The future was uncertain in every direction, but he was present. He was in this room with these children in this moment. He was teaching. He was showing up. He was the man his daughter described in her notebook, the one who stands there and doesn't leave. He picked up the chalk. He turned to the blackboard. He wrote, "The Dust Bowl, 1930-1940." The worst environmental disaster in American history. The period that followed, the greatest agricultural recovery the world has ever seen. He underlined recovery. Then he turned back to his students. "Questions?" he said. Lily raised her hand. "Yes?" "The people who planted during the Dust Bowl, the ones who stayed, were they scared? Every day. Did they know it would get better?" "No, they planted anyway." "Why?" Wade looked at his daughter, at the blue eyes that were his eyes, looking at him from the front row of a classroom on an island at the end of the world, at the notebook on her lap and the pencil in her hand and the teal backpack on the floor, patchless and worn and carrying the story she was writing, the story that had no ending because real stories don't end. "Because planting is how you say you believe in tomorrow," he said, "even when you can't see it, even when the evidence says it won't come. You put the seed in the ground and you trust the ground to do the rest. That's not faith. That's not optimism. That's just choosing. Choosing to act as if the future matters, even when you don't know if it does." Lily wrote something in her notebook. She didn't show it to him. She closed the notebook, slid it into the backpack, and looked at the blackboard where recovery was underlined in chalk. "Okay," she said. The wood stove crackled. The snow fell outside the frosted windows. The children sat on the floor of a classroom that was also everything else. And Wade Ellison, history teacher, stood at the blackboard and taught. Because teaching was planting, and planting was choosing, and choosing was showing up. And showing up, finally, after all of it, after the nursing home and the mountains and the cities and the battles and the river and the long, long walk on showing up was the only thing he'd ever needed to learn. The lesson continued. The morning passed. Outside, the lake held the island, and the island held the people, and the people held each other, and the snow fell on all of it equally gently, the world going white and quiet and still, bearing the old year, preparing the ground for whatever grew next. The end.